with NASDAQ and the SPY poised to open higher today after gapping down for a pretty weak session on Tuesday. Let's see if we can hold this strength and open green. Here's the SPY. Take a look at the NASDAQ. Tech definitely in focus today. We'll get to that in a minute, but also worth taking the Dow because we actually now know there's going to be a big Dow switch up effective as of the open on Monday, June 29th. Google joining the Dow, Verizon leaving. So the Dow looking to spice up its communication sector, according to a statement from the index itself. Interesting look here for DIA. We'll have to wait and see how this goes for GOOGL. In terms of housekeeping today, we do have some economic data in focus. Tomorrow, we get the massive glut of economic data releases, PCE, initial jobless claims, GDP, all at 8:30 a.m. But today at 8:30 a.m., you get the current account print. At 10 a.m., you get new home sales. We'll also get some comments from President Trump. He's set to sign a bill at 12 p.m. today. So just be aware of that. Scott Bessent already making comments on CNBC, or at least he was. He appears to be off now. So lots to keep an eye on. Let's take a look here at some of these plays and watch. Micron in focus ahead of its earnings report. They're reporting after the bell today, expected to be released right at 4 p.m. even. Cerberus, FDX, KBH all reported last night. So they're going to be focused as day one earnings plays. Analyst notes galore. There's a lot to discuss yet again. Good morning, Sharif. How are you?
Good morning, Adira. Thank you. I am well. There is a lot to talk about, as you mentioned there. A lot of earnings names, whether ones that have already happened or ones that we're going to wait for after the bell. Cerberus getting really hit hard here, already down over 10% to start the morning, 10.5% in fact. But there is some positivity. Of course, Micron, we'll keep an eye on that for after the bell. DRAM as well, or these just memory names in general, should be in focus as SK Hynix, the South Korean RAM giant, is looking for a July IPO. So that will be interesting there. Qualcomm with a tie-up with ByteDance, looking at making some custom chips for them. And CCJ, Cameo Corp, a Canadian company, also in focus as President Trump wants to expand the nuclear power plant footprint in the United States. And we all have to keep an eye on the defense names today because President Trump does expect to meet with some of the big defense CEOs. Nike switching up leadership at the CFO role. And TTWO, guys, gamers, GTA 6 pre-orders already being taken to Dare.
Yeah, interesting look there for that TTWO for sure. In terms of the defense names, I was looking at Trump's schedule. It's not super obvious in that schedule when that meeting will be, but again, reports do suggest it's today. There's a period that's not on camera around, I believe, 5 p.m. where it could be, but again, we'll have to wait and see here. Of course, I'll keep you guys posted if I hear anything else, but in the meantime, very excited to welcome Sean back here. He's got Neil with him. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Don't be that excited.
No, it's not good if you're a Cerberus shareholder.
Cerberus.
They can't be happy with it. Apparently my mic is having as many issues as the stock is.
Or was it turned off?
Yeah, it's on.
It's on now? Okay, good. Yeah, I don't know. Cerberus down a little bit there. Marvell down 2% today as well as we continue. Up 2%, down pretty bad yesterday. Yeah, it's nice to be back here. My last day of the week again, so you guys get another treat with Joe and Neil the next 2 days. So that should be fun for everybody. I know Joe's likes putting in the double work over there. We're going to get Neil's mic all fixed up pretty soon. Marvell, Google, as Adair just mentioned, man, another Dow component. This is where we just recently bought it right here. I think we might have got, I don't know, we got it on Monday, and nice dip down yesterday. We saw, obviously, yesterday morning, everything got absolutely cranked down into 340 there. Verizon out, Google in. We can have a quick look to see what Verizon is up to right there. There's VZ, 46.50 today, so they're getting kicked out. Not much action going on here, as I think these moves were pretty well, sniffed out there. But, yeah, Palantir, just as we've been saying, now I hear myself in my ear. We're going to have to change that there, Andre. Thank you. But there it is I got to take it out. There it is to the downside. Another 2% down here for Palantir. I mean, it's been really bad for a while, right? I mean, we've been talking about not liking this name, and there it goes down into the downside. PLTR breaking through this 125. It's been getting hit pretty nicely through that level. So there it goes, man, down into 114 today. Bad news there for PLTR. What's up, PMAC? Glad to be back for everybody there. Actually, went 2-0 yesterday. I just took Colombia and I took Croatia yesterday. So
England got away with one, man.
Croatia there. Yeah, England not looking good there against
Ghana. They got away with a pretty clear penalty that was not called. So to get the luck out on a draw. Not good England, not good at all. But hey, let's be real, they're not exactly favored. Just because you like them doesn't mean they're really expected to win.
I think they're top. I mean,
they're a
top
good
5
team,
yeah.
but they're not considered one of the elite. But you've got to be able to do elite. They're not one of the
they're top 5 in the world.
They're not one of the elite expected to win teams. England, no.
Yeah, they are. I don't know. Are they, Sharif? I don't know. Yeah,
They're a great team, but they're not in the top echelon. I'm sorry. If you're watching this tournament and you think that England,
yeah,
way that they're playing,
maybe they're not playing that well.
But they're not.
But heading into the tournament,
they're not.
They are an elite team in the world.
But if you're watching them, incredibly disappointment. Like, you have to show up. This is the thing. You can have all the best players in the world. You can have all the preparation. You can have all the reputation. You can have all the fans and all that kind of nonsense. But if you don't show up, then you're not going to win. Reputation only gets you so far. Name only gets you so far. That's the thing. Like, you got to play. You got to play. Like I look at what Canada's playing.
You're a Bills fan, so you know that experience, right?
Well, I mean,
it's true.
you're an Italy fan. You're not even in the
Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. It's you can be a favorite all you want until you win.
But that's exactly true. That's one of the reasons why, ultimately, like the Bills are a successful team, but they had to dump their coach because you can't get over the hump. If you got a team that's this good and you can't win, you've got to figure it out. If we bring it back to the market, SpaceX figured it out for half a day, and now it's back to normal. They're tapping the debt. Everybody is tapping the debt markets. They're going into the bond markets as well. Didn't take very long for that. So the euphoria off the 150 bounce, we saw the 150. It held it off the open after trying to break. It then bounced, got all the way to that 165 resistance, which I still think is resistance today, so I think it's a short up there again. But you're back to normal. So you had your one-day reprieve. Market's bouncing. It's down 1%. Relative weakness over here. So, at the end of the day, like it was a good buy there. I think the next stop is that 135. Obviously, the issue price. And I feel the same thing about Cerberus. I think 185 in its issue price is going to be in play as well. So just back to regularly scheduled programming. The Alphabet thing in the Dow, I think it's kind of a nothing burger. I mean, it looks pretty, from a technical standpoint, it looks pretty good for a 350 break on Alphabet. And the catalyst is kind of meh. Like, what difference does it make if they're going into the Dow? Like, I think people like Google because of their moat. Yeah, you'll have a little bit of extra tracking, but it's a pretty heavily followed stock anyways. It does look like a good setup. I just don't think this catalyst is much of anything.
I mean, look how good that was yesterday. I'm sure you guys probably hit this. This trade yesterday, I remember we were talking about it before.
Not pre-market.
No, just saying that pre-market low right there of 147 came in right on the dot right there. What a great, I mean, you make your whole month right there. Like, that's just a great buy back. Even if you buy it back through that 150 and give yourself $3 yesterday, there's $15 right there. Too bad, man. Take a day off and this is what happens. But there it goes, right up to the upside there, SpaceX. We'll see if we could do something like that tomorrow. This is the perfect setup for me. This is like just an absolutely blue sky. It comes right in, and we talk about this all the time, right into these pre-market lows. Yes, you have 147 and bounces off of 147 and then just rips itself up $20. Like, that's a great opportunity right there. And even if it breaks back through 150 and you take that trade, never even sniffs against you. So I think that's today. We'll have to look at that again because it looks like it's going to come back in. And I don't know if today it holds I don't think we want to support 150 again there, but we'll see if that 147 can hold there for SpaceX. That was just an absolute prime trade there yesterday. But yeah, it's pretty volatile. I mean, look at that. From 148 all the way in the pre-market, back up to 160, back down right into the heart of that buy, and then rip city. So yeah, I think there's a few things to look at here today. And even on SpaceX, maybe a 160 short if it comes in. I haven't written down anything yet. I have paid for some shares short there. 165 short coming in for SpaceX as well. So yeah, like there's lots and lots of stuff to cover today. And
again,
even NVIDIA down there at $200 for NVDA. That was a nice move yesterday. We'll have to see if that winds up holding there. NVIDIA 200. Now it's 201 and change. So we'll have to watch that. Palantir's in trouble. There's it from Alan. What's up, Alan? Hopefully you're doing well here as well. Thank you for the $20. I think BABA is a buy. This is the thing. I was actually talking about this with my kid there this morning on the way in. And it's like there's Claude has like a $200 a month plan. All these guys have all these plans. right now to where you get a certain amount of tokens and everything. But the problem is that who's going to pay for all of this once, apparently the $200 plan right now is costing Anthropic about $7,000 for every person that signs up for a $200 plan and uses like, their unlimited, whatever that token level is. The $200 tokens is about $6,000 to $7,000 worth. So the cost of acquisition right now for all of these companies, which is why OpenAI and Anthropic probably will be a disaster when they IPO. I think it'll be fine the first couple of days, just like SpaceX. But you want to talk about losing a shit ton of money, well, then you're in the right space, man. If you're an OpenAI or an Anthropic investor, then those companies are for you. And at some point, what's going to wind up happening is these large language models that exist over here in China that are run at 20% of the cost are eventually going to be good enough that they're going to threaten, basically the existence of this to the retail side of it, for people that aren't using the Claude bots, everything where you need to have that extra power. So I would just say watch out. I think Alibaba down here, and thank you for the super chat, I think it has to get to a buy at some point. I wouldn't necessarily say it's a buy because it's sub $100 once we get down there, but I think you could do a hell of a lot worse right now than investing in Alibaba. Like, I'm actually thinking the cloak has already come off of this name, and now we just wait to see what winds up happening on the pushback through. So Alibaba right now down 1.5%. At some point, the AI trade is going to shift focus here, and you're going to want to get some Alibaba. But I just don't know if that time is now. China's still way up.
China's still an issue. They're literally suing the U.S. government right now because there's still the tit for tat. The good news is now the administration can set their sights on writing things. And if they do that and you get off some of those exemption lists, which is just really political infighting, it's just all negotiation tactics and back and forth, and we'll see. And it always does weigh on it. The other thing you got to consider about China is if you can find names that have like XPeng has a little bit of exposure into robotics, which they're crushing right now. Morgan Stanley raised their not price targets, their delivery targets on robotics internationally by double again coming out of China. XPeng gives you a little bit of that. You've got other companies like Baidu, which give you a little more diversification. It's not just Alibaba that's been getting beaten up in all of this. And I know when we got this question yesterday, 80 has been the spot. Like, once it's underneath 100, if you go back, that's been the joint for Alibaba, where the buys underneath 100 have been pretty much good the whole time. That said, there was a very big difference the last time it was down there. It held for a very long time. I go even further back on a weekly, it held for a very long time while bottoming out. And it wasn't trending down into that level and just completely reverse. It did the last time, but there was a lot of consolidation before that. So there's still some settle down that absolutely needs to happen on those. And we'll see. I think now that we're moving on from talking, well, I don't know how much we're moving on, but we're trying to move on from talking about Iran all the time, and that's going to be the U.S. and talking about China, to be sure. Just saw, that's a bad dark pool wick. I looked up and I'm like, what the heck? SpaceX is already at 160. Nope, we got those dark pools again. So yeah, sometimes we'll see that. And I know yesterday and sometimes we'll be looking at the charts and people will be looking at their own. Most of these crazy wicks, actually all of the crazy wicks that we're seeing on this stock are just late reported prints from maybe last night, overnight, Blue Ocean, and like the 165s up in here, like those didn't happen. So no, it's still under VWAP, still looks like a short to me. But lots to watch, and I wonder, does this qualify for you, Sharif, Wendy's? It's a meme stock. Retail is pretty excited about a new, I think it was like a new officer, I don't know if it was a CEO, whatever it was last night. And then it just went absolutely ham. Although it's given up a lot of the move, Wendy's, believe it or not, is one of the high volume pre-market stocks, went all the way up to 850, still up 20%. So I got to figure this one qualifies as a small cap gapper for you, Sharif.
Neil, it's barely over $1 billion. So your point well taken there. We're talking 1.43 billion market cap. It is a little consolidative, though. We can put the chart on here. Looks like we got some support here at around $7. That was the morning low. Putting in some higher lows. I do like that. I don't like the fact that this Christmas tree retraced off that 8.5 touch, also trading below the volume weighted average price. But as you guys mentioned, up 20.5%. Going to keep my eye on this one during the midday, Adara, lest it lose VWAP.
Yeah, that was an interesting one too, because that news about the new COO, I checked, it was released yesterday morning. So this is about a day-old catalyst at this point, about 24 hours old. Interesting look. I have another potential small cap runner, though, that actually just broke new pre-market highs. It's Sunrun, RUN, guys. Market cap here a bit larger, about $3 billion, but they did announce a 16 gigawatt distributed energy partnership with Tesla, built around home batteries, smart thermostats, and connected devices. Is this something that you'd potentially be looking at during the midday there, Sharif?
Yeah,
RUN.
let's take a look. This is a company I know quite well, Adara, and we've also seen the solar stocks have a good run as of late. If you look at a lot of year-to-date names, we're talking Enphase, Sedge, a lot of other ones as well, all having a good look. But this is Sunrun right now, as Adara mentioned, hanging out near highs. We're going to keep a close eye on this one. If it's trading above the volume-weighted average price in the midday, you better believe I'll be on it.
Yeah, good catalyst there as well with that Tesla connection. Just be aware here, guys, USO in the market on watch. President Trump speaking to Fox about Iran and uranium. Nothing massive or nothing that we haven't really heard before, but just on watch. Let's take a look, though, at Micron, because MU, absolutely massive and absolutely on watch ahead of its Q3 2026 earnings report expected after the bell tonight.
What a year for Micron, Adara. What a year. $1 trillion market cap, check. 750% trailing 12-month climb. Check. You guys know where I'm going with this, but with that kind of move up, expect volatility, and that's what the options market, Joey, is pricing in today. 13% plus or minus move expected after the bell and subsequent for Micron, so expect a lot of volatility, and this could go both ways. Let's talk about some of the reasons this thing has been rocketing up here. So we already know their HBM, their high bandwidth memory, sold out for all of 26. But listen to this, guys. The CEO said that they can only fulfill about 50% to about 66% of their near and medium term orders. So they don't even have enough to meet the demand. That's given them more leverage in negotiations, because now they're dictating even more stringent terms and higher prices in these LTAs, these long-term agreements that they're doing with some of their customers. So very, very aggressive move here. And let's also talk about some of their margins, because I haven't seen margins like this for a physical product. We always pound the table about NVIDIA's mid 70% gross margins. We'll take a gander of their 81.6. This is adjusted, mind you, adjusted gross margins. That's what's expected for this quarter. And I think a lot of it has to do with these LTAs, because they keep boosting up the price in those agreements. Last but not least, Adara, a lot of short sellers here kind of salivating at what could be a big move down in 27 and 28. They're thinking, look, SK Hynix, Samsung, they're all racing to put more supply online vis-a-vis CapEx, and they think there may be more supply in 27 and 28, Adara, when HBM possibly could meet a glut of inventory.
Yeah, it's been crazy even just seeing how these analyst estimates for this earnings report have grown even in the last day or so. I just had to update this visual, the Star Micron earnings visual coming out later today on X at TTQ Research, because the earnings per share estimate has gone up by about $1.50 since I made this yesterday. Revenue estimate up by about $1 billion. So these analysts just keep ratcheting up their estimate leading into this report. How do you guys feel here about MU today?
But didn't we see this last quarter? Like, estimates were rising. They still managed to beat expectations. It was unbelievable. And within a couple of days after the earnings, you were still down anyways. And it was, forget about the first day, like you still ended up down like I think 20% from the highs. Again, different market. But yesterday it had a good bounce off, there we go. It had a good bounce off some trend support from like the last earnings. But I would take a cautionary approach here. If Micron has the slightest hiccup, and believe me, they always find something to nitpick. When people profit take, all you ever hear is like, oh, it was this reason, it was that reason. But it just sometimes comes down to people doing a lot of profit taking. Like if this were to get back, it wouldn't surprise me if we saw this one give you an opportunity to bounce 8.6 in the coming weeks. I think that would be, if you're trying to get into it, that kind of feels like a bit of a dream level. But I think the thing to watch today would be going into earnings. Any break of the prior close indicates that you're starting to lose that trend. And if that happens, I think there's a little bit of a cascade into the 1,000 level.
I still believe there's a dip buy opportunity that's going to be coming into this sucker, just based on the last time they reported and the sentiment after the fact. It got back to the highs pretty pronto, but you still had that pullback anyways, and it was a very similar setup to what is happening now. So if that's what the pattern is, I kind of expect that to go through. It would be nice if it would be announced nice tonight if they announced that they were doing the split. I mean, I think everyone would be happy with that, but I doubt they're gonna do it, because I feel like some companies are like, yeah, they might consider it like every 10 years or so, but that would be overdue for them and SNDK. And if you're looking at it from a sympathy standpoint, I know we have Micron tonight, but the other big event, when SK Hynix, it's not an IPO because SK Hynix already exists, but they're coming to the US markets via an ADR. And that is going to be a huge amount of money raised. I think it's over 50 billion or something along those lines, making it absolutely gigantic of its ilk. That'll be another big event for the memory names. And I feel like when that happens, you could also have a little bit of a temp top in some of the others. That's more of probably a, like we'll worry about that when it happens at the end of the month. But, look at DRAM possibly when SK Hynix comes over and is listed. So I think there's just another even top event that could be happening, and that'll be that SK Hynix. I don't even know what you call that, because you can't. It's debut, I suppose, in North American markets. That's the best way to put it. It's not an IPO. It's just their debut.
Yeah, I'm not even. I don't think I would trade that the same way.
It's not to trade like an IPO, but at the same time, it does create. They're going to raise some capital with it, and it's going to create more supply of memory names in the U.S. equities. So, to the extent that maybe someone want to go over and track that and start buying that ADR, you might have some selling in some of the others. So it is worth watching. SK Hynix is huge.
Yeah, just on Monday, I mean, I was right here saying sell Micron. And I mean, the fact that it went down is what it is. I mean, you're going to have these days. It's back up today. So you never know. But I think the thought there on Monday was the fact that, heading into earnings, I told you, it was 2 of the last 3 they went down. It was down 3%, up 7%, down 3%, were the last 3 reports for Micron. So I don't think there's that much risk in the report. It's just a matter of, it just gotten way too high, and I thought there would be some selling heading into today, but then it's back up today. So, it's just one of those names. You just have to go back and forth. And, Adair's already said that sort of the expectations have already changed. Just, all the time these analysts are going to get this name wrong. I feel like the memory supply demand equation is still in favor of Micron going higher from here. It still doesn't have a crazy PE. The only thing is, I think we are getting, as I already said, I'm getting pretty nervous. Like I was just saying, my son is much smarter about AI than myself, and is already thinking that this is going to be a top, and he's 24 years old. So he's in the game. He's even talking, he's in the venture capitalist game as well, and all that money is drying up like crazy right now, the venture capitalists, which is why they're coming to market so much, which is why the SpaceX, how they changed all the rules for the retail and all that kind of stuff. It's a lot of people trying to get out, not get in right now. So we'll have to wait to see if that's the case moving forward. But I do think that Micron does have a pretty good moat around it for right now, but will continue to beat numbers, and just a matter of, will the market reward it? I wouldn't want to be sitting here taking that shot. I would actually take a bump of 4% today and get out if I didn't. Just like if you're stuck in Palantir and you get like a little bit of a bump, might be time to get out of that one as well. But yeah, we'll see what happens with Micron at some point. It will be back to all-time highs, I'm sure of it. I just don't know when, but today it will be interesting. $1,200. We'll see if it can hit that in the after hours. I don't know what time they report, but it'll be sometime.
4 p.m. on the dot.
4 p.m. on the dot. So hopefully we'll be able to show you that report, and we will go from there. All right, Joe, over at the screen now. It's options time.
All right, guys. Good morning and welcome. Let's take a look at some of the activity. Some interesting names on the board this morning, guys. This is going to be the Emerging Markets ETF. Now, if you go into some of its holdings, South Korea took a hit yesterday, guys, or during the evening time, and it hit them and down 10%. So it was on SSR at that point. The majority of this ETF's holding is in South Korea, is really concentrated in South Korea and in Taiwan. So I wanted to take a look at this specific ETF. Now, first things first, you can see that there's major liquidity issues, and that's something that you need to be aware of when you are trading options. Nonetheless, I wanted us to take a look at this specific contract. Now, this is going to be a put contract, guys. EEM is the ticker, so your top holdings are going to be within China, Taiwan, and South Korea. But what we're looking at here is open interest, 10,000 contracts at this $64 marker, and 2,700 opened and closed on yesterday's session. Now, what I really want us to focus on is if you're an options writer, there's no point. You're going to be paying fees. You're collecting not even $5 on this one. I just wanted to bring up this specific ETF just due to yesterday's selling. And then you're going to be paying on the ask as well too. $50. You can see our delta negative. That's how we can identify if it's a put. And then our gamma exposure is relatively light. But an uptick in at the money IV, 49.3%. Just to look at the contract one more time. It's just barcoding. There's no liquidity. You'd be like, what am I even looking at here, Joe? Exactly. Not very much. So be cautious when you are trading. And I went over multiple examples when I had issues of getting out of specific contracts, and brokerage is like, hello, there's no liquidity. So that's something that you need to identify before opening your positions. Moving forward, guys, we're going to look at some more put activity. What I really want us to focus on is potential support levels. Now, the last one on this list is my most concern. If you can see from a daily head and shoulders pattern, guys, and it looks like we're starting to form a shelf. So let's see if we can find some support here relatively soon. But let's start off with some SpaceX, $150. We ran into that level yesterday, but that's going to be expiring on the 17th. Now, our volume sitting around 12,000, but our open interest at 34,000. So that's going to be the opening price from the IPO date. Let's see if this level can hold. There's a substantial amount of size there. Once again, we're going to be heading over to Tesla, another Elon company here, guys. Strike price $335. Joe, what are you even talking about? This is $50 away. Well, let's take a look at some of the metrics here. Now, expiring on the 26th, but what I really want us to focus on is the 13,000 contracts at that $335 level. If you're an options writer, that might be something you are interested in. Volume really light on this specific contract here, guys. 356 contracts open and closed on yesterday's session. Now, a name that we were just talking about, where are we going to find a potential floor here in this specific name, NVDA? We're looking at $195, guys. And I wouldn't be surprised if this open interest is absorbed and we get a little bit more downside. Key support level, head and shoulders pattern. It could get pretty ugly. Hopefully it doesn't. But volume 26,200 contracts and open interest at 23,700. That is going to be the most outstanding on this specific expiration cycle. Moving forward, a name that is reporting this evening, guys, Micron. We're going to be looking at this $1,200 marker. So slightly out of the money here, guys. But what's really important, where are we going to find those resistance zones if it decides to move to the top side? Sharif mentioned not too long ago, we're looking at a 13% move in either direction. We'll get into that more during the midday, and we'll mark out some more levels. And if we can correlate it with some open interest, that can give us a better idea of maybe where this underlying specifically is going to head. Now, as for the open interest, once again, 10,800 contracts at this $1,200 marker, volume at 15,400, but our delta is relatively cool, guys. Don't forget that when you're heading into earnings report, and your at-the-money IV is going to increase. Why? Because we're pricing in the expected move, 178%. So what does this mean? You're going to have an increase in premiums, but also if you're an options writer, it benefits you as well too, because we talk about volatility decay quite often and how it can benefit you after an earnings report. Why? Because the average true range within the specific underlying tends to slowly compress, and that's what you want to see. So 178% there. You're going to be paying $2,200 for these contracts that don't expire. I mean, they expire on Friday, so you have to be cautious of when and where you are purchasing these, and your bid and ask, if you're a collector, $2,100 right in your pocket there, Sharif. Not too bad of a look here on Micron. Can't wait for the report after the bell. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
We're actually going to send it over to us because we have a number in 29 seconds. Nothing massive here, but certainly a number to be aware of. It's the U.S. current account print forecast here, negative $208.9 billion prior negative 190.7 billion. Now, when you see us in about 24 hours from now at 8:30 a.m. on Thursday, we're going to have much larger numbers here, the PCE and core PCE consumer spending, consumer income. You're going to be getting here initial jobless claims and GDP. So massive economic data releases tomorrow. Today, though, that current account coming in just 1 second, expecting it any moment now, waiting for this print to populate here. Guys, again, the U.S. current account. As I wait for this number, we'll take a look here at the NASDAQ. Not moving too much on this. Hopefully we get this print coming through at any moment. Once I see it, I'll keep you guys posted, but not populating for me yet. Just came in negative 226.8 billion. It's going to be lower here than the forecast of negative 208.9 billion and lower than the prior print of 190.7 billion. Slight uptick here on the NASDAQ. While we're here, let's take a look at a name that's gotten beaten up as of late and actually looks like just took another bit of a leg lower. Nike. Some news here with NKE as well as some analyst notes announcing a CFO transition.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The Pfizer finance chief right now, as it currently stands, is going to be the next CFO for Nike. His name is David Denton. Let's talk a little bit about how much this guy is getting paid, though, because a lot of the reports that I was reading initially were like, oh, yeah, he's getting a standard package. Not really standard. Let's get to it. So he's going to get $7.25 million right up front, right just for signing. Now, they're trying to justify that $7.25 million to say they're offsetting the unvested equity that he leaves behind at Pfizer because he's leaving the role early. So they're trying to make him whole by giving him this one-time signing bonus up front. So that's number one. But he's also going to get an $11.5 million target long-term incentive award and a $1.45 million base salary. So whether he does well, he doesn't do well, he's getting that 1.5 nice and clear. He is going to replace the outgoing CFO, Matthew Friend. He's officially stepping down the 17th of August of this year. Unusual severance details here regarding this Friend person. He's being handed $2 million lump sum. This is a transition benefit, and he's going to remain full-time with the company until September 4th. He's just going to be a direct advisor to CEO Elliott Hill, who's continuing his transition. But there is going to be a nice little massive accounting boost here for the incoming CFO because Nike expects about, I believe, a one-time, they're not saying exactly how much, multi-million-dollar cash injection thanks to President Trump and the reversal of the tariffs, right? So they're going to get some money back. That puts a new CFO in a nice little financial position accounting-wise. And last but not least, Nike's current projections are built on a 20% revenue plunge, Adara, in Greater China. This is going to be one of his biggest tasks, of course, with CEO Elliott Hill, to kind of boost the China revenue again, which has really been dwindling.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too, because we actually heard about Denton leaving Pfizer a couple days ago. Guess we know now where he's headed. In the meantime, though, I believe we're headed over to talk to our friend over in Barcelona. His name is Luis Barbado. Thank you so much for being here with us over from Barcelona at A Day Trading. How are you doing this morning? How's the weather?
We're doing very good. It's very, very hot here. It's already summer, very intense summer. So 3 months probably of being very, very warm here.
That sounds amazing. Let's get right into these small caps. I do have a couple questions for you, not necessarily your traditional small cap, but I'm kind of curious where you stand on these. Let's talk about Wendy's. So this is, I think, just over $1 billion market cap. We had some news from yesterday getting recirculated by retail traders today about a COO transition. Is WEN the type of stock you'd be looking at?
Yeah, actually, it's not a small cap, but because of the movement, how it moved and the volume traded, we can think it might follow some small cap microstructure movement. So here we're looking for shorts. If we get like $7.90, $8, if we see shorts over there and it start to get crowded on the short side, we will short over there. It is not, as I said, small cap, but it seems it can follow the micro cap or small cap structure. It happened the same in SpaceX. Of course, it's not a small cap at all, but because of the volume and the range, we can consider or we can check some setups the same as in a small cap. For example, yesterday we have this third red day long pullback. I think we have talked about this setup some days. Neil, I think it used this setup sometimes. So we have a huge movement up because of the IPO, right? And we have 3 red days with a lot of volume. And then we see a sell-off here in a very important level, the 150. And you could see all the buyers coming in here in the open. As you can see here, the volume, when it broke 150, a lot of people were looking for longs, also helped by the flush in the market, 3%, almost 3% down in the pre-market yesterday. So this was very strong against a weak market. So it was a nice long. And as I said, we trade a small cap, but if there is a stock with a lot of volume and range, and it follows this structure or this setup, we take the trade.
Okay, great look there on that SpaceX that you just showed. I have another question here. Again, a name that's not strictly a small cap, but is running up with a pretty interesting catalyst. Sunrun here teaming up on an energy deal with Tesla. Is RUN the type of name that you'd be potentially looking at today?
Yeah, this has a what we call red flag when you're thinking about shorting. And if in the news it appears deal with Tesla or NVIDIA or Google or government agreement, it's kind of a red flag for going short because, you know, a lot of algos and a lot of funds invest in this kind of a stock when these keywords appears in the news. It is also true that we have a very important overhead resistance in $16, $17, as you can see here. If we might get a little bit closer to that price, we might try a short there with tight stop. Not gonna hold this for a long time short because of the news. You can see here between these $16, $17, it could be a very, very nice short. I don't know if intraday is the best stock to trade, but I would definitely go short there with a tight stop even for a swing trade.
Makes sense. Are there any other stocks that are on your radar today that you're looking at or think could be in play once that bell opens?
Yeah, we don't have we don't have very active market this morning, but we're checking this is a second day play, ATLN. Yesterday we have a very nice movement up. I think Sharif probably takes some nice longs here. Look at this, how we hold the VWAP and the one round number. There was a very nice long here. Look, you have a very, very tight stop below $1 and a lot of movement upside. So we are waiting today for a second day movement, push around 135, 145, and we will short against this resistance of 150 if there is no volume. So we need to see volume going somewhere else. And if it pops around this area, we will short this one. That's the first setup we're waiting for. And the other one is CUPR. This is very interesting as well. And we are waiting for this BWAR rejection. Look, if you go back to this and you check the history of this stock, look at this. The stock moved up from $4 to 14, all the way down, market open. We saw this push here and fail of highs, and that was a very nice short. And that's what we are waiting for today, another push to probably VWAP or a little bit earlier maybe because we have some overhead resistance here in 620, 650s to go short against the VWAP and all the day fade. Fade all the day probably. The statistics said this stock might close red today, but you need to wait for a nice price to go in.
Yeah, I was wondering also if you have any thoughts on this name. It's already given back some of the move, so I'm not sure if it'd be something you'd be able to short here at these levels, but MGN, this is Megan Holdings. When I checked, it was one of the top volume plays so far pre-market. You've got a $5.5 million market cap, float of about 26 million shares. No news from today, but apparently they're looking to do a 1 for 400 reverse split if they can get the approval. Is MGN the type of name that could potentially be on your radar, for example?
Not in my radar, but it is in the radar for other traders here in the room. For me, anything below 60 or 70 cents, it's a little bit difficult to trade because of the spread, tight spread. You know, we don't trade with 2 cents trading, so for decimals trading, so it's a little bit more difficult. But my traders are looking for a bounce as well to this 29.30 maybe to short there with a very tight stop and the same all-day fade probably. The stock is totally destroyed. If you put the daily, you see it's just zero and it probably worth zero. But you need a push to this 29.30 cents to short with kind of a better winning ratio and a much better risk reward. Right now here, it's a little bit 1-to-1 risk reward. If you are right, you're making 2-3 cents. If you're wrong, your stop is too far from the actual price. So for me, below 60 or 70 cents, sorry, it's a little bit more difficult to trade. I'm not a specialist, but definitely you could follow the same price structure with VWAP rejection around this 30 cents price.
Great look, Luis. I know you're going to potentially be back on with us today at 1 p.m. on our midday show with Joe and Sharif. Where can the people find you online or on social media if they want to know more about what you do?
Well, if they use X, we are there, 8-day trading. And of course, they can contact us on email, info@8daytrading.com, or of course, telephone, wherever. We are always in the social networks.
And sometimes you can even find Luis as 8-day trading in our chat as well on YouTube. So thanks again here to Luis Barbado over at 8-day trading in lovely Barcelona, Spain for that small cap and SpaceX content this morning. Have a good one.
Thank you very much, Adra.
All right, thank you, Luis. Can't wait to visit Barcelona, guys. All right, let's take a look at some of these analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off, as we typically do, with some downgrades. We're going to start off with Pinduoduo, guys, going from a buy to a hold, and an $80 price target. That's coming down from $145. We also have JD.com here, guys, down 1.3%, going from a buy to a hold as well, and having its price target almost cut in half here, guys. $27, that's down from $47. Once again, you're down 1 1/3%. FedEx with a buy rating, but reducing our price target here, guys. We're down 7% at this point. $326, that's down from $442 at Stifel. And then Carnival Cruise Lines, Sharif, watch over this. You're up 1/3 here, but price target to $36 here from $35 at Barclays. Now, moving forward, guys, let's take a look at some of the upgrades. Cerberus actually getting the nod despite being down 10 1/5. Outperform rating, but an increase of the price target, Neil, $280. That's up from $270 at Woodbush. I mean, tech bulls here, guys, right? Now, AMD also getting the nod, guys. We're looking at a buy rating there, 1.4% to the top side this morning, and a $670 price target. That's up from $455 at UBS. And then we have Zeta up 1.13% here with a buy rating. Price target increase to $28. That's up from $24 at B of A. And then Marvell also getting the nod here, Katina, man. 2.3% to the top side with a buy rating. $350 target. That's up from $321 at Stifel. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
4 names on the upgrade list, and thank you, Joe.
It's funny to see
one of them
on there, of course.
Yeah, Zeta, I don't really know them that much. We get a lot of questions about them in the chat, but 2 of them make sense to me. And the other one, last I checked, if you guide for declining margins, you're probably not usually going to get an upgrade. So Cerebrus getting one, it is what it is. You get to see what they thought about it before is usually what ends up mattering. Like you can get an upgrade, but they could have been pessimistic about them. So whatever, it doesn't make a difference. Like, as far as I'm concerned, declining margins. The fact that it's getting a bit of a dead cat bounce here means it might not open up SSR like 10% down. It still could. I mean, it's actually pulling back a little bit here, but it almost to the T filled into the gap into yesterday's high. So I think that sets up this 212. I have this one looking for that short back into the prior day low. So I think this one is setting up that level. Upgrade, downgrade, doesn't really matter. You saw CCL with a downgrade. We didn't get too much of a chance to go over the earnings because they reported like right before the bell. Their guidance was a bit of an issue on EPS there, despite record revenues. And they did beat on EPS, but the guide was a bit of a problem. They were able to bounce a little bit here. But what's key about the CCL, it bounced pretty clean off 27 and recent support at the 50 period. So today, like after, it's only day 2, being able to hold 28 in the 200 period for the next couple of days could get a nice little resumption. I mean, the overall theme here, of course, is the strait opens up and travel gets back to normal. Oil prices come down. You get some upward momentum here in CCL, but the earnings got in the way of that. So they're going to have to hold this 28 the next couple of days to be able to resume the trend. I think that's something we can look forward to at the back end of the week. Rushi Shah here. Thoughts on rotating off AI to other sectors which have been lagging? Sectors which have been lagging. If there are talks of profit booking, lagging sectors should benefit. We were talking with Brian about that when he came on, obviously, and he always does a fantastic job. He likes some of the some names in the XBI. I like AbbVie, what they've been able to do there. I think that's a good place. Joe was talking about the banks yesterday. I think it makes a ton of sense. Some of the staples, which looked pretty good. You had Colgate was one that was brought to you by Brian as well, but you can look at Procter. I'm a fan of, but I also like Walmart's probably a little more expensive. I like them too. But yeah, I think you can find some really good biopharma names. There's also a lot of M&A activity there, which then gives the whole space a bump. Swing for green. Good morning. Can you guys check out ACN? Well, I only chuckle anytime someone brings up Accenture because to me, and maybe not to everybody that watched the flash crash when it happened a very long time ago. Man, that was a long time ago. This is a stock, I believe, it was the only one that was a large company that went to 1 cent during the flash crash. Actually went all the way down to 1 penny. Of course, they ended up breaking a bunch of those trades. But I don't know that I would say anything different when we're talking about what is very beleaguered. You can't tell me anything about this looks healthy. There's a small exception in that you have made a wipeout bottom that held the line yesterday. But I still am like hate when you have these kind of downward trends and then you flat bottom break. Yeah, everyone's gonna look for the gap fill here with Accenture. But until it proves it holds a higher low and can break out that first resistance, like that's a long way away. Like it could bounce $7, $8, $9, still not be able to hold that, break that first resistance level, and then you'd still be in a downward trend. So that can be a bit of a trap when something that's beaten up, like Nike's done. Lulu does this all the time. You're in a huge downward trend, it makes another flash low, there's like a small bounce, it's like, oh, this is it, but it doesn't get through any meaningful resistance, and so people buy that, and then it just resumes a downward trend. So that's where I'd be at with Accenture. Some of these names just can't get out of their own way, and that's not where I think the rotation is going. I think if you're rotating out of AI, you're probably looking to be staples, banks, those make sense. Healthcare, biopharma, those make sense to me as well. Probably a few other things we could think of, but those are the ones that off the top of the head that make the most sense.
Yeah, look, I'm glad Brian was on here. I mean, we've been talking about the XBI for a very, very long time. I didn't even actually notice that it had broken out like this. When it was over here just last week, it was like, this is the name, right? I mean, we've been buying, just to answer that first question there, we've been buying some J&J down there in the 220s, that's 240, that's been working out. We've been talking about Procter, we've been talking about all of these names in a rotation, and even the JP Morgan's, my main man over there, Joe, we've been buying these banks this whole year, and it's been working out. And I recently did buy some Eli Lilly down there as well. So I just feel like all these names, just to get into some diversification is good. We sold some Marvell just on Friday before the rebalancing, and that was a good one. We actually were lucky enough to get near that top there of Marvell. So, just raising up some capital and getting out of some of these AI plays, because I sort of said my thing this morning that I did think that we are way overextended in some of these names. And, I don't think it's rocket science to understand that, but no, I really like XBI. These biotechs, it's one of the biggest ETFs I own are still NASDAQ and the Qs, the Qs and the SPY, so NASDAQ and the S&P. But this is my second largest holding in the ETF space. So yeah, I really like XBI here. I think it can even explode even higher from where we are now. And so this is the biotech space. So, really like all of that. I'm not big into energy or anything like that now. And, energy's at lows. USO XOM, all these names might be at good value spots, but there's USO down another 3%, and it's been a disaster for energy. I don't know what Trump is going to hang his hat on here after this is all said and done.
Oh, it's here.
But yeah, 107, 110 and change there as well for USO. So we'll have to watch out for this break. This is now like 2 weeks of just downside pressure here on the oil space. And, you're seeing names like an XLE. I don't necessarily want to hide out in this because I don't think you can. It's too violent. You don't get a big, huge dividend, 2 or 3%. I don't love this space, but yeah, I really like healthcare. And I think that that's the spot to look at if you're trying to diversify. And obviously the financials, we've talked about that a lot there. And even a name like a Lululemon, I think, some of these names have been beat up so badly that we talked about Nike a little bit there. Some of these names do have a chance to bounce. I don't think, retail is probably better to get an XRT or some sort of a ETF like that, but, watch out for some of these names. And I was just looking at Target yesterday, again, 135, that's been almost a double up for us as well. So, some of these names have just really started to go off, and Target's looking to break through that top as well right now. So there's a few names here that have been, really solid. And Target even gives a better dividend than all these other names that we keep talking about. IBM keeps on getting hit. So, some of these names you just got to sort of grit your teeth and bear it, I guess, at some point. And hopefully you do get some nice bounces. I mean, even in a name like an Amazon where you can try to play some retail strength. It's Prime Day started yesterday. I don't think it's pretty much a nothing burger, but this is at your 200 period moving average as well for Amazon. So, you're getting pretty beat up in all the Mag 7 names. So, yeah, about that, I think the rotation should have started a long time ago, but it's really tough to pick and choose winners here. I think you just want to keep on, averaging into names that you like, and I think Amazon would fit that bill right here at your 200 period moving average. We talked about this before. This is right back to where it is back in December of 24. So you really haven't done much with Amazon, unless you're somehow able to sell the top and, pick up some lows. It's right back to where it was. So this is why I actually like, when you look at the Qs and you look at the SPY, sure, there's a lot of value in stock picking, but if you can't get out, then what you wind up doing is just kind of wind up holding the bag a lot of the time to bring it all the way back in. And, I'm speaking from experience. Like, I have all these names still in my portfolio, but you look at the NASDAQ and you say, well, look at the NASDAQ where it is here, and then look where it was back in December. You gotta go, if and when this loads. If you take this back where it was in December of 24, what we were just looking at right here, there it is right now. Look how high up, if you just held the NASDAQ, which is the Qs, then you are long at 530, 540. It's at 716 right now. So, there is benefits to obviously indexes and there's benefits to stock picking. So that's why I always say if you're really looking to diversify and you're getting nervous about everything, just go over to the SPY. You can buy the S&P 500. Sure, it's going to go up and down, 20% on a real bad year and go up 20% on a real good year. But overall, this is where the money's made, man. The rich keep getting richer by buying indexes. So watch out for SPY moving forward. All right, let's go back over to the desk. It's 8:51.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Apple here because some interesting stuff here with AAPL to be aware of. But let's start with INMD. This is in mode. Big move here to the upside for this company. Their catalyst here is that they received an unsolicited offer here, $16.20 per share cash buyout proposal from a CEO-led group. Apparently, it's for all outstanding shares. The board has actually formed an independent special committee to review this proposal. So keep an eye on INMD, guys, but also keep an eye on AAPL. A couple of different catalysts here. We've got China sales and also this foldable iPhone to be aware of.
Yeah, so this is the foldable iPhone. If we can show this here, Andre. This is expected to be released with the regular iPhone lineup in September. It is going to be very expensive. It's about $2,500 USD if you believe some of the reports. It is going to be a foldable, so I'm going to pause it here. This is going to be the outer screen, and it's going to be a lot wider and a lot shorter. So you're going to be able to hold it in your hand, but a lot of the critics so far say you can't really reach over with your thumb all that easily. The purpose of this, though, is to open up so that it becomes very iPad mini-like. And that's been the criticism so far of some of these foldable iPhones. When you open them up, they're a square, and they present no benefit to watching videos in landscape mode. So this is going to address that. Just to show you guys here some of the comparisons in size. This is the current iPhone 17 Pro Max. On the end there is the iPhone, whatever, Slim or whatever the hell they call it. In any event, this is going to be the Ultra, and it's only going to have 2 cameras, though, on the outside. It's not going to have Face ID, so apparently Apple's going back to the Touch ID on the side. It's going to be on the home button. We'll have to wait for confirmation of that separately. With respect to some of these China sales, so the morning note or the morning watch list did highlight the 19.2% reduction in foreign-made iPhones. What it neglects to identify, though, is the Q1 surge of over 40% for foreign-branded smartphones, specifically Apple 25% in Q1. Then you had a flattening out in the month of April, where it was positive 1.8%. Now, the May quarter presents a unique type of time in the year for Apple smartphone sales. A lot of people are waiting for the new releases of the 18, as well as the new products that come out in September. So historically, the May to August quarter, pretty slow, Adair.
Would you buy one of those foldables, Sharif?
I'm going to. This is going to be on sale in September.
Oh, nice. Okay. Would you guys buy the foldables, and would you buy or sell Apple stock today?
Well, I mean, I'm not an Apple user, but I'll tell you right, the first thing I did, I looked at that, I turned to Sean, I go, this would be perfect for my mom's.
like for anybody that uses, like she'll use the iPad primarily because, you know, she needs to blow it up and whatnot. So like it basically almost never uses their iPhone as much as you could, but that could be like that perfect complement. So I think there's a market for it, for sure. You know, Apple, at some point you just trust them to be able to make the right things because they usually will enter the fray for a product when they're sure that people are going to want it. Right? Like they don't worry about being the first to get the foldable. It's like, okay, well, let's figure out what people actually want with these foldables, and when we have, then we'll go for it. All of this said, like today, I don't know, we haven't seen that 290. I probably said this it wasn't last week, at the beginning of the week. I'd like that 290 level for support. Yesterday, it double bottomed at 294. Again, pre-market here, lows of 294. So if this market gets weak enough to get through the 94, I suppose we are looking at that 90 again. It just hasn't really come into place since setting it out. But yeah, it actually looks like a 294 flat bottom break. So I think waiting down and around, it's probably closer to 288, 289 is the actual low, but start looking for a bounce off the 290 level. There's been like a bit of a consolidation happening here on Apple, and I think when the market gets down, it tends to hold up a little bit better. I mean, this has nothing to do with the phone. I'm just sort of talking about the technicals here, as we are getting a little bit, not much, but a little bit of a curl here in the NASDAQ. Right? Like we're still at the bottom end of the range, and we're still getting a little bit of a curl here. So I do suspect that if we lose the bid, right around the 90, it'd start looking long. But that bottom's closer to 288.50 that I'll be interested in. Would like that last week, and I'll like it again today if we get there.
Yeah, I think Apple's a decent place to hide out as well in the market here that doesn't have a pure AI sort of threat to it. With, like I was saying, about all this customer acquisition costs of AI and everything. And this is going to cost a lot to switch people over to that phone, especially at $2,500. We'll see if there is a buyer. I mean, Sharif just mentioned that, and Neil gave a good case there. I don't think it's really pushes the needle for Apple. I wouldn't buy or sell the stock on anything like that. The iPhone is what the iPhone is, and it's going to keep on pushing this business. The services are great. I mean, people keep on paying for services, and Apple's part of that. I'm more excited for the AirPods. I feel like, you know, the cameras outside there helping you with some of those decisions of, you know, what those glasses are trying to do. These AirPods could probably do the same thing. I worry a little bit about, you know, how well they fit in the ear for activity, like the glasses. I see a lot of people wearing them for baseball and just taking different videos of them, hockey and things like that. I think it's pretty cool. I wonder if the AirPods can do the same thing. But for me, I just think Apple, the innovation's kind of cool to see what they're doing. It's nothing new, of course. It's not like the Fold hasn't existed. And I don't think it moved the needle for Samsung. So I'm going to say the same thing for Apple. Probably doesn't really matter. But if every other name is at the 200 period moving average, including Google and Amazon, and I think Google's even below it now, right? All these names, no, Google still has to get to it, 320. But right now, Apple, I feel like if you're going to wait for something, you might as well just wait to see what winds up happening over the next couple months and see if you can get into this 280, 270 area before you start buying it. The last time I bought it was all the way on a 200 hold down here. You know, but like I said, that's why stock picking is great, but, you know, you got to get some out when it comes up to the top. And this might be a decent spot to get some out of Apple because it's broken through the 50-period moving average. So can you look at Qs? Yeah, I mean, we just did sort of look at the Qs not too long ago. I have it written down here on the sticky note today as the #1 trade idea is going to be the TQQs right into here. So I like to short if we can rip up to some levels. And I wrote down 76.50 for the TQQs, but since you asked about the Qs, we'll go over the same type of thing. And it was just yesterday's high levels that I was sort of trying to find out here with the market. So the Qs, it would be the 720 area. I like to see if the market does rally a little bit here today. I'm nervous for Micron. I think there will be some nervous hands in the midday. I think Micron can rip near the end of the day as people start to position themselves for the report. But I think this is a decent level to look to fade off of 720 on the Qs. So if you relate that to the TQs, and if you even want to wait for that level, then give it all the way to 724, that high from yesterday, fine. But that was a real nice rally back in the market, and then it just got hit, right? All the way back, couldn't break through 720. So for me, the 720 to 721, 722 area on the NASDAQ is where we want to go short. It's my #1 trade idea, and that's what it is on the TQQs as well. So if you're going to look in here, it's the exact same trade as yesterday. So there it is on the 1-minute chart. There's 76.50. So I'm just looking at that level to see what winds up happening here. And I think it's a short for today, but we'll have to wait. Like, you still got to go up. So I just thought, if there's some exuberance, and remember, I write these things down when we're all the way up here. Like we were at 76 when I wrote this down, or even, earlier. So yeah, it's now come back in. So I guess I wish I didn't write down the short, but that is what I did, and hopefully it comes back up into these levels. So I thought 76 was where we were at, so 50-cent bump. So maybe now 76 is where the party starts, but we'll wait for it. Thank you so much for the super chat. I want to thank everybody on TikTok and on YouTube here for all your support, and we continue to watch that. Shout out to Bravely over there on TikTok as well, and make sure you do sign up. You can get for $5 a month, and I don't have this promo button, but maybe you do over there, Andre. But for $5 a month, you can get the watch list. That is our new membership only watch list. It's Sharif's Morning Note. It has all the stories that we're about to talk about. It has technical levels. It has good trade ideas on there. It digs more deep. It digs deeper than just the headline. And I think that some of you have requested that. She puts a lot of time and effort into the formatting of this and getting the stories out right to you guys. So for only $5 a month, not only do you become a member, you get some emojis and little cool things in the chat, but you also get access to the Morning Note, which is just a great read. So for a quarter a day, you can grab that, and we often get people sending in memberships. So, make sure you go over to YouTube and, somehow access the free memberships that get dropped off. Just a little checkbox that you can do in your YouTube account. So, yeah, that's it. NASDAQ just dancing around here a little bit. It's 9 a.m.
We got something on
Broadcom.
OpenAI and Broadcom here. OpenAI and Broadcom unveil LLM optimized intelligence processor. So that just hit the wire. About a $10 bounce initially here. So, okay, well, I see some wicks that are a little bit higher than that. So maybe it got to $3.99. Anyways, well, it's up $10 right now, but it might have gone all the way to $3.99 here as a nice little spike. So OpenAI and Broadcom unveil LLM optimized intelligence processor. That's with the market sliding down. So a little bit of strength coming into Broadcom on that news. At least that looks a little bit good for today. And right to yesterday, I was telling Sean, not everything bounced. There were a lot of the big index names were bouncing, like the Mag 7. I guess Broadcom doesn't count, but it's one of the top 10. So you got to count them. But all of those types of names bounced with the exception of Tesla. Tesla did not out of the Mag 7. And it goes right into these levels. Can it hold on, I think, will be the key. 90 to 95 is where this one turned. These levels, I'm talking about any of the names that bounced heavy. You get there again today. I think the first obvious thing to do is going to be looking for fades, at least in names that don't have a positive news spin for it. So yeah, good look here for Broadcom. And the actual intelligence processor is called, because I just saw in another headline, it's called Jalapeno. Right. So the processor is called Jalapeno.
That's spicy.
Hopefully, yeah, I was going to say, hopefully it's a spicy one. I like jalapenos.
Yeah, me too.
A little spice. Gotta have some spice in your life, Sharif.
All right, guys, 753.5 is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We're just a little bit above that. We're up 1/3% here, trying to bounce off yesterday's sell-off. 735 3/4 is where we're currently trading. So we're just going to look to yesterday's closing print. That's going to be support level 1. We're looking for 753.5 to hold up. But I should point out that 752.5 is where the 4-hour chart found multiple areas of support. You can see no closing prints below that. In fact, we were actually bouncing off that specific level. So you can look at it as a bit of a dollar range. If we start catching a bid, we're just going to look to that $10 level, Adara, 740 as resistance.
Definitely don't resist signing up for that Trader TV Live watch list. It is free. FREE free provides you with the biggest headlines that came out pre-market. This comes out around 8 a.m. So anything that happened last night or before that 8 a.m. period, it'll be on this list, including earnings that are coming up that already happened, economic data on watch that day. What are you waiting for? Sign up right now. Now, one story that's not going to be on the watch list because it just came out is that OpenAI Broadcom headline. I'm going to put it on the screen for you guys so you all can see it. This apparently reported by Bloomberg that they're also citing comments from the CEO of Broadcom, Hock Tan, again, unveiling this new AI chip called Jalapeno, the first ever intelligence processor coming from OpenAI. So be aware. If I get more details, of course, I will keep you posted. But let's talk about Micron. I spoke about earnings that are going to be on watch that you can also find on our Trader TV Live watch list. MU reports at 4 p.m. We're seeing analysts raise their expectations even with just the hours ahead of this report.
Yeah, this is really aggressive, Adara. But if I could just add to some of the reports here for Broadcom and OpenAI. Apparently, this chip built from the ground up for future LLMs. Apparently, that's what they're looking for here. Design to production in 9 months, guys. Accelerated by OpenAI's model. So they're actually using LLM and AI to accelerate the design process. We've been looking for this to happen in the drug industry. It's happening in the chip industry. It's going to deliver performance per watt better than the current state of art based on early testing. It expands OpenAI's full stack platform from products to models and now to chips because they're involved in the design, right? It was their models that did this. It's going to be deployed at a gigawatt scale with data center partners over multiple generations. This is just some summaries here from the report, but let's get to the big one here. Micron after the bell. And this has been a monumental year for the chip maker, over $1 trillion market cap, achieved 750% increase in the trailing 12 months. And that's why we're expecting a very aggressive move after hours, plus or minus 13%. That is the implied volatility. So be on the lookout there. Some of the reasons this has been so strong of a name is because it doesn't have enough inventory to meet demand. In fact, what they're saying now is they're only going to be able to meet 50 to 66%, so half to 2/3 of the medium-term demand. And so what that has done is it's really helped them boost up the price in their long-term agreements that they're signing with some of their clients. And with those higher costs come higher margins. In fact, analysts are expecting 81.6% gross margins for the current quarter. That is a prohibitively high number for a physical product if you follow that kind of thing. Last but not least, Micron is spending alone $25 billion in CapEx just in full year 26 to expand production. That doesn't include what SK Hynix is spending. That doesn't include what Samsung is spending. And what you can read through this, or what the analysts are reading through this, is 26 might be as good as it gets for pricing. They're starting to think 27 and 28, Adara, could bring some relief.
Yeah, and Micron here, we'll have to wait and see if they do deliver. SPCX also on Watch the Information reporting that XAI is doubling down on video and image generating tools. Not much of a move there, but that information report could be on watch here for SPCX. How do you guys feel about MU, though, today?
It's all that CapEx that also is the SK Hynix, there's a reason why they want to come to the US markets with that ADR, so they can raise some more money. That's going to happen in the coming weeks, and when it does, that's just another point of pressure, I think, on some of these names. So tonight, it's going to be about the guy, it's going to be about where you see those margins going, and I feel it's going to be under pressure, even with the beat. That's just, call it a gut feel, but it's just the way the market seems to be headed. Like if they... the biggest fear would be if Micron says they're going to debt markets tonight. If you hear that, then we're going to have problems tomorrow morning. Like, obviously, you don't know that that's going to be true, but it's like down the line, all we keep hearing is about we need to raise more money, need to raise more money, need to raise more money. But at the same time, if we're starting to turn the corner, and now people are starting to say you're going to turn the corner with these supply constraints for next year, well, you have these two things colliding potentially in the back half of the year. And it's been a great rally, no questions asked for Micron. They just got the CDR yesterday, so anyone, if you're a Canadian investor, you can actually, the CDR is like literally like 130 or something yesterday that debuted. Coincidentally enough, just in time before earnings. It's probably not a coincidence at all. But yeah, I still think that after earnings we could be looking at 860 there. I'm looking primarily, I'll be looking at SpaceX and Intel in the chip space today for myself, because I don't want to be messing around with something prior to earnings. And we talked about those, we'll call it the morning run levels from yesterday, where everything seemed to make a turn. Those set some obvious places where you can look for a bit of resistance. So I want to be fading those on pops. Intel, I also like a 135 to kind of see how it pivoted off the 135, and then that's a pre-market high. So those two levels I'll be looking for fades there. I'll stay away from Micron till tomorrow. And just because the CDR is there, it's not like I'm going to be buying it in my long-term account. I think after earnings, we're going to get a pretty good, after earnings, and then again after the SK Hynix debut, I think we're going to get a pretty good litmus. I wouldn't decide anything on that until after SK Hynix comes with the ADR. I'd like to see that reaction just as much as the earnings.
Yeah, we've talked about Micron a little bit here ad nauseum, but I do like the short better than the long, just heading into earnings. We talked about selling it a couple days ago. That's in the past, so who cares? $1,000 could get a psychological bounce. I mean, I remember sitting here, and I always talk about this story, and plug your ears if you heard it before. But SanDisk on their report, it was a good report, but they were hitting it after, it was like about 1,200, and I have to look up the exact date where it was, and because I remember we were talking about it live on the show, we had it here. It went down to $1,000 on their earnings call, and I think it was right into here. It must have been, yeah, it was about 1,100. It fell back into 1,000 right there. I'm going to say, was it April? That makes sense, I guess. And then it just took off from there. And this was already after SanDisk went hard into that earnings report, fell in, and then just ripped off of that. So I could, if we're going to look at it, I think Micron probably has a similar fate today where, you get smacked down to the downside if they talk about, what if they have to go, they shouldn't have to tap the bond market or any credit markets or anything like that because I think their production is fine. I don't think they need more money to produce more chips, unless they're trying to open up more fabs themselves. But Micron down to the downside today, I think $1,000. I think would be something that we could watch out to see if there's going to be a hold or not of the $1,000 mark. So I would, as Neil said, it's tough to trade these names on earnings day. Especially when it's, earnings day is tomorrow, but earnings night, which will be tonight. You never know what this market's going to do. I expect actually a ramp into the close. So I'd almost wait for Micron, come back like around 3:30. Then I could see us pumping into the close as people get excited for it and start to reposition. But for right now, look at what the NASDAQ's doing, right? You're still bleeding. And it's crazy because I wrote the short down on the NASDAQ here at 8 o'clock. Now it's 9 o'clock and you're down about almost that's 150 points straight to the downside on the NASDAQ. So, yeah, I would say that Micron short's probably already gone. We'll have to give it a couple more minutes. NVIDIA's also bleeding too, right? Wow, okay, there it goes. Yeah, apparently we saw that Nancy Pelosi bought some more Intel. NVIDIA to the downside there with Broadcom news, with was it OpenAI or Anthropic? But either way, NVIDIA coming to the downside right now. That does not bode well for this market and anybody hoping to hold on to NVIDIA at $200. That was yesterday's kind of level, and that's now broken. And so I think we got to think about going short now on NVIDIA if it comes back up to this 201 spot. So, yeah, we're in the building today. Riki there in the chat. And we're going to put some trades on for you, but not until 9:30. So NVIDIA short might be added to my short list today.
Tons of different ways to talk about the semiconductor story. Sean mentioned NVIDIA here struggling with that 200. You also have that new Broadcom announcement here with that chip with OpenAI Jalapeno. Apparently they've started sending samples to OpenAI. You've got upgrades with AMD and ARM, analyst price target increases. There's a lot of different ways to take this.
Yeah, well, let's build on the custom ASICs angle, Adair, with Broadcom and OpenAI. Qualcomm throwing their hat into the ring as well. They're going to do a deal. It's a co-chip design with TikTok's parent ByteDance, and it's specifically for application-specific integrated circuits. And this is a big moat change here for Qualcomm because we all know them to be mobile chip makers, high efficiency, low power yields. This is a completely different take. Let's talk about this, though, because the specific proprietary engine behind it is actually quite interesting. So it's going to use high-speed connectivity. It's going to use intellectual property from an acquisition that Qualcomm made. Alpha Wave Semi, they acquired it for $2.4 billion, and they're wasting no time putting their IP to work. Let's also talk about the dual chat angle to this. So they're explicitly optimized for inference workloads, and this we've been seeing a lot more of, right? All the new chips are coming out specifically for agentic AI, aka inference, as opposed to LLM training, which is kind of like the older chip designs and something that the GPUs still accelerate better at than custom ASIC. So it's a dual bow. It's a widely popular Gen AI chatbot. They're shifting away kind of from the more expensive bottleneck graphic processors, GPUs, in favor of these custom ASICs. Last but not least, by establishing ByteDance as a marquee multi-million-dollar unit anchor customer, Qualcomm is kind of forcefully breaking into this duopoly that we have right now between Broadcom and Marvell, right, in the design and production of custom ASICs. But we should note here that during Marvell's last call, earnings report, on the earnings call, the CEO made it very clear that the company was taking a bit of a different approach, right? They're going to get into the photonics and the other parts of the AI or the semi stack, as opposed to just being exclusively a custom ASICs designer, right? So this could be a Qualcomm and Broadcom thing now. Let's see it there.
You'll have to wait and see. How do you guys feel about these AI plays today, including Qualcomm, Broadcom, et cetera?
Specifically, Broadcom, I guess, might get to be in its own little bucket following that news. But for Qualcomm specifically, you can look at this and say, okay, it's holding up. It's still green on the session. It's basically the same as the NASDAQ, but yet another name that is breaking the 50-period moving average. You got that gap down from yesterday.
it tried to bounce. There were names, and if you remember this at the open, there were names that were able to bounce and break out and then pull back. Qualcomm was a name that bounced into pre-market highs, lost it at about 209, same pre-market levels today it's dipping into. So that one, if that can't get above like the 209, like that structure doesn't even look good at all. Already talked a little bit about Intel, what we like for that, and some of the other chip names. So not to double down, but Qualcomm, no, that doesn't look any more bullish. Excuse me, than some of the other ones. And I was just having conversation in the chats, and viewers like, well, when do we get the president posting to get the market to bounce? For what it's worth, that usually happens. If it does happen, it's usually sometime in the afternoon. Like most of the times, there's like a positive headline. And on the note of the overall market, we're talking about the drop, and I don't think we'll get a chance to mention this. Gold and silver are getting wrecked this morning. GLD's down 3.3%. It's not just that we lost the 200 period, lost huge support here. Like the March bottom when things were unwinding, that double bottom just got lost on both of these. So I'm looking at SLV today, also bleeding. Pretty similar structure. Like flat bottom broke yesterday, monster continuation today. It's now 5% down. So we'll have to, levels. It was at 55 when I was looking at it earlier. So obviously it's not anywhere close to 55 now. So VWAP on the way back up, a bit of a thing. You can probably stick a fork in the 55 level at this particular point. But yeah, gold, silver, also getting the ire. And when you've got the Fed talking about the possibility of raising rates, it's kind of what you get.
Look, I mean, I started the show at 8 o'clock talking about how expensive AI is and how people are going to, soon realize that there's no money in any of these LLMs and what they're doing right now, and they're just basically paying for it on the back of shareholders. So not a great time, in my opinion, to be invested in any of this stuff. I have short TQ, and I'm invested in it all. Short TQ, short Google, short SpaceX here today. And, again, these are written down before 8 a.m. So at the end of the day, I do think that there's going to be some pain today in the market at least. I mean, and that was when the NASDAQ was up here, I was still thinking short. And now it's broken back down below. So I think waiting for something like VWAP, and it is on the back of some of these plays. I mean, although the NASDAQ's still up, NVIDIA's down, right? We've already seen Apple, again, obviously not a semi-name, but there goes NVIDIA losing that 200 level. That's not great. And I think I recently bought this at 212, probably right in here off this 50-period moving average. It's now fallen back in. So this is a good level to look for some support. I mean, those little lows that were made in May, early May. So again, you've given up all of May and all of June, all the way back into the portfolio, just sitting here on a non-dividend paying stock, of course. 196.50. That could be an area where we might get a bounce. I mean, that goes all the way back. And again, sitting in NVIDIA, you could be sitting in there since October and not gotten a return. So I'm just a little nervous about all of this stuff. There's definitely strength in the broader markets. I mean, the Dow was up yesterday, if you believe that or not. But right into there, 196, I think, is a good hold for NVDA. So I'm going to fade any pops today. There's your 200-period moving average into 201. Maybe we get that. It might be a little bit overblown here about this. It's just they're having to restart these, GB300s every 66.5 days. Apparently, there's some sort of a bug that's in the driver. So that's what's being circulated right now. And of course, NVIDIA known as a top-tier software name as well. So if they're having driver issues, that's not great. I mean, it kind of goes against, what they're trying to support there. And they say that not only do they have the best chips in the game, but also the software that matches it. And so right now, if there's going to be some problems in that, then that's not great. And we did hear that Nancy Pelosi bought a few more shares of Intel, so that created that little bit of a bump up. So I think if there's going to be anyone to possibly buy today, it's going to be Intel, but I'm trying to look short on pretty much everything. So what's up, Noria GGD Home Improvements? ADTX.
Oh, that was that penny stock from yesterday.
Oh, was it? Okay, I don't.
It did like 1 point something billion shares because it was like 3 cents to that's right. This is the one 3 cents to 6 cents yesterday. It'll probably do over 1 billion shares again today because doing 1 billion shares when you're 3 cents is not that impressive. You're doing 1 billion shares when you're 50 cents. If penny stock's like 50 cents to $1 and does 1 billion, that's huge. Just one bit of a different story. So just play the range has been holding again. Like the 3 cent level was a dip in the afternoon and a breakout. So that's pretty much all you've got going for this one. And a ton of volume. Just remember, 3 cents to 4 cents is a that's a good bump. It's a 30 to 33% bump. So you got to be able to play it as if it was $3 to $4. So just trying to move those decimal places if you can. Adam James abroad, morning gents. ADTX, you mentioned this one as well. VTAC, you're looking at PLSM. That was another small cap where I saw FRTT. And Wendy's, a lot of people talking about Wendy's. Apparently, in the chat, people are saying Wall Street bets are pushing this. It was the story from yesterday about the new COO, and now the 30% short flow getting it a bit of a squeeze. But we had earnings last night, and you're to the downside, CBRS. Not as much as I was expecting. They were able to bounce a little bit.
A bounce here for CBRS. Just so you guys know as well, White House announcing that President Trump will be headlining a conference on Friday. I don't have any details as to what this is, but just be aware. We also have to be aware, though, of CBRS first earnings report since the IPO, not too well received here, Sharif.
It's not, Adara. There's a lot of reasons why. They did beat expectations on their core revenue, which they were pounding the table on pre-IPO. They really wanted you to focus on their core revenue so we wouldn't read through some of the other data center losses. They also narrowed their core net loss down to just $2.5 million. But again, as Adara mentioned, not good enough here. Let's talk about some of the reasons why the market's a little tepid on Cerebras. Okay, so they have a $20 billion, 750 megawatt project with OpenAI, right? But that's the only big deal that they have. Joey and I were talking about this on the midday yesterday. A lot of concentration risk, perhaps with one of the models. Not saying it has, but perhaps it's seen better days. I'm speaking, of course, about OpenAI. Moreover, they also gave OpenAI warrants, a warrant to buy about 33.4 million shares of their common stock, which obviously could lead to dilution issues, and give OpenAI basically free ownership here just for doing business with them. Let's also talk about tech analysts. They're noting that Cerebras' immediate stock upside entirely hostage to the physical infrastructure deployment rather than demand. And this has become the problem here. So for them to actually reach some of their financial targets that they've earmarked for next year, they gotta get a 250 megawatt data center online by mid-27. If they don't, they'll have failed to do that. Last but not least, Cerebras takes a bit of a different approach here to how they design their chips. And this was the unique thing about them. They use something called SRAM rather than HBM or DRAM. This SRAM is great because it's, from a production perspective, because it's easy to design with the chips on wafer. The problem is, though, it limits how much upside that chip has. So the lifetime for that chip, a little bit shorter than others, perhaps, Dara, why this one sold off post-IPO.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, they're telling us we had year-over-year growth, but we haven't seen any other reports from them. So this is just based on their filings. Also, guys, worth noting, keep an eye on USO. Just seeing reports from the Lebanese State News Agency that Israeli drone targets have targeted a vehicle near Kfar and southern Lebanon. If I get more details, I'll let you know.
Yeah, I think we're at the point now where those headlines don't matter. USO's been dropping, and it just continues to drop. It's not even, you're not even getting like a tiny algo spike on those anymore. Like, it's almost like they're completely ignoring them. We're not going to, I don't want to ignore Cerebras today, or Cerebras. Doesn't really matter how you say it. I think 185, the price the issue was, not where it opened up. It opened up at $350. I think that 185 gets met after these earnings. So in light of that, it's already bounced enough to not be 10% down. It's still going to like prior lows, 212. Look for that as a resistance and a turning point there for them. You can call it sentiment. You could call it issues with margins or margin guidance, like whichever one, pick and choose. I think either one is a reason why this can head further to said downside. I kind of joked about it yesterday, thinking that back and forth, SpaceX, which one gets to their IPO issue price first, SpaceX or CBRS. I kind of felt the whole time it was going to be CBRS, and now it's back to a fair fight. Right? Like SpaceX is about $17 away at 152, and this one you're about $22 away. So they're both within striking distance. I call it a push, but I still believe Cerberus is going to get there. So we're looking for fates today.
Yeah, I mean, I was same thing. CBRS, there's Cerebras. Again, it's a disaster, right? I mean, there's that $200 break. I think you want to pay for shorts and make sure that you do take a short break of $200. I mean, not well received, obviously, on earnings. You're going to go into SSR and have to just wait. I mean, I know it looks like we've broken below that $200 marker right there, and I just think that it's tried to hold it, even though it broke below that. I mean, I think if you're going to use that marker there as you're out, that's only $199. So I think you want to take more than $1 on a 200 break, but that could be your first line to think about getting out. And maybe if it breaks 200, you only give yourselves like $1 or $2 worth of risk back up to the upside. But look at the spread is 50 cents. I think it's going to be real spready off the open. So a big risk really to take it there. We don't have SpaceX on the board today. It's just one of those names.
The first time.
I feel like it should always be on there. But yeah, okay, well, obviously we have some bad wicks, so we'll try to clear out some of those. But I'm much more interested in this name. Like watching out for that 147. Like I said, that was basically one of the best trades in SpaceX history. Actually, was yesterday when I looked back at it. There was just actually my charts don't go that far out. I just want to show you that level because I have it written down here on the sticky note as a level today, right? So there's 147 yesterday. Maybe move it over. There's 147 yesterday in the pre-market that bounced off of perfectly right there on a flush. So like yesterday, I'm sure the boys were watching SpaceX. I mean, that right there, and I don't know if they had this long or not, but that was basically the golden standard.
Through 150.
Yeah, through 150. Yeah, exactly. So that's another good one right there, breaking back up. Because yesterday you don't really know. Like that's a tough trade. You might even be waiting for the short to break there, and that's what I'm doing today, is waiting for that 147 to break short. But then that bust through 150 was great because then you have basically $3 worth of risk, which we would have put in, right? So that's you put your stop $3, and then the thing just rips up. That's $9 right there before it even stops. So that's 3 to 1. And then obviously you're going to get some out, and then you can't extend. You have no idea if it's going to extend out. But we hold VWAP all day yesterday until the very end of the day. And now you're breaking underneath it, and now you're turning around again on SpaceX. We just bounced off 150. So I wrote down a 160 break long if that happens right into here, because when we broke it, we went to 166. I think you can give yourself a little bit of room there on the 160 break and on the 147 break. So let's just wait for SpaceX here today, but I do like it. It's on the note and something definitely to look out for. Like it just went 151 to 154 there. So $3 in a couple minutes. I mean, the juice is still loose on SpaceX. So I think you can definitely have a quick look at that one at some point here today. And the imbalances, I know we got to go back there because we still have a couple more names, but the imbalances are now out in the NASDAQ. There's your ADTX, which we've gotten some talks about. That's 3 million. It's not huge. IBIT, we haven't even looked at Bitcoin. That's a sell. And there's what's happening to SpaceX right now. So you get a little bit of a buy side action in SPCX. So that's what's creating this move higher. And oh, there's NVIDIA on a buy as well. So here we go now. Maybe the market does give us an opportunity to short. All right, let's go back over Google, then FedEx, and then the market opens.
We'll get to Google quickly here. In the Dow, Verizon's going out.
Yeah, June 29th, Monday. This is the first structural change since NVIDIA replaced Intel back in 24. I wonder how they feel about that now. All right, guys, this is interesting, though, because the Dow is price weighted, so it doesn't move like the other indexes. So let's talk about this. So Google's trading, say, around $346 compared to Verizon's $47. So Alphabet's price is roughly 7 times higher than the stock is replacing. And because the Dow weights members solely by share price, a 1% move in Alphabet will now inflict 700% more mathematical point volatility on the overall index than a 1% move on Verizon ever could. So expect more volatility from the Dow as a result of Google's inclusion. The inclusion announcement, though, comes at a very strategic time because we saw Google have its worst day in over a year, CapEx being feared, as well as the exodus of talent from DeepMind. So that's obviously something to keep in mind as well. And then if you're looking for post-inclusion buying, passive buying, like some of these indexes like we see with the NASDAQ and the S&P, don't be ready for that because that's not going to happen here. Very, very few indexes track the Dow as opposed to the S&P and the Qs.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 2 minutes here before the bell. Let's go over FedEx quickly as well. This actually was a beat as far as we could see, but guidance a little bit of an issue for FDX today. Sharif,
yeah, $25 billion Adara, EPS of 631. Adjusted EPS also came in ahead of expectations. The problem was a new calendar year outlook with EPS guidance 1690 to 1810 below expectations.
FedEx, Google, thoughts? Good luck at the bell, everybody.
Well, I'm impressed by the balance on FedEx. There, we come back to this. Yeah, I'm impressed by the bounce on FedEx. A little surprised they're able to do this, but here's your, just going to throw a little cold water. If it doesn't get through the 200 period in 320, none of the bounce is even going to matter. Alphabet actually sets up better than most if we can close any candles over 350. Because there's a gap fill on Alphabet, but I'm leaning to the short side at least early. Like the first places I'll be looking at are SpaceX could get up there.
We'll see. It might pop. Silver, going to look for a pop and fade on them. We've got Intel on the mind. And we didn't really talk too much about Bitcoin because I'm looking silver first. But Bitcoin's kind of like the same thing. They're both trend down here. If silver doesn't cooperate, then I'm short the pop back into the prior close on this bad boy. And then Cerberus on earnings. That's another name we want to play into. They might have got a buy and bounce there. I didn't see them. A bit of a pop. I didn't see them on mine, but maybe they caught one. No, still that ADTX there, GPUS. The same ones that Sean was mentioning from before. So yeah, a little bit of a bleed. Although the NASDAQ didn't actually turn red, we're still 0.1% to the upside for now. We still have, of course, Micron earnings after the bell, so a lot to get into. And big shout out to VinFast, ticker VFS, for sponsoring the opening bell, which is right about now. The market and casino are now open.
All right, welcome everybody. The market is now open, and yeah, FedEx, man. I mean, what a monster FedEx has been this pre-market, right? It's just been absolutely mooning here. Yeah, unfortunately, our stocks charts don't change here early. But there's what FedEx looks like, man. 295 up to 320 right now. FedEx just absolutely ripping right now is FDX. But yeah, our charts aren't changing here, so I'm just gonna oops. Well, now I don't have a level 2, so we'll have to wait for SpaceX at some point. Hopefully that will come out here. I don't know, it's 154 and change. This is what's happening right now with SpaceX. I did want to look over at Google as well and have a quick little look there. Yeah, I can't flip. So,
you just got to stay on the stocks. Yeah, like I'm on Cerberus, so I have to stick on that for a little bit here, but no pop into that 212 on the imbalance, but it is already headed to the downside. Maybe now it's going to work. Let's just give it a shot. No. Here we go. I'll show you the guys the black charts, which is perfect. Like this is what I look off of anyways. So you are getting a bounce up here in SpaceX. Looking at first, pre-market highs are at 57. The 60 level is a bit of a pivot. So I'm looking for a pop and fade into that level on SpaceX. Still seeing a little bit of buying coming into silver, but until SLV gets to at least 53.5, which is VWAP, won't be trying to get any shorts in that. Down 5% is SLV. So looking pretty nasty. And by the way, the NASDAQ just went red. So the NASDAQ just briefly tagged red. No, I can't flip to the NASDAQ either. Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Michael?
Oh, no, it's starting to work. Here we go.
Check the message.
Now we're good. The NASDAQ just flipped into the red and a little bit of a bounce. So we're back into the green on the NQ. But instantly, we started in some selling in the overall market, despite, SpaceX, a little bit of a bounce there, slight bounce in silver and gold. Maybe not enough to get me off looking short first.
Okay, so quotes are now back, so that's pretty good. So, okay, let's just continue to watch out what's going on right there. Yeah, there's NVIDIA, so a nice little bounce off 200. We talked about potentially that being an issue there. It's going upside. We have Google written down as a long, not a short on our sticky note, and so Google long at 347 is a trade that we're looking at. That's trying to come back in, and then our next one there is SpaceX, and that's a 155er right now. So that's not moving around too much either, bouncing off its 200 period moving average. You're going to give it a couple seconds. What's up, Adara?
Here in Lululemon, LULU. No news on this one today that I could find, but a lot of our chat asking about Lululemon yesterday and today. Keep an eye on Lululemon ahead of its shareholder meeting tomorrow. So tomorrow you have Lululemon catalyst. Today, as far as I can tell, you don't, but good push to the upside for Lulu. Nike, of course, also in focus today. We know yesterday after the bell, they announced Matthew Friend is out as CEO, or CFO, sorry, and they're bringing in new CFO, David Denton, coming from Pfizer, which he left a couple days ago. So interesting look here for Nike. I also want to let you guys know here for the market overall, you do have at 10 a.m. new home sales units and new home sales change month over month. That's coming through at 10. Stay tuned. Back to you.
I'm going to start the short right now. First position for me, oops, I don't have my stream deck up, is the short of the futures. And so we're just going to wait to see if that winds up working out here. It's not near the prices that we wanted. We had written down here 76.50. So I think we can give it a break until we get up to there. We'll just keep on holding this. I'm going to get a little bit more here at 76 if we're able to do that on the TQs. And then just get light on this name and wait, right? I think that's the big thing for me to do right now. We've already sort of took I tried to take it off VWAP. Basically, we ripped up into those levels, and it was just the NASDAQ really took off there. And as I was saying before, I'm not like a firm believer in the NASDAQ today. We'll see if it winds up working out. Yesterday was a bad day. We'll see if is there some continuation to the Qs right now. But I'm going to wait for 76 to average in and let this one go up. So this is not a name that we really need to worry about too much right now. We did have Alibaba down there near $100. Near $100.
200.
Nice little bounce off. Yeah, I wish 200. Nice little, well, not really. I'm not long enough. But down into here, we'll wait to see what winds up happening with Alibaba. Nice little hold there. NASDAQ coming back in just a little bit. Eli Lilly had a little bit of a bump to start the day off there, which was a good one, up 2%. So there goes Eli Lilly. As we said, the XPIs, the J&Js of this world, names that need to be bought on any NASDAQ.
Colgate.
There goes 240 right there for J&J. I mean, this one, we had started talking about it. You guys are always asking about diversifying. We did mention this. I did mention this anyways at 222, as well as that XPI. So I'm glad that Brian's on top with those ones as well. Apple, good story. Let's wait. 295 there is what we're battling with right here. It's just kind of choppy right now in the middle. This is why we're focusing on shorting the Qs right now into the NASDAQ, just looking for a little bit of weakness. We talked about yesterday 720. You guys mentioned that in the chat, and 720 came and went yesterday. We'll see what happens here today if that gets going.
For the small cap traders, I guess the squeeze is on for Wendy's. It's halted to the upside. $8.60 is the current tap. That would be basically flat because that's a double top high of the day. How many times do you see something halt at the literal high of the day? 858, 860 indicated open, 30% short float. The story was a new COO, but that's old. That was yesterday in the morning, and I guess the chat boards or whomever is pushing the stock is having some success with that. So congratulations on Wendy's. Should be a 5-minute halt. If it's not 5 minutes, you know the drill. It's 10 minutes if it's not 5. So that should be opened up in just a matter of minutes. The first thing for me was SLV. Came into VWAP. That was just the first place to look. But you're still trying to put in a higher low. So it bounced off, bouncing in front of 53 even. And 53.4 is going to be VWAP. Looking for the low of the day here on the first salvo in SLV. SpaceX, oddly enough, not that violent this morning, to be honest with you.
No, it's not doing anything.
No, it's not. Ignore the dark pools there. I'll get rid of them too at some point. But no, it's not doing anything too crazy. Since the open, it's basically $1.5 range. It's not what you saw yesterday when it bounced to 150. So I'll just be patient when it comes to SpaceX. Not really seeing anything I'm too invested in just yet. Intel seems to be going the other way. As the market goes up, I thought Intel would press into the highs from yesterday. The market coming up, and it's not. So still relatively weak. I might have to look for VWAP or 135 to try to jump into the short there as well. Yeah, so yeah, it's really just a silver short for me. And then CBRS didn't really, Cerebras, for everyone out there, that's not really doing much of anything either. Tried to see if it would press back into the highs to grab that one short, but it's now under VWAP. Managed to hold 200 on Cerebras after the earnings. It's now fully SSR because it's 11% to the downside. So uptick rule in effect, not too much of a shock there for them.
Bert, first of all, I mean, first trade alert right there. I mean, we're starting to work it out right here on the TQs. So let's take a bid out here at 20 if we're able to do that as we just fall right back in. And there it goes right there. Let's go. The money is coming back in today, man. We're back and hopefully able to put on some good trades for you one more time. And there it goes. The only trade in is the TQs. We talked about shorting it. Let's wait to give it a couple seconds. It goes 20 cents against us. We'll take 30 cents. We'll take 20 cents there on the way back in. So 20 cents against us. Take out. I took out 15% or so there on the way back in. We have a marker at 75, so let me put a bid down there. If we get a 75 fill, then we can get a little bit more out, and then we'll just enjoy that little move. Let's check out on Palantir. I mean, Palantir has been rocking around as well, right? And there it goes, kablam, right there to the upside. I was saying I don't really like Palantir, and I don't. The software is just so fallen out of favor right now, and obviously as Palantir keeps on getting work, they have the AI problem and then they have the software problem. So we'll wait to see. Despite President Trump, loving this name, I do not, and we've talked about it underneath this 200 period has just been bleeding ever since. So yeah, I'm not a dip buy or anything like that in Palantir, but we'll wait to see what winds up happening here. Nice little 110 bottom that was made almost I think it was yesterday. We'll have to wait to see 113. Actually, looks like that was the low there, so maybe not 110. Intel dying now as well, so there goes Intel.
Well, dying's a harsh word, but
yeah, coming back into the downside right now. Pretty good. Down $3 straight there for Intel right now, from 134 right down into 131. Trying to take out yesterday's lows right now. So Intel looking
Micron. Right now, Micron and AMD, same thing.
Yeah, I mean we've already. Look, man, I've already said my piece on Micron, man. I hope a lot of you got out there about 11:50, what we were talking about on Monday, as it's trying to bleed down. And look, I wrote down a bunch of shorts today. The number one trade on the list was TQQs, and guess what? There it is. So we're going to go 1 for 1. And if you have this position on, maybe you're done for the day, maybe you're not. But there it goes. Nice move down in for the Qs. We're waiting for lower. Let's see if we can get into this 74.50 spot, and then we'll see what's going on there as we wait for Wendy's tendies to open back up again. And of course, the halt on that one is going to be a volatility halt, as we just discussed. 9:34. So you should be about maybe 10 seconds away from this opening up. So we could just stay right here and wait to see what happens with Wendy's, as it's indicating 8:59. So it looks like it's going to open up exactly where it closed right now, Wendy's. There it is. Yep, and that's pretty much exactly what wound up happening. And here's the fade back in. So that's one halt there on WEN. Let's see what winds up happening right now. The high of the day, 860. It looks like it wants to bust through that.
Amazon is flying, by the way.
Ooh.
Amazon to the green, 1.5% to the upside, and a little bit more. This is absolutely flying in there. Did we open? Yeah, we're open. Yeah, Wendy's is now obviously open, as you just saw with Sean, but absolutely flying. This is a 30% short float, everybody. It's not just Amazon. You're also seeing, oh, no, I can't load again. Shit. Oh, there we go. Microsoft as well, absolutely blasting. So 1% to the upside here over on Microsoft, as that just broke through the HOD as well. So Amazon, Microsoft doing well, Apple doing absolutely nothing. Lunch 99, I see you with the super chat. Can we throw that one up there?
Yeah, sure.
Maybe not, but Meta, you were able to catch. So those names absolutely flying to the upside as well. So a lot of the Mag 7, they did this yesterday, but there was a flush later. So be very, very careful. Lunch 99, you were able to catch that. Congratulations to you.
Dollar already on the futures. I mean, there it is, man. I mean, and look, we got long Wendy's. We got some out there at 87s or so on Wendy's, but yeah, there it is right now, man. There goes the market really falling in, and we're gonna see if we can catch that dollar. It's getting pretty close. We still have a decent spot on this one as well, and there it goes. My number one trade idea and today is the short on the Qs. So there it goes. Hello, my gorgeous wife. Hope you're doing great. There it is, 76.50 on the TQQ short. Short, long Google, short SpaceX. You got to check that out. But there it goes right now. Now we are officially that dollar club hunting right now on the market, on the NASDAQ. So we've made our day right there. Congratulations if you were following or tailing or whatever you're doing on that one. There it goes, man. I take days off because, you kind of need to. But when we come back in, man, we're still feeling it. You're really reading the board well. We talk about that with the gambler's mentality. But, yeah, we're not gambling at all. We waited for this thing to pop up right into our lap again. And boom, shakalaka, down it goes. There's the TQs. In the money now, $1. Huge. We didn't take very many shares here in Wendy's, but if this breaks 39, I'm out. That was that spot right there. And just to show you, we always talk about, winning and losing and making sure your losers aren't bigger than your winners and yada, 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 all that kind of funny stuff. We'll wait to see here what winds up happening. I probably, if this breaks 39, I'll lose about 10% of what we have unrealized. Oh, there it is, another fill right there. Oh my God, this market is really, really losing its bid right now as we continue to go downside. Man, this is a monster trade here on the NASDAQ, and just glad to be able to do that. And now we'll wait to see what happens on yesterday's lows there for the NQs. So yeah, man, it's good to be back, and we're glad to be in front of you all. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe, and your trades will be bountiful moving forward.
That's the idea for sure. SpaceX might break that 150. It's close. Got the order in. It's either going to come back up and bounce off VWAP, or we're going to get it breaking through the 150. Like, I liked it long yesterday, but that was yesterday. Don't really care about that today. Going to look for the short through if it does get there. Also, IBIT, we still like that one, want to play that one. But it's through the lows. We played silver. We're able to get half out on SLV. Going to look for reload of VWAP. But this is looking weaker, so I might have to jump into this as well. I feel like SpaceX, one way or another, is going to be the next play. It didn't get high enough for a bit of a fade into 160, but it's certainly the breakdown at 150 has to be in play for us for sure. We have appreciate the super chat there, IDF, just saying hello there. I thought there was a ticker on that, but thank you, IDF, for the super chat. We appreciate you.
No, the only one that I saw there.
I saw there was a different one.
No, it was this one, but this was nothing. It was just you were talking, so I pulled it away. I was just thanks. I mean, it's just well appreciated.
That's what I was looking at.
Yeah, thank you so much there. whether or not I'm the man or not, I mean, we're making some calls here. We just did lose right there on Wendy's, though. So we got in a little. We only got out at 10% there and lost. So we had to slap. And again, we'll talk about them both. And this is why, we talk about what kind of risk we're doing here, right? So I actually put on a third. I mean, it's not even that many shares, a third of the shares that I have on the TQs. But I do want to start to empty out a little bit more of this trade right now. So we just take some 12s again there. As we're getting later, I have a third left on the NASDAQ short. So it was one of the calls that we wanted to make early on, but we do want to thank you for all of the super chats there. I was going to look at SpaceX again, because that's the other name that I really try to focus on a little bit. We looked at the 160 mark, that didn't come in. We're looking at 147, that didn't come in, but it just did bounce off 150 again. It didn't get exactly into 150.
Close.
Got to 150 80s, 150 50s there. So yeah, that's about good enough for me. And there goes Wendy's, man. Bang, 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 bang. Hopefully you are short, because this one is turning red. It just halted downside right now on Wendy's. So that's the problem. I mean, this is the thing. When you get involved in stocks, when people are talking about, hey, Reddit is pumping this or whatever, I mean, you guys are literally talking about it being pumped.
They dump it.
And so that's the thing, right? They're using you as exit liquidity, and that's why you got to get out when it breaks certain levels. And just to talk about where I got out once it broke right there. Like, so it halts, opens back up, retests 840, then started to rip back through. So the minute we broke through the high of the day, I bought that, thinking we could halt again upside, or just could go, who knows. And then once it fails out right there, we get out, and now we're not caught holding the bag on Wendy's. But it doesn't matter. It was 8:15. It's looking like it's going to tap at 8. We'll check this back in 5 minutes to see what's going on with Wendy's. And yeah, just still have a third of this one. I'm going to drop out of a little bit more here on the Qs. It looks like it's trying to battle back. We'll get some out at 30 if we can. And did we just get it? Yes, we did. So now we'll wait for another fill around 74. But so far, that's what we're doing. Wendy's halted down. Not a great move there for WEN. If you guys are watching out for it, still tap of $8. So I think you'll be okay. If you took that last 8.15 or you're caught long, it's right at VWAP. Should be interesting to see what happens at $8. Again, I always use the 200 period, but on these kind of names, you never know. 750 might be a bouncing spot there for Wendy's.
I'd look at, VWAP could be a thing for Wendy's for sure, but I want to see that after the opening rush, because if they already did the rug pull, then you want to see like 10, 10.30 if it's able to hold on to its volume. Got the reload in, I'm on SpaceX. Bit of a push through 153, up into close to VWAP, and then back through 153. Got a bad slip here, but that's fine. And I'm also back into a reload of SLV here. So a couple of names heading back as the market's trying to bounce, looking for the low. I still think a 150 break is a separate trade, so any shorts from VWAP got to be looking for the LOD as the potential target. That's going to be the name of the game as we come back into VWAP no matter what. And as I said, the other one we're in is just a reload in SLV, looking for that low of the day. Cerberus is going ham to the downside. I'm going to cancel my VWAP short because some stocks are popping up to get you reloaded or to get you back in. This one's not. And if it jumps $7 on a single candle, I don't know if I want just an order sitting there getting swept up. Not going to happen. So we'll look for some kind of maybe a breakdown, but it's so close to 185 at this point.
Minus 15.
Like, remember, the issue price is 185. So the closer you to get to 185, the less I'd want to be short the bottom. First available pop. That's the plan of action on Cerberus. At 185, the issue price usually gets defended by the market makers. Not the market makers. That's not the word I'm looking for. The underwriters, that's what I'm looking for. Usually defended, but you need to actually see size down there. If there aren't like significant shares sitting at 185, then I will not be even remotely interested in that bounce play to the long side.
Okay, I know Anil Neil just talked about SpaceX. Obviously, he's in it right there, but I'm trying to do the same type of thing here. Just waiting for a pop up on SpaceX, right? I mean, we're going to have to give it a couple minutes to see what winds up happening there again for SPCX, but just to wait for me. Yeah, NASDAQ just keeps on doing its own thing. We actually, you know what? On this little move down for the TQs, I think we'll get another 5% off right here if we can on the NASDAQ, which is right here at 30, but put a bit at 20. Okay, we got 26s there as it's falling back in, so that's going to be a good one. I wrote down Google at 147. Yeah. 347 could be something to look at. I'm pretty negative on the market today, as you guys know. So I don't know if we really want to support this 347 anymore. Adding to the Dow, very positive catalyst. But I don't want to let my opinion, influence, what the price action actually is. And obviously, it started to work to the upside. I don't like the fact that it's been basically just falling back in right now. So I think we'll probably wait on that long, but it's at 347. That was literally the price that we wrote down, and it's just exactly what we just bounced off of there. So, it could be worth something. But we're now $1, like, holy shnikes right now. Oh boy, are we ever bringing registers right now? I mean, this is a monster move here for the TQs as it's come right back into some of these lows. Let's get some out at 78. I just put a bid at 66. Like, this is now $1.70 now in the money off that short. And it's the only trade. We do have Wendy's, but like I said, now that's becoming infinitely smaller now as the halt gets ready to open back up. 8:15 now tapping. So closes 8:15. Looks like it's going to open back up around 8:15. But it is the NASDAQ that's falling back in, right? The number one trade that I'd written down. And I also wrote down SpaceX. Other than that, not much. SoFi having a beautiful day long today, which is really great to see. I didn't check in Robinhood. I'm assuming Robinhood's probably fine. But there goes SoFi up 3%. And they're not the same company. But
no, Robinhood's down 4.5%. Yesterday, Mark Zuckerberg came out.
I saw that.
They're talking about prediction markets. Yeah. So there's that. CBOE, which is obviously a massive exchange. They're also going into the predictive market, starting out with the options.
Nice.
Same day options. So that's bad for Robinhood. They're down 4%.
Wendy's under 8, just opened. So, there's Wendy's right now.
Can we short that?
No. Yeah, I think you can short it. I mean, I don't think there's any problem borrowing it. But there it is. So watch out for Wendy's. I'm not going to short this name, but it's definitely something to look out for. I mean, you're now broken. Every time we've halted, that halt looked like it was going to open up fine, and then it did, but whoosh, right to the downside again. So just be careful. It's just a new, okay. So now you're really starting to get hit now on Wendy's. It might halt the other way again, downside. I say the other way. It halted down the first time, but there it goes, man. It looks like it's trying to break a little bit lower. As this market rips back to the upside, are we getting an opportunity there on SpaceX to reshort it?
I'm out through VWAP.
You're out. Okay.
I'm out through both names through VWAP. Silver just went through VWAP, so the reload's not going to hold there. SpaceX, it was good yesterday, but that was a long yesterday off of 150. I played it off underneath VWAP. Actually didn't add to it, which I think is a good decision because the topping tail didn't give you a close under VWAP. If it closes under, then I can always try to jump back in, play with the trend if we can. If the market wants to bounce, then IBIT comes back into play for me. Potentially, it's still really far down here, 1.4, the downside. And CBRS, if we're going to get enough of a bounce, then Cerberus, it's not really bouncing here. So it's down 14%. I still want to look for VWAP. That's always the first place I'm going to look for any kind of a fade. I'm just not seeing it here on CBRS able to get there. So this has happened before where my first idea is short, and then the first setup could end up being that 185 long at the IPO issue price. If it can't get up, then all roads are going to head you right down to that 185, in which case it will have won the race between them and SpaceX. So they had a pretty significant head start, if we're being honest about it.
I mean, I like Cerberus there, but I'm still looking at all these trades that I actually have on. I mean, the Qs have just battled back huge right now. So this is like making me think, it's a good thing we got some more out there. We talked about how much we had held, and now we're thinking about reloading it at 75.50. So it's coming right back up. So I'm going to put another offer at 75.50. And again, that's where we were kind of short before. We had popped through into 70s. Let's take advantage. Let's take it a little bit now, actually, at 20. We'll put, how many should we put on? Maybe a third of a spot there. So we'll take a little bit more right here at the 20 period, at the 200 period. So we got some, okay, well, that was easy. So we'll take a little bit there and take a little bit out there at 05. So just a quick little reload there off the 200. Not really reloading it. We just added to it. Like, it's not a complete reload where we put it all back on, but adding dollar cost averaging up into a winning trade. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening there. I don't love it. I got to wait for 76.50. That was just a real quick one there. I actually might, what's up, Randy? I might actually take out a little bit more right now. Oh, another coffee. Okay. That's interesting. I just reloaded mine a little bit. All right, there goes TQs. Still waiting for that SpaceX. Let's check out our good friend Alex Karp and friends. Hey, Randy, I'll go check out Rivian as well in a minute. There goes Palantir right now, back upside, so that's nice. In a market that's now green, you now get Palantir to the green side because Randy's here. Let's check out Rivian. I haven't looked at that in a minute. Yeah, 15. So, yeah, it's not doing a whole heck of a lot. That bottom was 1450 or so coming in there. Yeah, 1450 or so. Good little bottom there for Rivian. Just hovering around, right? I think that's reasonable. I don't know how those deliveries, I don't know if you've heard anything. Nothing yet. So we'll wait to see how those deliveries have worked out there. We do know that there was talk. It was June 9th they started rolling out in the United States, and later this year or even into 27 coming for us here in Canada. But there's another out for us for me on the TQs. That was a good reload. Basically, the only trade I've had all day is this one and the Wendy's take right there early. Nothing else is really hitting the levels. I mean, Apple went for a jog there on the way up and was debating shorting that one, but we chose the market instead. So yeah, not much going on right now. I mean, that I can see. Did Marvell battle back? What else you got?
Cerberus is trying to bounce.
Right.
It's not really moving. You're not really getting the action off of SpaceX, off VWAP that I'd like to see. Remember Amazon with that move to the upside? It's back at almost at all time. It's back at a double top high. So it's still, the market's still being led by, maybe not Meta. Meta's all the way back to VWAP. So Amazon leading the way. Meta was stronger before, and it was those two and Microsoft that were holding strong. Even Microsoft starting to come back in. So now it's only Amazon that's looking pretty strong. So I have to be patient as some of these names are not really getting back to the upside for a bit of a fade. Like IBIT, short the lows, no. Cerberus still at the lows, not happening. Scott says SoFi is moving.
It is. We talked about SoFi.
But we didn't find a story on this one.
We didn't ask.
This is still really slow to flip.
Oh, Adara, we need SoFi.
5% up on SoFi. Robinhood down 4. Competition in the prediction markets. Interesting. Maybe it's a technical thing. You guys let us know if you find anything for sure. But I don't see any. Adara?
I'm seeing a call option alert. Apparently $22 calls for September 18th for SoFi. That's all I'm seeing. We know, or actually that's from yesterday too. Yesterday they also introduced that composer by SoFi, the AI-powered investing. That was also from yesterday morning. Nothing new.
Okay, bless you. All right, so we'll check out some more SoFi there as we go. I mean, honestly, man, this is what we're talking about though all day. You know, we got reloaded there on the TQs, and bang, there it goes. Like, this is absolutely like, we're really happy today again with the trading that's been going on here. So, you know, good levels, good breakdown below here. Again on TQs, like obviously we were debating how many shares to put on. We put on another third of a unit. So here we had about a unit and a half or so. I think it was a unit and a half on that move back in, and I just put on a third of 1 unit. So we only reloaded it like not even maybe 20%, whatever that math is, 25% or so. So yeah, I could have put on a little bit more, but we'll just say, look, man, we don't want to look that gift horse in the mouth and just take it where it lies. And right now we'll do that, and we'll wait to see what winds up happening here with, you know, what's now been my good friend, the TQQs. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna take one more fill down here. Do I have any other bids? Oh, I do. I have a 73.66 bid. Okay, let's just take some more out right there. So there it goes. So far so good here on a decent out for us on the NASDAQ. Nice little fallback in there. That's another 60 cents. So we got short there at 30s, out right there again. Let's see if Google did Google wind up holding? I should use proper English. Okay, I honestly, man, I don't even know what's going on right now. There's 347 long on Google. So we said the TQ short, we said the Google long, and we said 347 on Google long. What's the low of the day? How about give me 347 right on the dot right there? So didn't take it, fine, but there it goes. That was a nice move. Again, added on the Dow. Even when that was happening there, I'm not gonna pretend like we missed that trade because I was watching it when that was coming in, and I was like, nah, you know what? With the way the NASDAQ's coming in, I can't really wrap my head around it. If the NASDAQ, if the traders didn't want to buy it on Dow inclusion, then neither do I really. But that was sometimes, man. And we had, I think it was either Mitch or our good friend Scott Tileman on, and this is why, like, I love having those traders on because they think Stevie Tileman, his brother Scott Tileman, shout out to him. I just want to say, like, I love it when other traders have the similar mindset that I do because, you know, and it's, who cares about your opinion? Just trade off the technicals, and like that really right there. I like to sort of marry both of them. That's why we put out this sticky note. But that on 347 seems to have been a jam, and we're almost at another $1 right there on the TQs as we're, you know, just falling back into these bids one more time as we continue to short the market. So another good out there on the TQs. Let's wait to see if we can get even lower. We just took a 50, looking for a little bit more on that one. But yeah, I really like Wendy's there today as a mover. If you guys are looking at movers, I think it's been holding the 200 period. So, okay, now you're into Cerberus. So maybe we should go over there because I'm talking about the same stuff.
Yeah, Wendy's is still alive for me as well. As long as it doesn't break through 750, it's got a chance. But it's still in a bit of a downtrend. Topping tail happened on Cerberus. It just popped up through 196, tried to get into VWAP. We got the topping tail here. I got 95s. Actually got 95 quarters and then some 95s. It bounced off 94, so it's already done a little consolidation off that first buck, and I want the 92s as the out. But this is one where I want to give it multiple shots. Like this was, we liked it all the way up here, but it just wouldn't pop into the prior lows. It didn't get anywhere close to those prior lows. It got to like 211 or so. These are like 213.5, 214. Needed to see 212 at least to be able to jump into it. As I said, Wendy's I don't think is necessarily. I was about to tell you it didn't look like it was dead because it was bouncing off of that 750 low, but it's right back into the bottom. Maybe it is dead. If it can hold 750 and break back up through here, then I would like some kind of a rebound trade. But the sentiment's gone. Seems like this is just a possible one and done here for all the people that were pumping this bad boy. We're going to go up to Adair for happening now because Wendy's ain't happening anymore.
We also have some numbers in focus, guys, in just about 30 seconds here. New home sales units here, 639,000. Prior here, 622,000. So we're expecting an uptick here in new home sales. As such, we're also expecting new home sales month-over-month growth for the month of May 2026, 3.2% to the upside versus the prior print of negative 6.2% for the month of April. Let's wait and see what this number brings. Also, at 12 p.m., President Trump set to speak to sign a bill. 10:30 a.m., comments from Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. So new home sales actually lower than expected. It looks like here 580,000 versus, as you guys can see, the estimate of 622,000. New home sales month over month negative 7.3% versus estimates here of positive 3.2% is what I was seeing. So interesting look here for new home sales coming in below expectations. Market not reacting too much to this. Here is the NASDAQ, pretty choppy to start this session, half an hour in. S&P 500 looking kind of similar in terms of the movements, but the trajectory here does seem to be higher highs and higher lows for the SPY. Let's talk about Micron because MU will be reporting earnings after the bell. Heading into today's session, it was the fourth strongest performer on the S&P 500 year to date for 2026. The top three names were also in that memory sector. So let's see if MU can beat estimates of roughly 35 billion in revenue, earnings of over $20 per share. Let's take a look here at CBRS as well. One of a couple names that reported last night for earnings day one. Today, CBRS beating EPS and sales estimates, guiding better than expected here for Q2. Not well received by the market. FDX also another day one earnings play in focus. We send you over to Sean and Neil. Make sure to like and subscribe, guys.
Thank you, Darren. Traders out there, we got an offer. Well, Trade the Pool's got an offer for you that your broker absolutely is not giving you. We can be sure about that. From June 8th to the June 25th, that's tomorrow, everybody. You got to get it in there for sure. Trade the Pool is giving first-time users an exclusive second chance opportunity. This is a biggie. If it's your first time joining Trade the Pool and you don't pass the evaluation, that's the key. Trade the Pool will give you another evaluation account, and that will be free, completely free. A second chance to come back stronger, improve yourself. It's a one-time exclusive promotion. Available only during the Trading World Championship event, and once it's gone, it is gone. Scan the QR code on screen you see out in front of you right now. Join Trade the Pool today and take advantage of this exclusive second chance offer before it disappears. I want to thank Trade the Pool for sponsoring this hour of the show. And of course, we always have Mitch on, fantastic. And you were mentioning Steve Talman as well, a good friend of the show. And Steve, our good buddy, he doesn't really dabble in some of these small cappers, but hey, Wendy's did just bounce off 750. That was the level you wanted to see it hold. I had a conversation this morning about the 750 level to a couple of the traders because that's where it was breaking this bit of a trend. So if it can get back through, hold green, look long, into VWAP first, and if it gets through VWAP, maybe play it as it comes because the halt level downside is about 815 or so. So if it gets to 815, I think profits out in front are going to be a part of the game, but I want to stop through 750. So I'm trying to get some 75s and then risk about a quarter. That'll be the idea, approximately a quarter worth of risk. And if it breaks that, I would suspect you could easily see a halt down on Wendy's. I have to nibble in it. If I can nibble in a third in front of 80, I'll go ahead and try to grab that because you've now confirmed a bit of a trend break with the second candle in here. So I just want to get picked up here on Wendy's. And again, this is a big time halt risk. If it loses 750, then I'm going to be out, like out, because you could be down at $7 right quick, 100%. So you got to be very, very careful when you're trading this name.
Yeah, okay. A couple of two different names there with Cerberus, of course, and Wendy's. One is breaking key levels. One is moving around 100 million shares almost there for Wendy's. 78 million shares on that one. We'll take advantage of the move down again on the Qs and be able to deal with that one. SPCX, we'll have a quick look over there. I'll leave Cerberus to Neil. He's on that one. And then SpaceX trying to break the highs right now. So that's going to be something definitely worth looking at here. 156 and change right now for SPCX is the current open market highs. Looks like we're trying to get back into that level. I'm going to stay away from that for a minute, right? And but yeah, what's up, Stuart and everybody else waiting for me to trade SpaceX? But it's just, I marked down 147, that didn't hit. And I marked down 160. I think a break of 160, I'll take the long if we can get something long there on a break of 160. That was the levels into yesterday, which was right there. When we broke it yesterday around noon, that was, a pretty decent mark there. And we came back in, we held, tried to hold around 160 area, and then eventually lost it in the aftermarket, or in the afternoon. So we'll have to wait to see. I'm going to go try a baby long through 160 if that what winds up happening. So that's what we're going to wait for right now on SPCX, and hopefully it hits. We got news on Intel. I remember I was telling you that it was dying there today. Nice battle back. Went down to 130, which was really looks like a good psychological level. We'll see if there's going to be a bounce there on Intel. Down on the day, NASDAQ up, NASDAQ flat now. So yeah, would rather wait for 133.50, but that could come into play very, very soon. We're getting lighter and lighter, man. I only now have a quarter of a unit left on TQs, which is basically the price that we reloaded right there. So that's why we have 25s on, not 35s. So we reloaded that level. We got out of the majority of that, but you can see it's starting to come back a little bit. So I'm gonna put another bid on here. We've already hit our daily goals just on this trade. We did lose though, and we talk about this all the time, and you're just gonna have to believe me when I tell you. But we lost on Wendy's here, less than 10% of what we'll make on the TQs. So well worth it there, and I think you always gotta put different trades in different buckets for sure. But at the end of the day, you want to look down and hopefully see some green numbers. And for me on Wendy's, like not holding that all the way back in did give me an advantage there to be able to get out and then, potentially relook at that. And what a good hold of Wendy's at your 200 period moving average. Maybe potentially look for a halt to the upside now on Wendy's. If it can continue to go. I know Neil's.
I don't know if it's a halt to the upside.
No, I don't know either.
The amount of the speed of the tape, if that's a thing, like how rapidly it's going through shares and churning through shares is vastly different now than it was at the open. And that can be an indicator that you're going to have potential halts. So I think it's more like range bound to the halt price, kind of stay inside of the range. I end up with 80s. So it'll end up with a 780 price instead of maybe a 75 price, but you're still pretty range bound. It needs to bust that top, and I think if it busts through 815, then you could see that high. Like the second halt was a halt to the upside at about 860. I think that's going to be it, but it's already starting to have some trouble. So I don't think the halt right now upside. There we go. I don't think a halt right now to the upside is in the cards. I think a play to VWAP is going to be the first thing to come into play. SpaceX, someone was saying in the chat, 150 was pegged, but I wasn't looking 150 long today, like yesterday. So that is what it is. It was a good long off 150 yesterday. Today, played the short into VWAP. It busted through the volume weighted average price and continues to go higher. Now it's about waiting for 160 and 165. 165 was the top in yesterday's trade, so I really think you have to wait out. Even if it busts through 160 or gets to 160 and take an attempt there, I think the 165, I want to be open up to that idea as well, and then wait for it to get there. Cerberus is still holding underneath VWAP. It hasn't busted it just yet. Would like to see it breaking this little bit of an uptrend to get back into the shares that we took off. It's still going to look for the 92. And remember, no matter what, 185, the issue price, if I see size on there, I'm just going to try to go for the 01 long. We talked about that play with regard to SpaceX. I don't think it's incredibly different for Cerberus. If there's millions of shares on the bid at an IPO issue price in a reasonable amount of time after it, then I want to take a shot at that trade. It's still the party. I mean, it's still an Amazon party to a certain extent, but You saw Meta lose the bid, you saw Microsoft lose the bid, and now Amazon is back at the volume-weighted average price. If this one doesn't bounce, you can pretty much forget about it. You're going back to the lows and the Qs if Amazon can't bounce. This was the one out of the Mag 7 that was the strongest, leading us to the upside. If it can't hold on, the market's unlikely to, in my opinion.
All right. Yeah, no, I agree with everything there. I mean, we're talking about Wendy's upside. We'll wait for that. Uber keeps on hitting on the scanners, but I don't think it's really doing anything. So we'll have to wait to see on Uber. Yeah.
It's doing something.
I feel like it's trying.
It's doing something. Look at the daily.
Yeah. Oh, I know, and that's why I'm mad about my position in Uber, because we should be out of it, and I'm not. So yeah, Uber right now, as Neil said, they're doing some stuff, but nothing too great there for what's up.
Uber was also a Pelosi play. I don't know if it was mentioned earlier, but so apparently she got roughly $5 million worth of Intel and $1 million of Uber.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, she's buying 5 million. She's buying 5 times the stock. That's double the price. But yeah, I don't. We'll have to wait to see. I'm still not. I mean, Nancy Pelosi be damned. I know I said that I liked Intel for that reason today. But yeah, Uber. Look, man. I mean, if it's getting the Nancy Pelosi bump, great. I'm very, very close to getting out of Uber if it does get one more pop. I mean, I would love to get that back into $78. If we can do that, then yeah, man, I'm a fan of getting out of some of this Uber. So we'll wait. Hopefully it does hit for us, and then we can celebrate some Uber success. But for right now, yeah, I'm not really loving what I'm seeing anyways on UBER, as it looks like it wants to break lower. So yeah, not a great feeling there, but hopefully it does come. And I mean, the big dog there, we bought some Google yesterday, or 2 days ago, before the addition into the S&P 500. We talked about that with Katina Wilson Capital, as we're adding more and more Google shares to the portfolio. And we're able to get something under 350. I have to find you the exact price, but we talked about it it was Monday. So whatever those Monday sort of mid, hey, what's up, Joe? How's the Apple? Okay, it's good. Wait a second, Joe. I think Joe's doing a little psychological. Let me go over to Apple right here. I wonder if this guy's trying to pass on some hidden agendas over here. Apple.
I'm guessing.
Yeah, no, Apple's not doing it.
I'm guessing not.
No, he's not doing that. But I actually want to congratulate Joe. I think you might be having your best month so far, I think, this month. So there it is, man. Congratulations to Joe, as he's got the bangers going on there. We love to celebrate each other's victories around here. So congratulations to Joe, having a nice month. I know he did well on SpaceX. He's been making some great calls there on the Qs as well. So shout out to Joe. A more handsome mini version of myself, I feel like, with trading. But there goes Broadcom, 396 to 398, coming back into 382. We did get that Broadcom bump up from OpenAI this morning. Like I said, man, I mean, OpenAI is losing more money than we can even shake a stick at, as is Anthropic, and it's going to be a problem when they come to market. Announcing deals with them, I'm not even sure that that's a benefit anymore, but obviously the market thought about it early, and then people actually thought about it, and now Broadcom's to the downside. With the market not really doing anything, it's not a great sign that they've given it all back right there. But Nvidia was, okay, I was thinking it was going to try to hold that $100, $200 mark, and it does not. It goes up to 201 and now getting hit again. We're still going to hold on to this short in the NASDAQ, and just hopefully we do return back into some of those levels. But let us know if there's anything else. CUPR, that was one that's halted a couple times.
Yeah.
That was not one that's very much volume. Oh, well, today it's volume, 7 million shares. So there's CUPR on the halt radar as well. So, join the midday guys. I mean, Neil's in Wendy's. I was in Wendy's earlier. But there's CUPR. And again, it looks pretty good on a 5-minute chart, breaking some of those levels. And if you look into yesterday, that high was $8 over the last couple of days. So watch out if we get back into that.
Wendy's volume is dying.
Wendy's volume's dying, okay. So right there into the tap for CUPR, 685, so a little higher. Just to show you guys, if it comes up, it's a name that we've talked about, that's 780, 790. So if you're long CUPR, anything there today, maybe think about getting out if we pop into 740, 750 again, just as a trade idea. But CUPR working for some, I guess.
All right, the tape is, maybe they're passing the baton to another name, and that could be perfectly true. But you just got into VWAP. I'm going to respect it. The tape, still dwindling volume, as we can see. Like every single volume bar just gets lower and lower. And I feel like when we start cresting that off, like if that starts to level off a little bit better and head higher, that could be a better moment. The good thing about Wendy's is it should still do like a couple 100 million shares today. So there should be multiple opportunities to get in. And, for myself, I look at these and usually prefer them over the volume-weighted average price. So when it can't bust through and the volume's still going down, it'll end up being a scalp trade more than anything else. And there's still gonna be a chance. Like I'm not, like if you're long at the 750 level, then congrats, you can hang on to that one if you like it. But the longer that volume doesn't taper on, I'll look for another entry. Cerebras is still heading down. I want the low of the day, and then once it hits the low of the day, I'm thinking the bounce, because these are all-time lows, and I could draw a line if it was there. 185 issue price, looking for a bid. It's SSR, so I'm looking for an SSR bounce off 185. So if it hits the 191 low, I want to be out of this thing, and then looking for some kind of a reversion to the long. The Intel, it was choppy early, but now it's starting to show some signs of respecting the volume-weighted average price. I like this top for a short. Obviously, you're not going to get anywhere near $138 off of the open, but if we're going to start respecting the volume-weighted average price, this can now trend break underneath VWAP and then play into what was a double bottom. That 128 half from yesterday, it wasn't just yesterday. It made that low, I think, not just yesterday, and then it did last week as well. So a bit of a double bottom at that 128 to 128.5. But if we can close under VWAP, we'll try to grab that one to the sell side. SpaceX doesn't get to 160, so that's a bit of a nothing burger. If you like Tesla more than SpaceX, then the good news for Tesla is it hasn't lost this 380 level. The bad news is, if Tesla loses this bid, I know Joe said, what was the strike Joe was looking at, 330, 335?
Something, yeah, I know.
It was like $50 lower from here. It might have been 325, actually. Either way, you lose this 380, or more precisely 379 here on Tesla, and that is going to look nasty. It's very much in play. From a trend perspective, I don't think you're going $50 down immediately, but that would be a huge flat bottom break for Tesla. Not being saved by SpaceX at all, but it's catching a bit of a bid here, so give it some juice that it didn't break that down this morning.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I love the Tesla stock at these prices. I don't know. But what I do like at these prices is SoFi. I mean, right now you got to be happy as an investor in SoFi so far. We did buy some, I believe, at 18 and then again at 16. I've been buying on the way down of SoFi. The first time I averaged into this one was 20. I didn't buy anything up. We actually sold a little bit up there, but not much. And then we rebought some back at 22, so that was not great. Then rebought some back at 18 when we fell into this level the first time, based on some of these, old markers. And then we bought some 16s. So, yeah, I mean, we're still probably down. Well, we would be down on those averages in, but if it can get back up to the upside, I do really like some SoFi. And just a quick little look here at what we were talking about with the broader markets today. And it's always, we're at the highest spot we've been at all. I mean, right now the NASDAQ, guys, by the way, like the only trade that I have on all day is the TQs. So we've been sitting in this one now. I'm just trying to show, these kind of trades, when you get them, sometimes there's just the market's moving in sort of what you called, so it's worth holding on to, including reloads. So there comes the NASDAQ right back in. We're taking a little bit more profit on those plays. That is for sure, as we're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now, P&L wise. So that's going to be good. Every time the market goes down, it just keeps on adding, right? Because we only took one loss on Wendy's. All right, so Oracle downside today. The financials, we haven't looked too much at them. We keep on talking about SoFi, but today, as the NASDAQ is flat, now the NASDAQ's getting hit to the downside, now down 0.2. But JP Morgan, Bank of America, Goldman, Morgan, all the big names starting to fall back in. There's Charles Schwab as well, IBKR. We talked about Meta getting involved in the predictive market. So, IBKR, downside, Schwab.
CBOE too.
Yeah, CBA, yeah. Oh, they're getting involved as well. So KKR, some of these names starting to get hit. There's the big one, Robinhood. We say welcome to the S&P 500 index up for Robinhood as well as last month. So we'll see if that has anything to do with it. SoFi not involved over here yet. I like Capital One. I saw that was up there today. I think that's a name that I own a little bit of. And then I've been trying to pump the tires for a long time on this sector here. It goes all the way back to when we had our podcast and we talked about sectors that we liked, and that's when I was like, hey, man, the main ETF that I'm holding is XBI. So I really like what's going on in this space, including J&J. Obviously, there's your AbbVie. You mentioned that's the only one that's red today, but Amgen up 1.6. I mean, some good names. DHR, Danaher involved there, as well as healthcare now going higher. I do not like this space. We talked about energy. I haven't bought any energy names or sold any in a very long time. Just hold on to XLE, collect a little bit of a dividend, and wish I'd sold at highs. But they're all downside today, XOM and the whatnot there. And then here, man, NVIDIA. Still, you're going to see right there 199.30 again there for the heat map on NVIDIA. But AMD, Intel, Micron, SanDisk, KLAC. There's WDC down. I feel like you have a chance to sell some Micron, but I do think it ramps up there into the close. That's just a quick little look at some of the sectors that are moving around.
Yeah, sectors moving around, markets moving around. Well, we got that low of the day, so we rang a register at the LOD on CBRS. Now it's the hunt for the issue price. Either next available pop or we see the 185. The race to the bottom it's gonna get won obviously by CBRS at this point because SpaceX is flat out not dropping. So it can be great yesterday, but SpaceX, it was a long off 150 just like yesterday. You can't call it any other way. And so shorted underneath VWAP, Cerebras works, SpaceX doesn't. You got to be in that bucket. And I'm not going to touch this. Back under VWAP or up to 160 or 165 is going to be the play almost no matter what. Wendy's has gone to sleep, man. The volume, see that the volume still trailing lower. So we got out at VWAP for what ends up being a scalp trade. I thought it had more potential, but for now it's looking like it's going to be fast asleep, unfortunately, over there on Meta. We're going to jump over to Adara. If Wendy's isn't moving yet, then maybe something else is catching your attention in small cap land.
Lots of eye-popping small caps on the watch today. All of these have market caps of at least $1 billion, with notable short floats and some retail attention. I am going to start, though, with Wendy's WEN. In case you guys missed the story on this, yesterday at 8:30 a.m., so now over 24 hours ago, Wendy announced the appointment of Steve Cirulis as its new CFO and CSO, or Chief Strategy Officer, as of June 23rd. So I guess this came into effect yesterday when it was announced. Wendy's with a $1.5 billion market cap and a just under 30% short float. RUN up next here. Sunrun to the upside. Tesla deal here for 16 gigawatts of clean energy. Good look for RUN with a $3.8 billion market cap and a 26% short float. Last but not least, FCEL, very volatile, guys. Be aware. Fuel cell, $1.55 billion market cap, 8% short float, announcing a 380 megawatt agreement with Fit Energy for data centers. So FCEL, RUN, and WEN all on watch today. Back to you.
And then you can
hit it.
Yeah.
But that's
and that actually works.
more of a scalp trade there.
No, it was thank you, Adara. I was actually just talking about the SpaceX Toronto CDR and some of the trading opportunities on that. And I talked about this in the afternoon show that for whatever reason, I just found timing your entries was a little bit easier if you were going against the grain. And it ended up working in the afternoon on the short side, but that's a different story. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. It's not really doing much of anything today. It's still an inside day when it comes to this thing. Again, Wendy's doing absolutely nothing. Bitcoin, yeah, the one day we're not. Where are we at? 61,000? Oh, if we break 60K today, forget about it. There is nothing bullish about this. If anything, just pure continuation. Your lows, if you lose 60, that's pretty significant. This is where the bounce has been multiple times this year. That 5 handle. I still keep thinking that we're going to 50,000 this year, and nothing about what is happening in crypto or Bitcoin is telling me otherwise. Still think you're getting to 50. This is what it is, everybody. They are not. Here we go, gates of hell. Have to.
Yeah, I mean, people were still so positive about that thing sub 100 or over 100,000, and unfortunately, I think that was probably your trigger to get out, and maybe 50 is your trigger to get in. So I think that could be.
I just think it's a level on the.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
chart.
Like if 100, 125, 100, 75 held for a minute, now 60's holding, maybe 50 holds. I don't know. I don't like it. I haven't liked Bitcoin in a minute, but I still hold some. So pretty much waiting to see what's going on there. But yeah, look, this is why you sit at those lows of the day, right? I mean, the low of the day here on the Qs was right here. 65. So we have multiple outs there at 65, where right now, man, I'm holding about 2% or so of that position, period. So yeah, man, I mean, it's been a good one for the NASDAQ. I didn't get the 30s there. I didn't realize that was going to be low, unfortunately. So here's a bounce back up. I'm not thinking about reloading it. It's 1030. It's coming up into 1030. If we do get back up here, the reload would be again at 75.10s or so. So we'll have to wait to see if that plays. And if it does, then good. I'll be there on that one. Just trying to find some more names, man. I mean, that box L is now halted, apparently. So we can look out there. We've seen box light a few times. And here it is, man, holding again. Fort is box L. So a couple halts coming through there. Open back up there. Halted at 10 o'clock at 480. I don't know, Adair, potentially news on this. It's a name BOXL, box light. We've had some movement on BOXL in the past. That's probably reverse split right there, maybe a reverse split again. But there goes BOXL. Could be a nothing burger, of course, but we'll look into that.
They reverse split on Monday. I have nothing for you other than that. That was announced last week, and that's the latest news thing that I have for this. I'll check on social media.
Okay, so
it's twofold when you reverse split because A, maybe you're not going to get booted from the exchange. That's one pause. The second one is, well, you now have a smaller float in theory, so it's easier to soak up the float and then squeeze. And I think my guess would be that the pump and dump phenomenon, like they might target the ones that recently have that reverse split, so it's a little bit easier to soak up the float and head higher. I don't know. I always find like it's a conspiracy theory idea, but like when something gets to a smaller float or has no news story, oftentimes it can just be social media or people pumping it in channels. Adara?
There's a little bit of social media attention, but there's nothing like super crazy here. Like there, honestly, probably if I looked up a Meg 7, it'd be getting more attention than this.
It's usually Reddit and Discord. That's the thing. Like it's not really on X anymore for a lot of those plays. I think that's where you got to be looking. All right, so SpaceX might be moving here. It's at 58. It's creeping higher, looking 60s, maybe into that. If it breaks 60, that 165 is still going to be the play. It's going to double check on. Cerebras it's getting close to 185. We're down at 188. Do still think there's a chance that we hit that IPO issue price at 185. Got to see a bid down there. Like just because it's at 185 doesn't mean anyone's interested in defending it. Like this opened on May 15th. It wouldn't be May 14th. Hey, it's my dad's birthday. So it's a little bit different from SpaceX, and that a little bit more time has passed between the IPO and it getting to the issue. Like SpaceX is almost an automatic if it gets to 135 because it's like we're only like a week removed from it. Whereas Cerebras has had enough time that I don't think it's as automatic a defense. I want to see a bid down there. If there isn't one, you don't have to sit there and get run over. So I'm going to step away from that. Wendy's, all right, it's getting back above VWAP. So I might look for a second salvo. The other thing happening, I mean, the volume did pick up. So we lost VWAP. The volume's starting to pick back up again. Might try to re-enter this using the maybe just use the 790 as an out. So if we can hold VWAP and $8, look for that 790 level on Wendy's. Volume coming right back into this name.
If anything, I was thinking about, Wendy's. I was actually looking at Wendy's as well. But I was actually thinking about Palantir up here. You know, still red on the day, flashing around back and forth between red and green anyways. But this 117.50, we get up there, man. Maybe it's a short. But I do like the fact that we bounced off VWAP a couple times. So interested in this one. I'm interested in the long down here at 115. Hello, what's up? Or what's up, Jin? Hopefully you're doing well, Jin Wei there. Hello to you as well. Let us know, Jin, if there's any sort of stock that you're trading. We do want to appreciate the super chat, that's for sure. So thank you, Jin, for that. And hello to you as well, as we're having, obviously we keep talking about it, a good time around here, trading away. And, thanks to everybody for all the kind words that we always receive. And for the super chats, it does mean a lot to us and help support the show as we continue to grow. And you've seen we've added SIA as well, and soon to come, hopefully an aftermarket show. And it's going to be just a good experience overall. We're hoping for everybody. Trump is on True Social. We do have oil coming out at 10 a.m. at 10:30. So oil inventory is going to be coming out. We'll wait to see what winds up happening with those. USO down 4% today. Pretty nasty to the downside there. Yeah,
the Trump post is just that he canceled his conference to sign this bill because he needs to pass the Save America Act because he considers that to be a capital N, national capital E emergency. Thank you for your attention to this matter. It's not market related. That was the post here on Truth.
Capital E. Okay, let's go find out who's making all the money here at Real Trading. This is yesterday's numbers. So let's go over and have a quick little look at who the top traders are yesterday at Real Trading. We have someone over here that traded the NASDAQ and the AMEX $35,000. So these are the markets that they traded. This is the US denominated value. So yesterday there was obviously something big happening on the AMEX, probably a closing trade or
possibly SOX.
Or something there. Yeah, SOX possible there for sure, as we had some movement yesterday. AMEX again, New York and NASDAQ. So as you could see, man, no NYSE yesterday, very much AMEX related there. Could be SOXL. And
we had an interview with Daniel Schlepfer from head of Real Trading, and this is one of the things that was talked about.
Nice.
those ETFs and some of the double leverage and the stocks when the chips are moving around, that's the place to be. You'll find when the space names are moving, things like NASA, some of the ETFs, they're out there, and that's where a lot of the juice can be had. Now, they don't list the tickers, but if we're being real, like there was a pretty hefty trend to be had in some of the chip names, and where the volume is.
Yeah.
There was an imbalance on it, but I don't want to presume that it's always the imbalance trade when there's also a trend trade that goes on. But there was a little bit of an imbalance of 350, and it caught a bid going into the close. So sometimes it could be a scalp trade, but it could also just be trading the momentum on those 2x daily leverage.
Yeah.
Which continuously, if you look at real trading in the top 10 in volume, it's always half of the top 10 in volume of real trading are almost always those ETFs on a consistent basis month to month. They let us know that. That's one of the reasons we bring that information, because there's that opportunity out there. Yeah, SpaceX is coming close to the 160 level. You're finally grinding higher. I mean, it's been grinding higher, but it's just not. Yeah, when we bounced off 150 yesterday, it got all the way up here almost instant. It was 10 o'clock. It was already up there. It's 10:30, and we didn't make the bounce 9:42, about the same time. So it's about half an hour behind schedule compared to yesterday's trade. CBRS is not really doing much. It's bouncing off of, 188. So not that 185 yet. This could end up being another VWAP play for sure. So this or Wendy's, possibly IBIT for me. Those are the names I'm looking at. IBIT, Bitcoin, not really showing any signs of breaking the downtrend yet. But VWAP's starting to come in here as the market climbs higher. Let's go to Adara. We've got, oil inventories should be at 10:30.
Yeah, just be aware here, guys. EIA crude oil inventories on watch, negative 3.6 million is the forecast. Prior here, negative 8.263 million. Another event that could potentially move oil here, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to begin speaking at 10:30 a.m. Crude oil stock exchange, negative 6.088 million versus the forecast of negative 3.6 million. So a little bit lower than we were expecting here. Not much of a move in oil that we're seeing on this number. Again, negative 6 or so versus negative 3 or so expected. Back to you.
All right. Thanks, Adara. Yeah, so we'll get, those are the numbers here. We can take a look at what's exactly going on here with oil and, nothing. So not a huge number there, expected draw. I'll get those numbers once they start to flash up here for us again, but not much going on with USO right now. So although those inventories are now out, there isn't a whole heck of a lot of action over there right now. Checking back on Wendy's.
Excuse me.
Yeah, man, it was pretty active early, and now it's pretty dead. So, definitely worth looking at, I think. We always want to have a look at this name because it could any point start to pump up with a 30% short float. Wendy's right now, does it have the tendies to go up? We will wait to see if you are holding on to anything Wendy's related there. Hopefully it's, something that you've traded maybe out of if you've enjoyed this, but really it's kind of at a decent level still. We haven't spent too long over this $8 mark today, so it's nice to see that it's over there right now. We'll have to wait to see if there's any sort of love back in for Wendy's. And we did talk about, having 2% left of these Qs. We were able to empty it out right down here when that just came through. And, I said that this could be a possible reload spot. I don't know. I almost feel like we should wait even until 76 again. The market sometimes just goes, and there's no point in waiting around for it if I don't want to average in there, because then even just going up a little bit, we start to give some back. So that's not something I want to do. We're a half hour away. I'll be getting out of here. And then we'll come back at 2 p.m. So I don't necessarily want to put on too much here, but I think if the market can continue to make a new high, then that's where I'd like to short that. So that's be around 76. So even based on that, I'm going to put a piece out right now at 10s. There it is, and just take a little bit out there only for 15 cents. As now we get lower and lower, not much going on for me on that one. Tesla is trying to break above. So maybe there's some levels here. That's 384, 385. Those are those pre-market highs. Tesla does have an opportunity to, really be one of those movers every single day. The only problem with this one would be if you break that high right there of 384.50, well, then you're running into yesterday's levels of 385.50. So might only be worth $1 or so, but I still love this TSLA area right there. Yo, what's up, long this? We have a super chat there. I see it's about BBAI. If we could get that up, I'll see what it's saying. Well, okay, I can just call it up right now. All right, BBAI is killing me. Yeah, it's not killing me. I'm too bad there, but we can talk about it. Do I think it's a fundamental issue, sector rotation, or just traders being trading? I think it's the same thing when you look at a Palantir, right? I mean, when we're calling BBAI a baby Palantir, well, yeah, Palantir is getting smoked right now. We're still long at 420. That went to 550. So, that was 25% winner right there on BBAI. I'm not going to panic because where it is, it's still a very small percentage of the portfolio. This is a shot call. I don't even, we've already done well on this. We got out 550, 650, 850 on the way up. So that 550 could have been taken out again right there. That was the high. I like the story. I think that as we talk about government contracts, that's increasing. They do have, they just bought another company out that was the body heat scanners. So there is some, opportunity there. And they have an LLM that's been approved by the government. So I do think that there is some potential for Big Bear AI, but I wouldn't average into it. Like whatever you're in right now, you're probably in enough. And if you wanted to wait for something, what about $3? Just try to wait for $3 if you can, and then maybe buy a little bit more. But this is just traders being traders, to answer your question. I mean, it's downside. Look at Palantir, right? I mean, this is off of, and this is why it's tough to believe in, what leaders say and everything like that. Like Alex Karp basically called Palantir the best tech quarter he's ever seen, or obviously that they've ever had as well. But he talked about across the whole board. Since then, it's just been straight downside pressure for Palantir. So I don't really, believe too much in this space anymore until you start to see names like Microsoft and all those big guys start to come back to the upside, Salesforce, some of the IGV names, because it's been beat up. Like if they're not coming to buy Microsoft when it's from Microsoft's almost down just as much as Big Bear AI. So like if you're not, Big Bear AI's high was 5, this was 470. Now this is down to 370, and Big Bear AI is down to 360. So obviously the move is more pronounced in Big Bear AI, but not by many percentage points. So until they come to buy some of these guys, I'm going to wait on some of the lesser known names.
One thing to keep in mind about the IGV, because a lot of times it's like, oh, the IGV's going, software is starting to pick up, and I know it had a big rally. But try to remember how big the rally was on the Palo Alto and CrowdStrike. Like part of the reason why you extended so far on the IGV was specifically cybersecurity names. Like it wasn't as if it was across the board. Some things were built differently on the bounce than others. So like I know we referenced it, software is bouncing, software is bouncing. Sometimes you have to look under the hood and realize not all of them were going, and still you have that sentiment into the downside. Man, Wendy's, every time I look over at Wendy's, there's some other small capper that's actually moving that you guys are talking about. But no, that volume is going to be relatively dead. Still waiting for, IBIT won't bounce, won't get to VWAP. SpaceX, again, it's just not moving as rapidly. I feel like yesterday, the way it just felt like that initial move up was faster. Now you're on that slow grind to 160 and to 165. I was just looking at a sector we were playing in yesterday's trade that was actually pretty good. I didn't realize it had gotten this bad. And shout out to those in the chat that were yelling about the quantum names. QBTS was a pretty good one. We talked about the president and the administration investing quantum. Like IBM had its own story as well. Well, forget about all those gains. It was a good long early. It bull flagged it. The continuation is real. How about that for a flat bottom break and a fail in QBTS? Down 7%. This gets if they sell the new. Remember, they just had more support from the administration basically throwing favor at them. If the response to that is to lose the bid, you always have to take a step back and remember what it is that these are. And those are companies where we're watching the World Cup right now. Go to any one of the top teams, go look at their top couple of players and what they're earning, and that's more than the revenues of any of these.
Oh yeah,
things.
Easily, yeah.
And I shouldn't have said the top teams. I should have said just like a regular team, because they're not making any money and they have billion-dollar valuations, and at best some of them have millions in revenue. And I'm gonna talk about it at best. There's at least one of these suckers that's 150,000 in revenue last quarter, I believe. It wasn't QBTS, I don't think, but So be careful. This flat bottom breaks 22, and it turns into a momentum short. I'm just really, really surprised. And no, Rex Banner's like Cabo Verde. I don't know, because Cabo Verde probably doesn't have anybody making more than the revenues here, because impressive story, that Cabo Verde, but that squad has nobody playing in the top leagues. That's why I think what they were doing is impressive. But when again, if you have a billion valuation and revenues are coming in at 10, 15 million, you know what you're investing in, right? And that means it can go to zero. Like, I have shares of QBTS, but in my opinion, that and SMR, if they go to zero, it has to be an amount that I can live with. That's what a shot play is. And it also means you aggressively take profit on the way up. And I'm not mad when you sell things when this was breaking out and it seemed like a great idea to sell shares in the teens, because it could go back to zero. And then it further doubled up from there. That's also part of it as well. Sometimes you will take profit out and it'll double and triple again, but I don't want to be left holding the entire bag. And you could you can say the same thing about the nuclear names. Look at SMR, down 5% today. These are getting smoked. Quantum and nuclear are both getting smoked this morning without a headline. It's not a good sign.
No, I mean, that's what I was saying, like, wait for SMR back into $10 maybe.
It bounced right off 10 today.
Yeah.
Literally $9.98 today.
Yeah, I don't know. Those are levels that we're waiting for sure. I'm going to take advantage of, well, I mean, I don't even know if I'm waiting for that, but just as it's come back in, I'm going to start to exit out of this. We talked about potentially not reloading this level. It does break a little higher. We're going to get a little bit more out there. Continue to watch out for SpaceX. Still haven't put a trade on that one yet. It almost came through. I mean, I have my stop order to go at 160 to break through 160. That did not happen there, and now it just fell off that. So I think we might have made a little bit of a mistake there. And there's 160. It's your 50 period. Sorry, it's your 200 period on a 5-minute chart there for 160. So that would have been a level there that I thought, hey man, if we break it, I like it, but it did not break. So I know that's SpaceX. All right, let's go back over to the desk now with either Adara or Sia, one of them.
Sector watch time. Let's start with what's strong, because it's actually quite a few sectors today. Producer manufacturing looking good across the board. Consumer non-durables strong. Transportation strong. Uber up about nearly 3%. Not entirely sure this is the entire reason, but Nancy Pelosi apparently disclosing a trade in Uber to the upside. So nice look there. Consumer services strong. Health tech strong. Non-energy minerals. I mean, this is going to be an interesting sector because we know there's been some commodities going back and forth here. You do have weakness in both NEM, so gold play, and copper play, FCX, but other names in the sector are doing well. Distribution doing well. Electronic tech is actually where things get really interesting. You've got flat more or less here for NVIDIA and Apple, but then strength in a lot of other names in the sector. Qualcomm, Marvell, WDC, however, pulling back. So some chip and memory pullbacks ahead of that MU earnings report after the bell today. Do not forget, guys, finance weak across the board, and and technology services, bit of a mixed look here as well. Google strong, but other Mag 7s in the sector, Meta and Microsoft, relatively flat to weak. Then you've also got some weakness in SaaS yet again. ServiceNow down about 1.5%. Poor Oracle down 3%. Back to you.
Ooh. Poor Oracle.
The Oracle of Oracle shorts.
Yes. Well, Oracle, I mean, I still think, like I said, man, I think this AI is in trouble for a minute here, and we've talked about that a little bit. I'm almost out. That just came right back to VWAP, so actually, you know what? I am just going to clean out. There we go. We're out of that one. We'll put it in right there. About 1.5 times our daily goal there on the TQs. It was about 2 times when we were down there. We give some backup as it comes back up to the upside. So we'll make our goal right there on the Qs and just get out. And it was a good reload, but we were able to exit out of the majority of that here as we come back into VWAP. So let's just punch out, and I just don't want to worry about it. So we'll get out there. Our last out at 75, obviously not great, but that's it, man. So that was a good trade there. We'll wait for the next one. And I just want to say, when I was talking about Microsoft, because I see Microsoft's hitting on the scanner right now as well, as that's bouncing off the 200 period moving average. I'm just comparing Microsoft as an IGV, as a software play, and I was just saying, like, not that Microsoft's comparable to Big Bear AI, that would be ridiculous. This is just talking about until these names start to really recover, there's no way you're going to get these baby stocks going anywhere, right? I mean, real money has to come back to work, and then maybe upgrades will start to happen in some of the other names, and it's just one of those plays that you got to wait for. And if anything, I think the better comparison is a name like Palantir, where you're using AI and selling basically, your ability to connect over parse through data and spit out some kind of a result. And, that's what Palantir's trying to do now as well. So that's a nice move right here for PLTR today, but still down 1%. I mean, it starts off really brutal, and then there it is fading. So I think for tomorrow, and even for now, I mean, there's VWAP now breaking. It's too bad we got out of those TQs because it's kind of making move back lower now.
Oh,
but just
Brian had a good thing on Palantir.
Yeah, okay. What did Brian say?
So it was a huge confluence. He drew an anchored. Whoops. Why is this? Hey, there we go. Thank you, eSignal. Nice. See, when I hit enter, it just goes right over to Palantir, which I thought I already had up. No, so while you're under 50, you're under 200, all the moving averages are gone, but there was a $100 level anchor. So it's out in the middle of nowhere on the dailies and the weeklies. There's just nothing sitting there. It looks like a gigantic gap in almost every single time frame. So you just think $100 is is a random number, but there's a big anchored. I'd have to go back and look to see where he drew the anchored from. But yeah, he was highlighting the $100 level.
It might even be from. We'll have to add some.
I'd have to. I can always go back and rewatch, or you can go back and rewind. But it does seem like, you're just picking 100 because of 100. But that was a place that he felt technically he could get to. So flat bottom break at 125 gets to $100. I mean, that kind of works. And then I think he drew a Fibonacci as well. And it even lined up on some kind of a fib. So
Fibonacci, you say? Okay.
A little bit of confluence there.
SPCE.
We'll see. Definitely could be that. Look, still waiting for, Wendy's. I know everyone's trying to will this one to existence, but it's just losing the bid again through VWAP. So this one, it managed to kind of hold 75. It managed to kind of break VWAP, but you can want it to be a long. It just hasn't been one today for Wendy's. So continued disappointment for me there. I do at least have D-Wave on the radar. I think it's already shown you a short at VWAP. I think another chance. It got close before, down 8% before it gets to 10. The market's going up, so a push, it gets dragged back into the volume weighted average price. QBTS is going to be one that I'm going to look for the short. I just realized I didn't check. QBTS we can short for free. That's another advantage here. You probably have to pay for Rigetti, but QBTS free locates on that one. We'll take it. So if we get a bounce back into the volume weighted average price, this one I'll like to the short side. Quantum is a space that is getting absolutely burned today. Despite the market going back into the green, that's the mags that are taking you higher. It ain't if you're not making money, it's not like those aren't the names that are going. I saw someone saying Corning is a great company. That's 9% on Corning.
Down? Oh, up. Yeah, I know.
Well, it's a good company. It's a good company. Is there something specific for Corning? I mean, that stands out like a sore thumb, does it not? In today's market, I get it. The market is trying to go higher, but that's a big-time blast to the upside on GLW. And shout out to anyone who happens to be in Corning. Here, I'll hit this because we're not in football season, but a draft that we didn't care about that much happened last night, only because it doesn't mean anything to the Raptors.
Yeah, 19th overall pick.
Yeah, that's the thing. Raptors would not.
That's too bad. I'm, I bought Corning in around that 180 marker. We talked about very light again. I just didn't average. Yeah, it was because of the NVIDIA deals. There was deals with NVIDIA there that Jensen had talked about Corning and how much they did like it down there. And I missed it the first time up. And then you guys, even in the chat, thank you for alerting me. That came back in and we did, but I was so small. But anyways. Yeah, nothing to. Did you want to pipe in there, Daryl?
I was gonna say there was no news on Corning. I looked. It's funny because UAL, a lot of these names are kind of having these weird pops off the open. But yeah, GLW really sustained, much like SoFi. No obvious reason for it.
Okay.
So we'll just give it one of these.
Yeah.
See, here's the thing. When a small cap company with a small flow, big short flow starts running and there's no news, you get that whole skepticism. You're like, okay, fine, it's not gonna last. When GLW just starts going and there isn't a specific story, well, that's different because that's real money that's going into it, right? That's real money pushing it into the highs for a potential breakout. And this goes right back to the conversation we're having with Brian. I'm pretty sure we had the same conversation the week before that. It is so much easier to find something you like that is in an uptrend that presents you with dip buys than it is to catch the bottoms. And I hate to keep using the same. The first thing I think about to exemplify the point, it's not to pick on Lululemon, it's just like if another stock came to mind in the split second, that's what I'd go to. But instead of trying to pick bottoms on things like Lulu or Nike, there's a Corning out there. It could be, there was Jivanova gave a pullback, didn't get to the 200 period moving average. That was okay. You could look at the same thing. You could do it with the Qs if you really wanted to. Micron reports tonight. That's been giving it to you as well, although different story potentially this time because they have the earnings. But every single time it's pulled back off the highs, a decent chunk, 15, 20%, you're bouncing off of trend line and getting back to the high. Again, different story because they report tonight. It could blast right through that. But the market catching a nice little bid. Is that going to bring SpaceX up to the 160? That should give it a chance. That's nope, not yet. Still, that won't go up, huh?
No, it's trying. I just wanted to say, like we did, and again, like at least we're sitting here giving some ideas. We did talk about liking Palantir down here at the 200 period moving average. So if you were sitting at 115.50, which I should have been, Palantir there has now up $1 and change off of that 200 period. I like that play for sure. Right now, this is why we get out of the market and we don't worry about it. There we're out at VWAP. It goes down another 30 cents, whatever, off of that, and then it just pops right through. You notice the non-reload there. We talked about how we wanted to play the move down. Box light is popping again, and there it goes, man. We actually indicated this. We talked about a reverse split just the other day, and now you're up 95% on box light as you just continue to go higher. There's the breakout there. Nothing on this name, macro-wise, just a technical move because, again, shortable, huge amount of shares out there. They reverse that split, go from 50 cents all the way to whatever it was the other day there. And now it's all the way back up through $5 into $6. As here we go, it's box light. Gonna probably halt again. There, halted again. I can't see if it halts on the chart, but then we flip over here and there it is. 3 million shares. We brought this to you at like 600,000 shares or so when it was halting back into there. There's a nice move up on box light.
What's the blue again, sorry?
VWAP is this one, yeah. That's VWAP there. So that's been holding out pretty good there. Baffin, okay, so nothing's going on there. CUPR was another halt name that's moved around. And then, of course, Wendy's doing its thing there as well. So Tesla just went right back up into a key level as well, 384, and faded off of that. So pretty choppy here this morning. I'm still trying to find some names that might be. I just saw someone there. What's up, Robert? Put an Intel. We can have a quick look at Intel. Yeah, what a great level, 130. Wow. I mean, the key levels continue to be it, right? Key dollar values. So 130, 140, 135, things like that. And that's what you're in right now to 135. So we'll see if Intel can wind up holding. That's looking like it's done pretty good. And then I'm getting flashes on NVIDIA. I think it's high of day, right? Yeah, so NVIDIA coming in into 201 and change again. So this could be a decent little short if you don't believe in this market for NVIDIA. 201 against that high of 201.50. Not a horrible spot to think about some NVIDIA. But now the market's cooking. So now you're up 0.6, been a good one here. I like that move. And then to check back on SoFi, I thought maybe SoFi was going to pull back on a recent move higher, but no, man, SoFi at highs right now, up 5%. So that's pretty good as well. You can make money, but is your money talking to you? We're going to go find out right here in the back with Adara and the Money Talk segment.
Really nice look to the upside here for DXY. It's poised to be green for 5 of the last 6 sessions. Let's see if we continue this streak. Right now, nearing that 102 level, currently trading around 101.7. We're still near these multi-year, or rather over 1-year highs for the US dollar. If you take a look at this weekly chart, as you can see, poised for our second straight green week. Next level of resistance here is going to be that level from, again, about a year ago, May 12th, 2025. Let's see if we can take that out of both the daily and the weekly for the DXY, just from a technical standpoint. We did have some economic data coming through today here. U.S. new home sales units, those did come in lower than expected. As such, new home sales change actually negative versus a positive expected print. Tomorrow, though, is where we get all of the really exciting economic data. You get PCE and core PCE month over month and year over year. Core PCE, we're expecting slightly hotter than the prior print, about 0.1% hotter for both month over month and year over year. For non-core, we are also expecting hotter prints. Notably, PCE year over year expecting a 4 handle, 4.1% versus the prior print of 3.8%. Let's take a look here at the CME Fed Watch tool, as I always like to do during Money Talks. Still about a 68% or so chance that the Fed will hold rates at the July 29th meeting, so just over a month from now. 32% chance that rates could actually be hiked by 25 basis points. Now, if I move over to the probability section of things, we are still seeing a chance here of a rate hike heading forward in September. Now, what's interesting, though, is we were also seeing the chances of greater rate hikes heading into later this year, early last year. That's now gone. So we're still seeing that rate hike in September, but maybe less hikes in the immediate future for that U.S. interest rate. Back to you.
Well, I mean, that going down will help things a little bit. It doesn't seem to be helping the companies that aren't making money though this morning, because I feel like it's all, if you got high debt and if you're over leveraged, those names aren't really bouncing. It seems to be a lot of quality. If you're looking at tech, the quality seems to be bouncing. Goes without saying a little bit better. But as the market gets to the highs, I finally found something that wasn't making a high that is a setup, and that's going to be SMCI. Doesn't break yesterday's top, doesn't break a double top, losing VWAP as we speak. So we always have locates on this, but you never, sometimes you don't. If I had to go pay for it, I want to be able to know that I have to. So either we're going to get the double top or let it close under VWAP, and I like this one to the south side just because the NASDAQ is right at, it's not just the highs, overnight highs. Yesterday's afternoon resistance, right? Like, or I guess lunchtime resistance levels, and it's 29.9. So 30,000 would have been the top yesterday, and then 29.9. You're just getting into that top. So find me something that is relatively weak. If we lose that high, then I want to jump into SMCI. I know percentage-wise it's not, but just in terms of sentiment, market at high, it's not relatively weak, in my opinion. So either that breaks through VWAP, or we're going to short this one at the high of the day. So that'll be the next thing it looks like for me. Wendy's Nothing Burger, SpaceX not moving like it used to, for sure. We had a super chat.
Okay.
Can we throw up? There was a super chat I thought was about Rocket Labs.
Oh.
I'll try to find it myself, and if you can throw it up faster than I can find it, Andre. I swear I saw it. Oh, that's okay. I'll find it myself. It's here we go. We throw it up. There was Javier. I knew I saw this. Is it a good idea to buy the RKLB dip? We're not here to give investing advice. If you like a company, who's anybody to tell you whether to buy or not? From a momentum perspective, since this started selling off on the SpaceX hype and then continuation on the SpaceX actual IPO, so like flush on IPO day, continue the downward trend, nothing yet has been able to give it a bid, right? Like it finds one level of resistance, holds it, drops down. The prior low, resistance, drops down again. So, it's stair-stepping to the downside, and on a collision course with the 200 period moving average, which it has respected for a very, very long time. You have to go all the way, this bounce here is in April of 2025. The last time it actually held under the 200 period moving average, I'm not even going to bother. It's more than 3 years ago, so let's not even bother with it. I think as long as it holds that trend, that looks like the technical level, $77, $75 in the 200 period. It just keeps stair-stepping down. SpaceX was a pretty big market event. You got to respect that. And remember, it's not an IPO, but when HK Hynix comes to the U.S. markets for that ADR, Micron, the other RAM names, it could be a similar type event for them too, where it turns into a sell the news when people are looking to raise capital in your group. It's not always a good sign. It can be a sign of a bit of a temporary top.
Yeah, I think Rocket Labs, again, was a pretty easy one to think about fading. We talked about that.
ASTS, they're all the same.
Yeah, it's all the same. The only thing, the mistrade of the day, there will be no, Google long, I don't know, we write this down at 8 o'clock. Google long 347. We added it to the watch list, looking for possible reversals, watching for pullback into these levels, right? And so 347 on Google was what was written down. And even as we saw this name come in, I didn't trust myself. That was the very bottom, was 347. And again, that happened at 950. We wrote that down at 8. There it goes blasting to the high side. So next time we got to trust ourselves a little bit there with Google as we wind up missing that trade. All right, here we go, man. It is a favorite moment here on the show. At least on our show. I know we don't have many of them, but the midday.
I peeked and saw
it. Yeah, I saw it again right there. Hit the what's for lunch? Okay, there, that's for Joe.
You like this.
Yeah, I saw already there. Well, no, today's Wednesday.
Yeah.
So Chipotle lime grilled chicken?
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. It's not bad. It's Mexican flag, by the way. Yeah, yesterday, I knew yesterday's was going to be good.
Check the side, though.
Right there. Yeah, I saw right now. I think it says Power Bowl base. I think it's gonna be lime quinoa with some chicken on top, lime rice, and quinoa, and then on the topping. So to your point, I think it's a bowl. So it's gonna have roasted corn, pico de gallo, shredded lettuce, cucumber, pickled red onion, and then avocado, sour cream, and so on and so forth. So looks like we got a bowl today for lunch. So for me, that's a what's for lunch, and a slappa. We definitely like that one.
As long as that's what actually shows up.
I think so.
They haven't done the bowl before.
Well, the thing is, it's pre-portioned now, right? So because we don't have everybody in the back, so it doesn't come as like
so much extra food. Though.
Yeah. So right now you got to make it. No, but not anymore. They don't. It's just all pre-portioned now.
Oh yeah.
So everybody gets their own. So yeah. Anyways, that's what's going on right there. So that's what's for lunch. And by the way, oh hell yeah, Nancy, you're giving me an out, baby. There's Uber right now, $75. What? Well, $74. Hopefully $75. What a move up there, man. Nancy buys and the stock. Don't trademark this. Nancy buys and the stock flies. And there it goes, man. Uber straight to the top side again. I'll be back later this afternoon, maybe not. $74 right there coming in. We'll see what winds up happening there at that level, giving me an out. So I think I'll actually take advantage of that. Let's see what winds up happening the rest of the day. But hopefully we can break above and hold. Just, I'm going to check the account, see how much we have. But I think lightening the load a little bit here on Uber might be worth it, but maybe it's just my opinion is a little bit too hard on it, but I don't know. No news today other than the fact that Nancy Pelosi went in and bought $5 million worth of Intel and then also $1 million, I guess, worth of Uber. So Intel up 2%, Uber up 6%. So that's a nice little rebound day there for Uber shareholders. So congratulations on that one. And then again, man, we didn't reload. We mentioned 76 as a possibility there for the TQs. So watch out for that one. There on the TQQs. Yeah, and you know what? Like, I do think that there is something, and that's why what's up to dogs in the fight. I do think that there is something about that. So here it is, I'll put it up. That the robo-taxis is coming for their lunch. I don't know if it actually means that they're going to end Uber in the long term. Uber has Uber Eats, they have Uber Freight. There are a few other things that they have that the taxi is not going to necessarily end their business, but I do think it's at risk for their model. Especially when you have Waymo kicking around as well. There's lots of opportunities.
Partnerships with Waymo, that's their chance.
Yeah.
Like they have to, so if Waymo wins and they get a bunch of partnerships with Uber, Uber's okay. If the robo-taxi and Tesla beats out Waymo to a large extent, Uber's in a world over.
Yeah.
I think it's like a bet on Uber is a bet on Waymo and other non-robo-taxi plays. That being said, I don't know, this feels like this push-up, like this Nancy push-up, if that's all that it really is, it does feel a little meme-ish as it gets into resistance. Like maybe if it puts in like any kind of candle on the 15 or the 3 that indicates that this program buying is done, which is extreme, there could be a reversion in here. But it's like slowly climbing volume on Uber. I'm just going to do this for this. See that how it's slowly climbing in volume? You get a change in behavior on both the volume and this, and you could signal a little bit of a temporary top for a reversion. But it's 11 o'clock. We're going to enjoy some Mexican cuisine. Forgot to say, Canada, they play today against Switzerland. Big match.
Yeah, it's a big one.
Only have to tie, but they can't approach
they can
it.
lose. They can lose because
I thought we.
No, because our plus minus is +6.
But we can't. What's the one?
Then we would be 1-1-1.
But we don't want to come second. We want to win the group.
No, we don't want to come second. But
we want to win the group, so we got to
qualified already.
Yeah, we're going to get through to the first time Canada's going to get through. But I feel like you got to put the foot on the gas, play with purpose, go out there and win the match, and end on a high note for sure. But Uber absolutely flying. The market's trying to get back into the upside as well. Even Wendy's is above VWAP, although it's not moving that much. We're going to enjoy our food. We'll come back at 2 o'clock, everybody. It's Sharif, the professor, Joey Options. Go get him.
The professor.
There's Donald.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome.
Greetings and salutations. Beautiful people, welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options. I'm Sharif. How's the go juice going, Joey?
Yeah, we're getting jittered up, my boy.
Many cups on your desk there, Joey.
Yeah, everyone. Like, do you see how I stacked them yesterday? Give me the side of like water, coffee, espresso.
Love it, bro. Let's say hello to everybody. Scott, Green Saber, Mr. Kevin G, and Juan Padilla. Shout out to my man Jacques. Go Canada. Absolutely go Canada. Vern Skis. We got Travman. We got Bovin. Happy Hump Day. Yes, right back at you. Yannick, Dino, Film World, Boosted Red Sport. Who else? MF, freaking dangerous. Andrew Chow. Hi, Joe.
Who said that?
Jody's back, bro.
Yeah, my girl's always in the chat. She say, "Hey, Joe."
Yeah, man.
All right, I always have the
Eclectic fashions. We got Arcade Sway. What's up, Omahax? We got Paul. We got John Neal. Shout out to C. Srendon, Vizbot, Taylor. We got Robe Girl. Shampoo's in the house.
Taylor in the chat saying, "Hey, what's up?"
Roger. Can you log in? Raven, Traveling. We got 1948, 326, 7, JD. Ronaldo, Christmas, Coca-Cola. And we got Hangry Wife. Shout out to Hinsey. Blicky Spears in the house. Man, Stone broke since yesterday. Strain up your mic, Joe, says Ram in the chat. Oh, she's already chirping you in the chat there, huh?
Don't get me started, I mean.
Get it, Ram. It must be nice, huh? We could get on her case a little bit right now, but I think we'll leave her alone.
We're kind.
Yeah, we're kind. But there's a lot of material there, isn't there? There's plenty of material.
We have a 3-hour window here, Sharif. We can continue. All right, what's up?
Get it,
what's up, Becky? What's going on? She says, "Hey, boys. What's up, Becky? Hope everyone's going." Listen, I'm going to be straight as I typically am with you guys. Yeah. I don't know how I'm feeling today. All right? Yeah. Right. Hold on. Let me finish here.
Okay.
I don't know what's going to happen. I'm more of a slow burn. I don't know if you noticed this, Sharif.
Yep.
Slow burn. It takes a little bit of while to get the wheels rolling here for me.
100%.
And there's nothing that displeases me more.
What?
Is dishes clanking around bright and early in the morning. Like, what is this? I'm not back at home.
So it's not Milo.
It's not. If it's not Milo,
I can probably tell you it's not Milo. So who else is in the apartment with you? Joey?
Man, oh man, dude. I'm tiptoeing around. I'm like a cat. I'm like a mouse when I'm moving in the morning. No, it's not the same. There's the same level of respect isn't there, Sharif. All right, starting to warm up a little bit here, man. All right, let's see what we got going on. Guys, once again, I just mentioned it's going to take me a while to get the wheels rolling here. For whatever reason it is, we just crushed an espresso. What's up? I told you about that. I told you, my guy.
Bro.
All right, let's get into the stock market because that's what we're here for, isn't it? I mean, we love to have some fun as well, but let's get involved with some trades. Now, what we had here earlier this morning, and Wendy's Tendies and I were talking about this, there was a couple of opportunities for me to get involved in this name on multiple occasions, and I just didn't take the opportunity to do so except for the first entry. So what we have here, guys, is the momentum through this candle strong, but also the volume supporting it. We talk about effort and result quite often. So the effort is there, and also so is the result. So with that being said, we enter our position, we go full size, and then I add an additional 50%. Now we take a third off right here, and then we start to pull back, and I'm like, uh-oh, trend broken. Let me take the remainder off. Now, with that being said, I'm like, let's be patient. We haven't found a definitive direction in the SPY and the Qs. So I'm going to sit on my hands for a little bit and wait for some good opportunities. Well, Tesla was holding up relatively strong compared to what the market was doing, selling off earlier. Now, where did I miss my opportunity? I'll show it to you right now. These lines are going to drive me nuts. Here, opportunity miss number 1. Should have took that long. So I'm all right. Some strength stepping in. I post up at 1174. Didn't get the fill. I actually removed it, and it comes south of that. And then it gives me another opportunity to do so. But what I was actually looking at was this. Moving on to trade number 2. You ready for this?
Yeah. What happened there?
Where?
Those quick reflexes or something.
Me?
Yeah.
Why? What?
Go.
No, because I hit the wrong button. Yeah. So SPY Q. Shout out to Bubbin. That's it. I know that's your boy. I don't know what we got going on here now. Yeah, exactly. I'm on Spice. Yeah, no, I'm on the right ticker. Let's see if we can get our chart to work out. It's not working for us right now. It's showing 100 or Sky Q. What am I talking about? SKYQ. I'm on the wrong thing there, Sharif. So what do? I typically talk about when I'm trading small caps. Let's take a look for the high of the day break. And that's exactly what we had going on right here. It took a while. I add full position right here. We take some off. I was leaving for some for a runner just in case we were going to head towards that $3 marker. Not necessarily the case. Comes back to break even and has yet to recover. So those were my 2 trades here on the day. We shoot at 100% clip rate, but mind you, nothing to write home about. I'm still looking for a couple more opportunities. Which direction are some of these larger names going to start to head in? And I'm referring to Tesla and NVDA. Those are what I have my eyes on. Those are my two trades. Let's be patient. Let's wait for that right opportunity and try to take advantage of it when it displays itself.
All right, let's get right down to work. Here's what we're looking at. These are the 8 that I've got on watch right now. Top left of your screen, GALT, up 14%, not a big name. I also do not like the volume profile. BOXL, BOXL. This is the Zigger and the Zagger. Multiple halters, both to the upside and the downside. This one here, BOXL, that is, the leading gapper in the market, bar none, up 96%, at least anything above 25 pennies, which is what I filter my price at, okay? So let's go to the 1 minute here. Let's take a quick look to see how many times it's halted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 halts. It's above the volume weighted average price. It's trying to dance with 7 right now, right above 7. You have another halt level at around 706, 707. Be on the lookout here. BOXL, a big boy mover, but it giveth and it also taketh away. Hence why it halted down. SkyQ. All right, keep your eye on this one. Joey just mentioned it. I'm not a big fan because of this downtrend, and we will speak about why I'm not a big fan about it once it manifests. So here's the deal. We've talked a lot about this. This prolonged downtrend typically lures longs in on the break of the downtrend line, which ends up typically making a lower high. So let's say in this case it goes to 240, maybe a little bit less, and then it ends up failing. If it does that, obviously it will have probably sucked a lot of people in. I'm going to keep an eye out on this one. If it ends up reclaiming area high, specifically above 250, I'm game. There goes box L through 7, BOXL 776 HOD, double top right around that $0.75 area. You need to be alive to that level because it rejected twice. This one, I looked at Joey. I'm like, come on, DFTX. So this is former MindMed, right? MindMed was a really good winner for me. We had this from single digits, and it absolutely rocketed up on this phase 3 trial. This was Monday. Consolidative day yesterday. Didn't do much, but didn't lose trend. That's the most important thing I want to point out. And today, there it goes again into 44.35, the high of the day. It's been awfully respectful of the 10 EMA. I've never day traded this, but this was a very successful swing that I had. Very pleased with it. We're going to keep an eye out in it. RKT, Assassino, just before we go to Sia at the big desk. RKT looks like a dang buy program. I think you can count on one hand how many red candles there are here on the 5. It hasn't even touched the 10 EMA since basically taking it out right at 9:30. So this is a buy program. Be careful because when the buy programs get shut off, typically the bids do as well, right? So we've got more to talk about. There's ICCM, WEN, and ADTX. But for now, we're going to Sia.
Thank you so much. Just a quick update. Keep an eye out. PSKY sharply on the downtick here. Continuing sliding.
You're muted, Sia.
All right, yeah,
Okay,
no problem.
So we'll get to her in 1 second. Let me just finish.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
ICCM, really good uptrend on this one. 854 area high, dancing with 8 right now. It has breached the 10 EMA on occasions. I do like this one. I'm assuming this is spready. 8 pennies I'm seeing right now is the spread. It could open up. I think I saw it as wide as 15. We'll have to wait and see, but it's got a good pattern. But just be careful. When it gets to area highs, it has a tendency to retrace. WEN, ADTX, we'll speak about that when we get back from Sia.
Huge downtick on PSKY. Keep an eye out again. Huge downtick PSKY. Paramount is ready to sell Universal Pictures JV for the Warner deal. Again, keep an eye out. PSKY sliding heavy to the downside. Ready to sell Universal Pictures JV for the Warner deal.
Great call out, Sia. Thank you for that. Okay, Joe.
Huge shout out to VinFast for sponsoring today's video. They just announced a massive partnership with AutoBrains and NVIDIA to bring level 4 agentic AI autonomous driving to life. We're talking next-gen intelligent tech that is completely redefining how we hit the road. If you want to see what the actual future of driving looks like, click the link in my description and check out VinFast today. Hey. All right, Shreve, continue your little your trades there.
Yeah, I haven't taken any trades yet, but I know what you mean. WEN looking real good. This one does look like a bit of an upward channel. So what you need to be alive to here is this one is prone to extremes. What do I mean by that? Well, take a look at what it does when it gets into an intraday high. 7:20 a.m., boom, goes a freaking dynamite. We go up to 8:58, but as quickly as we went up to 8:58 is as quickly as we went down to 7:31. So it has a tendency to aggressively retrace once it makes area highs, and it has no qualms about losing VWAP. In fact, I always use this term, but I have to use it again today because it's more apropos. It could not be. VWAP here looks very, very unlike a support and resistance level and more like a line of best fit, cutting through the heart, the middle of the price action. I'm likely not going to use it at all as an area of support or resistance and likely to look at area highs and lows. So last one here, ADTX, a holdover from yesterday, had a fantastic day. ADTX in the midday, we were all over this one. Today comes right back into that area high from the afternoon, the 1220 high, got to exactly 60 pennies. Joe, we got to 59.90 today. So right, double top. If you view this on a wider time frame, you need to be alive to that 60 penny seller on ADTX because they've shown up now 2 times. Jin dropping new 70 new Taiwanese dollars. I love Jin, man. He's a good guy. Jin, wait. Hi, Sharif. What do you and Joe think of GEV? Love Vernova. Let's have a look. No? Yeah, you're going to give it a thumbs up.
Yeah, man, you have to give GEV, man. They're a part of this deal where they're going to be providing some form of infrastructure towards like a next big time build out. So GEV is going to be just fine.
You're not going to talk about that 17 billy that your friend Donald, President Trump,
you gave them
he's
that?
going to $17 billion loan, Joey. They want to build out, I think, a lot of Westinghouse nuclear reactors. And guess who's going to be the biggest beneficiary of that?
Yeah, a Caterpillar.
Probably, yes, because they're gonna.
That's where it is in Texas. They're building.
I think all over because he wants to build like a lot, like multiple.
I was just talking about one specific contract where these guys are. They get the trickle.
No, but what I mean is, President Trump wants to accelerate the building of nuclear power plants in the United States to catch up with China on power.
Here, baby.
Okay,
right
so what I want to say was Cameo Corp, CCJ, for anybody who's interested. Canadian company, by the way. Probably the biggest beneficiary of that. Not really moving a lot in the morning anyway. Like when the last time I looked, let's see what the hell it's doing. CCJ's down 2.9% for whatever reason. But this is probably the biggest beneficiary, right? And we know where the uranium comes from. Comes from Saskatchewan. I wonder if our American friends can spell Saskatchewan.
I can't even spell it, so it doesn't even matter.
What? What do you want me to pull up?
TSX.
TSX. Like our TSX?
Yeah, man.
The Toronto?
Come on, man.
You like that, huh?
Like listen.
Tell them.
Sharif, I was about to go crazy right there.
Tell them about 90% since November of 23.
Well, you just told them that, Sharif. So at the end of the day, listen, you guys want to talk smack, look at the TSX there. How about that, Donald?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
No, I'm just messing around, man. No, at the end of the day, listen, it's quiet. The TSX is a very, very quiet. I'm surprised. I'm not even going to place it. I'm not even going to question why it's not in the emerging markets because I don't think that it needs to be. Like, speaks for itself, man. Talk about safe bets. And it's funny because we often talk about how the stock market isn't a reflection of the economy, and I think what we have going on here is the epitome of that. To be honest with you, because our stock market hits all-time highs. Well, we don't have any.
Okay, Joey, we're halted here. BOXL.
Do what you got to do, man.
BOXL is halted up 796. Top still showing 796 despite being on the NQ. So this is not just a matter of it not being an active tap. Halt time 11:15:27. Current time 11:16:44. So earliest will be open 11:20:27. BOXL into the high of the day, 796er, not able to see a change in tap. The tap's been completely stagnant, a little unusual. And there goes ICCM into close to the high of the day. Where the hell is it? There it is, 829. This one just popped off into 840. It is an 854 high of day. Be on the lookout for that. And then the individual in the chat, Shaggy, can we talk about DFTX? I know you have been in this long term with me. I just did, brother. You probably missed the introduction. I was dunking. I was taking my victory lap, right? DFTX has been a monster. We picked this up for one reason and one reason only. The second that I heard RFK was going to be Secretary of Homeland Health Services, I punched because I know what he thinks about this kind of stuff. I know what kind of sway he has on President Trump, right? We've seen his move with psilocybin and other, let's just call them alternative treatments. We've seen him and how he views peptides, stuff like that. So he's very much, non-conventional. And whether you agree with his politics or not, I don't care. I'm here to make money. And DFTX was the real reason I got into this was, again, RFK. So DFTX, fantastic. As I mentioned, it's quite defensive here of the 10 EMA on the 5, 44.40 high. Perhaps we see 50. I don't think today, but I wouldn't mind a more aggressive retracement down into the volume weighted average price, perhaps even 42.5 to 43, because that was the top end of the initial bull flag. The topping tail candle goes into 43, but the closing prints right around 42.5, 42 and a third. So there's something to look at there. But there goes ICCM into another area high of day, 868 HOD, ICCM. The breakout is on. This one likely, in my opinion anyway, going to $10. It is working its way up right back into that area, and it probably behooves me to load this up on a trading screen. Because now, sometimes we get a bit of a squeeze here from that, let's just say mid-8s into 10. It doesn't sometimes give you that move back into 7s or even low 8s sometimes. So I'm going to be keeping a close eye here. I'm probably a buyer in and around 840 to 820. That's the previous area high. So if it does come back into that area, I'd like former area of resistance to get tested as support. So that's my look there. Mexican boy, 1144. He's dropping 2 nice ones in the chat. We thank him for that. Oracle dumping, and my puts are in the money. That was perfect because that's what he wrote. Thoughts on Oracle?
Hey, man. On that stuff. Yeah, congratulations, amigo. I mean, hey, man, money is money at the end of the day. I like the comparison that Neil used yesterday. It doesn't matter how you pay for something. $100 bill is $100 bill, regardless of how it's made, other than doing criminal activity, obviously. Now, with that being said, what's criminal right now is that Tesla is breaking out, and I'm looking to get involved in this one. I hear everyone screaming about SpaceX and CCM. What is that? What is that other ticker that everybody's yelling about? Whatever
ICCM?
It is. ICCM?
Yeah.
Let's take a look at those bad boys.
Get it, Joey.
Doesn't really matter to me what NVDA is doing at this point. You guys understand my thesis, right? On the daily, I talk about this. Watch out. This is an ugly, ugly pattern. I was talking to Sharif about it this morning, and we're kind of both on the same page about what's going on with this name. It's going to take a lot longer. We can ramble on about how this was dead money, and you're right back towards some levels of October of 2025. So shout out to October, the greatest month in the year. No, as for other names, it's
not a bad month in Toronto now. It wasn't great.
It wasn't great. No, I'm telling you.
But now it's pretty good. At least you get 3 solid weeks in October of good weather now.
It used to be freezing during my birthday.
Exactly.
And then things are starting to. So shout out to global warming, I guess, as well too. So that's starting to heat things up. But no, in all seriousness, guys, a nice little bounce on SpaceX. We talked about that $150 level. That's holding up so far. But one thing that we have to pay attention to is the volume. It's really starting to cool off right now. I wouldn't be surprised, and you guys know, I already have a couple of orders that were filled at 180 and 170 for a fraction of a percent. Okay, so now we're going to grab a lot more at 125, and if we continue to bleed, well, guess what? We're going to grab more, and we're going to grab more until we're fully allocated.
Okay.
Listen, I think a reasonable price for this, Sharif, is $115. And you know what I can't wait for?
What?
Earnings reports, okay? Now that we're going to get this within this name, it's going to be telling. Now, we know how Elon Musk is, so the guidance is probably going to be outrageous, which might add some exuberance into the name itself. But then when the numbers start getting crunched, you're going to really see how the street reacts to this name, okay? So it's the exact same thing with Tesla. You're going to remain forward-looking for quite some time. But I have big aspirations for this name. And listen, typical saying, how does it go again? Do as I say, not as I do. And listen, I'm not telling you guys that whatsoever. You guys are grown individuals, grown men and women. But for me, we're going to put on some size on this bad boy, and we're going to hold it for quite some time, okay? So right now, I'm just waiting for some good opportunities. We have a retest of a resistance zone that can act as support right now here in Tesla. Boom, and I think we can get this bounce sustained and continue through this. I want to take a look at ICCM before we send it over to Sharif, because the keys are flowing right now. And we're going to see what he has going on. ICCM on the NASDAQ, I'm going to look for a high of the day break on this one. But other than that, TSLL is on my mind today.
All right, Joey. Quick reminder, Trader TV Live memberships get Sharif's mind. Daily morning research note every single trading day, the big market stories, the key levels, the trade plan, catalysts, and what we're watching into the open. It's only $4.99 a month, and you also get member-only videos, posts, custom emojis, and loyalty badges. Hit join below the video to become a member. And as you can see there on the screen, the top is the story. It's going to be sort of short, just to give you an idea of why this story is important. Then you get the technicals, you get support, you get resistance, you get structure, so you know what to look for. And you also get a bias section, what direction I'm thinking. And then below that is the trade plan. If A, then B. If C, then D. And it gives you that not only for the intraday trade, but you also get that in the swing context. And on the swing context, we're charting on the 4-hour chart. So it's almost about a 3-month window that we're gauging there for support and resistance levels. Get that every day. It's sent every day that I'm here. And that's what I'm looking at right now. Okay? So here's the deal. This is what I'm involved in, though. 854 ICCM. I'm looking for this one to hold above the $0.25. I already got a couple of prints there as it did breach the high of the day into 886. I'm not going to put my stop below prior bar low. Below prior bar low takes me to about 827. I'd rather not have it at such a, I don't want to say tight level, but I'd rather put it below the $0.25, lest there be a $0.25 buyer and then end up getting stopped out above the $0.25. So going to keep my eye on this one. We're break even on in the moment, but looking for a bigger move up. Now, I do have, and shout out to Amin1234. Thanks for joining, brother. Make sure to get the morning note every day. The morning note, though, for all who don't know, because I did kind of gloss over this, is in a pretty peculiar area. So it's a bit hard to find. So let me just go ahead and show you guys exactly where that is right now. So you got to mosey on over to the Trader TV homepage like that. Super simple. And then go over to the posts section right there beside playlists and beside memberships. You click posts, mosey on down right there. You'll be able to hit read more. Click that link right there, and you'll also get a summary of what's in the morning note, by the way. And then, boom, goes the dynamite. Google replacing Verizon in the Dow adds another AI heavyweight. We spoke about that in the morning. So just wanted to let everybody know, for those who don't know. Welcome,
do they carry the same weight?
Donnie Blaze, 139, new member. Thank you for joining, brother. Go ahead, Joe.
Do they carry the same weight? Like,
no, they don't. That's what I was speaking about in the morning. Because the Dow is price weighted, if Google moves up 1%, it will be 700% more influential to the Dow's price than Verizon's $47 1%.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Doesn't mean it's going to move 700% more, but 700% more
within the yeah. Okay. So maybe when we're going to figure out what the actual weighting within the Dow is. Yeah, guys, you see that we're in some Tesla here. Let's see if we can get this ball rolling. ICCM starting to come back in a little bit here, ladies and gentlemen. Now we want to add some more size on this bad boy, just in case it does want to skyrocket. It's pretty choppy here this morning, and with that, you have to understand that things may move a little bit slower, but we're starting to form a wedge on the 5-minute time frame, which I do believe has the ability to break. There's a couple of things that are aligning for us right now. Now we have consistent higher lows, right? And then also a flat top. So if volume steps back into this market, and it's not selling with the overall NASDAQ, I like our chances of breaking through some key pre-market levels and some resistance zones and head a little bit higher. Now, from a daily, where can we mark out some of our targets? If we print a 5-minute candle right here, just like this, Gorev, I'm going to be going long the cues because it's pretty choppy, all right? So, I mean, on the grand scheme of things, look at, this is a nothing burger day. It's not, like, you're not going to get that massive breakout, but if we can start to enclose a little bit to to a couple or closer, a couple points away from yesterday's open, then I like our chances for eventually breaking it at some point. Now, this candle that's printing right here on the NASDAQ, I don't love it, but guess what's strong, a little bit stronger here today? Yeah, you guessed it correctly. That's the SPY. I'm curious. Let's go and take a look at the financials here momentarily. Let's send things off to Sia.
Thank you so much. I just want to mention before I say this that we've been hearing about this for a week, but Uber currently, we've been hearing about this for a week, that Waymo's planned New York City expansion is facing resistance from the local politicians, labor unions, and the city's taxi lobby. But with that, Uber is climbing. It's up 8.5% at the moment. We also heard earlier today when Adara mentioned on the show that United States Representative Nancy Pelosi also got into the stock via options today. So just keep an eye out. Uber climbing. It's up 8.2% at the moment. On the news that we've been hearing that Waymo's planned New York City expansion is facing resistance from local politicians, labor unions, and the city's taxi lobby.
Thank you for that. Yeah, big time move. Good call outs there, Sia. I mean, look at this monstrous run that's Uber's on right now. You got to wait for a pullback. Like, you engulf a whole range here, and I'm talking from May, just gone in a span of a day. So shout out to Nancy Pelosi, top 5 traders of all time right here. Resistant break to 74. Now you're at $75. If you can get any form of a pullback in this bad boy, which I was actually looking for, I'm like, what am I even doing playing around with chop when you have strength like this? Now, micro pullbacks, I think, are good opportunities to hop in. Why? Because buyers are stepping in at every chance that they get. So a really, really good look there. I like that. Thank you very much. Now, IBIT, BTC, I mentioned that we're going to see some more downside in Bitcoin. There's just no relative strength, guys. Like, look at the daily on this. It's going to break probably 33 and head to lows that we never, ever, I personally never guessed. I mean, someone's like, yeah, Joe was pumping Bitcoin. Listen, I haven't been talking about the bullish aspect of Bitcoin since it peaked in October. And you can go and check my X. Like, I'm like, uh-oh, crypto winter. As soon as we hit that $126,000 marker, something was off to me. And sure enough, what happened? We're only a couple of months away now to being in a downtrend for over a year, Sharif. So yeah, it's a little bit tougher of a look. But again, kick it when it's down. Next thing you know, you have a couple of strong sessions and it's only down 30, 20% or something. I know I'm being a little ambitious on that aspect, but watch out for some more downside. And if Bitcoin can't get going, all of these altcoins and other plays aren't going to be able to do that. I mean, like, we have the XRP army. I don't even know what the ticker is on that thing. UXRP or something along those lines. Where's Havana Woody at? You haven't seen Havana Woody in some time, have you, Sharif?
No, I haven't.
No, I remember I was talking to him on X. Look, there's XRP. So, I mean, it's a really tough look across the board in the crypto space. With that being said, maybe this can be an opportunity, but we are in the middle of the halving cycle. Latter half might be a little bit stronger. Michael Saylor going to probably buy a little bit more, and I'm okay with that. Me, I'm reducing. I've already reduced my size. I'm comfortable with what I have. I've been buying IBIT since the IPO. I've been an owner of the actual underlying asset, which I was offloading as well too. So let's see if we head into the 20s. I think that's totally reasonable here within the crypto space, and especially on IBIT. If you have a lot of shares, you have to write options against this, and I was doing them. And I also took an insane hit, in which I was referring to you guys earlier, within options contracting on this bad boy. And is it my fault? Absolutely. It's no one else's fault but your own, except for when you don't exit when you're supposed to. You get a little bit of pop, but then the greed steps in. I'm like, all right, let's see if we can head back towards a resistance zone. But the weakness within Bitcoin itself just really started to kick in. And I mentioned not too long ago the fact that, hey, keep an eye out on something along those lines within this pattern. You see how there's no real strong days and then eventually it breaks down? I was mentioning within this. So we formed that base at 37 and then we had continuous sessions that just weren't strong enough for my liking, and then look what's happening now. You're about to establish new yearly lows, and it's probably by tomorrow morning when we wake up, we'll see Bitcoin a little bit lower.
Yeah, man. Well, it's been a tough one for Bitcoin, Joey. That's just a fact. So
shiny new toys, man.
All right, we're in Worksport here. Shout out to Worksport. We're in at 118. There goes 122. It's a 123 high. There's a big seller here at 22. Just saw 23s come in on the time and sales, but there's no continuation. I'm expecting some resistance here right around the $0.25. Current bar low is 114. Prior bar low is 111. So be on the lookout here, looking for a bigger continuation. 22 showing up again. but that aggressive seller at 22 continues to keep the price down below the $0.25. So Worksport up about 43, 44%, not seeing the immediate continuity. What I'm worried about is if they start stair-stepping down their sell orders. So they were selling at 22s. Now we're unable to ascend above 20. So that's what algorithms do, right? To push the price down, they stair-step down. They start moving their orders from 22 to 20. It needs a bigger buyer to come push that sort of right back up. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one, see how it trades. But it's 2 topping tail candles now. I need to bring this to your attention. 2 topping tail candles, both of which reject at 23. All right? So the 10 EMA on the 5 as well, a little bit south here, just fairly above the dollar though. About 106 is the 10 EMA. VWAP is about 113. But VWAP is above the 10 EMA. It's one of those anomalous situations where the price action develops so quickly that the volume weighted average price is higher than the 10 EMA. So let's see if this one has a bigger correction or what the situation is going to be. There's 22 again. There's 23. That's a high day test. Look at the selling at 23. Unable to shake the seller at 23. Now that is 10 minutes of rejection at that level. Almost 10 minutes. 8 minutes. So I'm going to continue to watch this one. We'll see how this one goes. BOXL was halted to the downside at around 750, 839 high. It's now trading right around $7. It is respecting VWAP here and has been for the majority of the day. The double bottom at $6 was also at the volume weighted average price. So be on the lookout here. BOXL has been a big boy mover. 839 high, as I mentioned, but watch out for that 750 area resistance. That is the, what's it called? The halt level, the intraday halt level. Okay, there's 123 again on Worksport. Look at this. We can't even print at 24. Look how convicted this seller is. Joey, get him out of the way, man. We need this guy out of the way. There's a big boy in the 24s. Is there continuation? We took out the 23 seller. The tape is teleporting here. See how it's moving a lot faster? No continuation into 24, but down goes Fraser again. So yeah, we're having to deal with the same seller right around the $0.25 here in WKSP. Doesn't seem to be able to move up a little bit higher, Joey.
All right, man, good stuff. Yeah, we got all out of this test, so just a bad place to buy it, really. Looking for that break of the high of the day. It's pretty choppy here this morning. So what are we going to do? We're going to go look for some strength. We're taking a long here on Uber, so we take a small cut on TSLL, no problems. We'll see if there's going to be another entry point. NASDAQ week, what I did want to do before we sent it over to see was take a look at the XLF. I'll hold this. I think at some point, unless we get some big-time capitulation, I think we're going to be able to grind a little bit higher in this bad boy and head up into $76. I mean, it's up 8% already today. If it breaks that 74.50 marker, then we'll just get out of Dodge and find something else here. To worst time. Come on, Joe. Yeah, I mean, hey, man, love the backseat drivers, truly. I mean, at the end of the day, you got to take those. Swings. You know what I mean? So we had the one earlier here today, and if I didn't take that one, I would be kicking myself if it decided to go the opposite direction. All right. So let's head over to our watch list and see how some of the financial names. Last time I looked at JPM, it was actually slightly negative this morning. Now Walmart was actually positive because I talk about where we're going to get that rotation into. And it's not really the banks, man. So what I'm seeing here, Sharif, is a different sector here. You see Pepsi up 1%. Some of the airlines are performing relatively well here today. UAL up 6% here, Sharif. AAL up 7%. You know what I mean?
I do know what
Pepsi,
you mean.
Lyft, DoorDash in there. Chipotle Mexican Grill. Shout out to Barbacoa. That's some good stuff over there. And then Airbnb. How about these apples? Right? Like this is a pretty good, strong move. So what are we seeing? If I scroll up, you'll see some more weakness within the tech sectors, right? Aside from, I guess, I'll eat those words relatively quick, but they're not nearly as strong as what we're experiencing in some of these other consumer cyclical names. Now, as for NVDA, you're holding on to positivity. Apple, not too bad of a look. Now starting to move a little bit higher, guys, so that's not horrible. Google 350 holding on by a thread. We've seen it dip down on multiple occasions past that level. So what I'm going to be looking at here is SpaceX, how you've been performing. You're moving to the top side. So if tech's going to be strong here, then let's be patient and wait for some good opportunities. Now here comes Uber to the downside. No move just yet. Small size. I told you 74.50. We're out of Dodge on this bad boy. So if buyers don't step in relatively soon, we're going to have to hop out of this one.
All right, brother. I want to mention BOXL right back at VWAP. It's been hanging out here. Oh, wow. Okay, so Worksport's going to stop me out if it loses 110. This thing's all over the map, man. Geez Louise, we're in at 115. Sorry, I just have to go back from BOXL, keep my eye here on WKSP. I don't know. How do you feel about this one, Bovin? Like, I don't want to give it all the way to the 10 EMA because that's around 108. So I've just given it to below 110, but it seems to be forming a bottoming tail candle. So I feel like there are buyers stepping in, but that rejection into 127 has me feeling some kind of way. So I think I'm just going to leave my spot where it is for the out there. But there's BOXL. Now, prior bar high is 736, okay? Currently showing 707. And I also want to mention, it's not just 736 that we need to worry about here on BOXL, but we have to worry about that intraday halt level around 750. So I wouldn't mind taking this through 750 rather than prior bar high, which is 736, as I mentioned. So, decision. Nor do I want to give it to 7 because it's like above and below 7 kind of just, lacks willy-nilly. I don't think that there is a strict area of resistance or support right at that whole dollar area. So I'm going to let that one cook for a little bit. Continuing back to Worksport, I feel like this one might be coming down a little bit more aggressively here than I like. Also, ICCM, where'd that one go? There it is. ICCM finding support right around VWAP here. Now it is below 8 and it's below the 10 EMA. I wouldn't mind waiting for a clearing of 8 here. Now, having missed my spot at VWAP on ICCM, negative on that because we did get stopped out despite the beak weather there into the area high. So be on the lookout for that. ICCM at VWAP, but not immediately apparent if it's going to be able to get right back into the area highs. And wow, the shorts are working it here on ADTX. Is this an offering? Man, this looks like an offering. Listing 8, no. 37 listing notice. What is this? Form 8 notice of delisting. Okay, so this is previously current 8K filed. Company received formal notice. Okay, so I think they're bid non-compliant, but why did they just get that now? They got that earlier. But ADTX is really on the way down. Look at this. The blood won't stop. Where's the halt parameter here, man? This thing keeps going down. Are there no halt parameters if it's like sub 5 pennies or something? Guys, are you watching this? Look at this, bro. It's going to 0 as we watch. Like, this thing's 3 pennies. It just lost it from 5 pennies into 3. Like, look at this move down, man. It took us forever to get this move up. So
people losing their shirt.
Yeah, ADTX is losing something over there. So be careful, those who are looking at ADTX as a long. But I'm going to continue to watch ICCM here, right back above 8. Has it cleared prior bar high quite yet? It has. It is going here. Watch out for ICCM. This one could be on the way back to the $0.5, Joey.
All right, good stuff, man. We're punching keys right now.
I like it.
On Tesla, man. We're going. This is by far the largest position that we just put on Tesla here. One more time. Let's see if we can get this rocking and rolling. Now, as for this is getting real ugly here, isn't it, Sharif? On Uber, we're trying to hold on to this, but I told you guys 74.50. We're at a dodge on this bad boy if it doesn't want to find any form of a rebound. Now we're really rocking and rolling. Like, I'm talking by multiple risk units here as Katina, man. So more are on this potential trade, but things really starting to come up. I have to be patient with it. I'm glad that we went super small size, but with this entry on Tesla, tighter stop here on this one, ladies and gentlemen. If it breaks down, then that's not going to be too good. But what I'm seeing from a daily, from a 1 minute time frame on my side charts here, is that we might have the opportunity to get a little bit of a bounce. We talk about the ebb and flow within the underlying asset here today, so let's see if we can get an additional break through the volume weighted average price. Have to keep an eye on the tape too. Right? Like, if the tape really starts to pick up speed to the downside, then I have to get out. 78 is our out. Like, it's literally 4 cents worth of risk. That's all I'm putting on, just due to the amount of size. As soon as it cracks that low in this base low, we're at a dodge. Now, I really have to get to thinking about what we're going to do with Uber. I was in too early on it, to be honest with you. Should have waited for this pullback. You're up 7%, but I just think due to the strength, at some point, buyers will step back in. I don't think they're just going to step off the pedal like that. They may be momentarily, but we started 2 for 2 and then we go 0 for 2. So you're shooting at a 50% clip rate right now, holding on to positivity, but unrealized things aren't getting good. So here's my green light to get out of Uber. We'll get back in, to be honest with you, but we were too early on that one, okay? So now a couple more pennies, we get stopped out of Tesla. Again, I wanted to slow down on the amount of trades. So with that being said, I'm always only one away from turning things around. And I don't want to get too many away. That's just my mentality. So we'll have to sit on our hands for a little bit, maybe wait for some imbalances. But I'm not going to just rush to jump into anything too soon, considering how the market's looking like at this point. The Nasdaq, just a chop fest, really. SPY stronger. We were looking at some other components of it. Pepsi and the airlines are strong. So with that being said, I'm going to have to maybe scroll around and see if there's anything, but I'm not going to be quick to pull the trigger after we get stopped out of Uber here, which we're now currently at. And then same thing here with Tesla. Another penny, we're out of Dodge.
Dang, man, I didn't even realize Uber 7 1/5?
Pelosi.
What the hell is it? What's the headline again?
Pelosi buying, man.
Pelosi buying, huh? Oh man, I have so much I can say. Just say it, Neil.
Yeah, man. Who cares? You're the best trader in the world, man.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? Good. Get it.
Yeah, I'd be doing the same thing, man. I don't know.
Would you?
Yeah.
Okay.
No shame, man.
Yeah.
No shame.
You know, man, that's one of the things.
They don't care,
I
bro.
don't agree with Elizabeth Warren on much, if anything, but one thing I do agree with her on, I don't think members of Congress should be trading.
Absolutely not. But if
right?
you had the
it
ability,
has to be like a pre-programmed thing where they disclose that they want to get into a position like ahead of time and all that stuff. But whatever, who cares? That's not my problem. I am currently watching BOXL here. We weaseled into this one. I like the higher lows. I do want to add at the volume-weighted average price, there is a seller here in the low 7s. 710 just got taken out. 719 now. Is this one on its horse? We're still waiting for the first print. We don't even have any prints on this one as of yet. But I am planning on defending around the volume-weighted average price with a view to possibly taking out some higher level. 720 now, an aggressive seller at 720. I don't expect this to be an easy ride into area highs because, well, it hasn't been easy all day. So we'll keep a close eye out on that one. But as I mentioned earlier, ADTX, man, it is just bleeding down into 2 pennies. I think, you know, what a lot of people are thinking here is this one probably gets delisted tomorrow, and they're piling in quite aggressively. Just to give you an idea of how many shares we've done locally, the prior candle, I get it's a 2 penny stock. The prior candle has 44 and a 2/3 million shares traded hands. The current candle has about 64 million shares that's traded hands. So there's a lot of activity here and a lot of interest in. Wow. Man, work sports all over the map. It just popped up and then stopped me out. So we're 0 for like 100 this morning here on the morning. But BOXL trending up a little bit. Here comes 730, big move up. 735, good area. 737, 740. We've got 12s on this one. Taking out all my prints, looking for above the $0.50 now. We're gonna wait at 55s, and then we're gonna go 769er. For that, but it doesn't look like it's going to be a straight line. Back into 40s it goes. Still haven't seen anything above 50. Continuing to watch here, looking at the bid as much as I'm looking at the ask because I'm worried that this one halts down. So I want to see if there are any big buyers stepping in. Buyer at 13 here, not a bad look, but definitely wouldn't mind the buyer to be a little bit higher as seeing we were just knocking the door of 50. Random oddities, if Bitcoin breaks 2026 lows, what's next? Well, when we did this previously, random oddities, we were looking at the historical price action of Bitcoin. And historically, it has 70 to 80% retracements off the area highs. And we did the math last time. If we are to gauge the area high, which it is, right, of $126,000, then we're probably looking somewhere around 50 to 30. I think 38,000, was it 38? 30,
something around, it was 40.
We can do the math right now. I'm just keeping my eye here on BOXL, but we can bring in the side chart. Now, if that's the case, I mean, so I don't mind that much. I'm just going to be very, very frank with you. Bitcoin, to me, is more of a long-term play. I'm not looking at generating any money off it at the moment, so I can take the move down. Now, let's go ahead and do this. So there is the 126,000 area high, and to get to, let me just do this again. To get to 70%, 70 to 80%, 80% off the high is 24,000. 25, let's just go 25, okay? 70% off the high is about 38,000. That's what I was talking about. 37,250, give or take, right? So you're looking between that and that. And where am I getting this data? Well, you know, we can go back and historically and look at all these, right? Let's go ahead and look at the, let's go to the weekly here. It'd probably be a little bit easier to do. Yeah, perfect. Let's go and look at the double top from the pandemic, right? Remember we got into that $68,000 area? Oh no, 80% retracement off 68 down into that 16 area. So that's an 76% retracement, right? Let's go down again. My chart doesn't go as far as that, but if you went to the 2018 area high and you know, marked it down, same thing. If you go to 2013 area high, same thing. But just for whatever reason, IB doesn't go back that far. So that we won't be able to do that. That'd be crazy. MSTR would be in the grave at that point. Okay, brother, you know, that's his problem, right? And I do realize, obviously, he has a lot to do with the price of Bitcoin. If he's forced to sell, that's probably going to have a lot of downward pressure. I do realize that. So, you know, it is more than his problem. I get that. I was just kind of speaking tongue-in-cheek there. But what are you going to do, man? I'm a market observer, not a market mover, so I'll just move with the wind.
That's all you can do, man. Stay golden. That's all you can do. All right, let's see what we got going on. I told you guys we were going to get out at 76s here on TSLA. We put on some size, looking for a little bit of a pop. We weren't. Thanks, Dijon. What was I just going to say? We didn't get the move. So now I got my eyes on Uber actually here for a trend line break. So we've been selling for the past 20 minutes or so. We get a 1 minute candle on the backside. I do like us for a continuation here. All right. So what do I got to do? I think we got to sway away from some of these tech plays unless you have really good positioning. Now, why was I going long here? I like this candle right below the volume weighted average price, but we didn't have enough strength and enough demand. So you crack through supports and then now you're kind of on the backside, but dare I take another attempt on this for the top end of the range? Let's see how we react right here at 381.72. I think this is going to be a massive teller. So a strong uptick. We don't want to get caught in any of this tomfoolery where we're just up and down, up and down. That's just not the nature of the beast. And sometimes it can be a little bit trickier to trade, which is fine. If you're really good at range trading, then, and this is your environment, as I'm talking about it, I kind of like it a little bit more here, Sharif. Nothing like talking yourself into a good old trade to see if it's going to work. Yeah, exactly.
Especially if it's a good one.
Especially if it's a good one, man. Pony boy, yeah, exactly. I'm glad someone caught that reference.
Oh.
But yeah, I mean, listen, stair step down, Uber. Like, again, if I'm looking to go long, oh, yeah, right. Okay, so there we go, Sharif. It's strong uptick.
Get it,
but we don't want to get caught. We don't want to get caught. We don't want to get caught here, brother, but we have to be prepared. How many of us sent hit did I take? 3 cents on this bad boy. So we're going to have to hold it for 6 to at least hit it 2 to 1. But we're right back to our entry price. Okay, so we're posted up at 80s. Now, this is dangerous. How are we going to react on the top end of this zone? It was just a liquidity grab. We're going to do it. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, my boy. So let's see if Tesla can break through the volume-weighted average price. Oh, man, the juices are flowing now, my brother. We got,
60 on the coin here.
We're up to 60. Yeah, man.
We're about to lose 60 on the coin.
Yeah, man. It is what it is, brother.
What
did you just say moments ago? You're a market something, not a market observer, not a market mover.
Yeah, you are.
So let's observe, man. Let's just sit on the side.
What is this we got over here, Assassino?
What's your go-to fast food?
What are we looking at over here?
Oh,
fast food. Was that something they did in the morning show? Ah, okay. So I wasn't involved in this, so I can't even read it. It's okay.
You can't read? What do you mean? There we go.
McDonald's, Kentucky Fried Chicken, Burger King, Taco Bell, Wendy's, Domino's, none.
Oh.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, if you had to pick one,
it wouldn't be that. Probably be Subway. That's fast food, no?
I mean, like,
is it not?
Yeah,
did they take a long time to make it?
But should we? No, man, that's not what we're getting at here. It's majority burgers and pizza. Like, so if you had to go to a burger joint, which
I consider Subway fast food.
Yeah, but okay, but like burger joints, man. What do you got?
It doesn't say that. That's fast food.
No.
Yeah, Joe.
Okay, well then put Subway up there.
Hold on. Are there any healthy type of burgers? Like, because you throw bread into the burger patty too, right? Like, there's a whole thing.
I don't know, man.
Are there any type of like healthy style burgers, like kebab style burgers? You know, where it's
kebabs aren't that healthy.
But if it's lean ground meat, then why not?
I don't know. Did you know that kebabs come from like Turkey or something, right?
I think it's beef.
No, the place, like the place, the origin of a kebab.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, yeah. I did know that.
You know what I mean?
Turkey, the country.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, as for a per capita,
I love Turkish food, man.
Yeah, look at a
Turkish
per
food is
capita
fantastic.
standpoint. I'm pretty sure they're up there in the obesity.
And they have a lot of donor, too. Where's my man, Ozan? Ozan, we need you.
Man.
We need you to verify donor over kebabs. Which one are you falling under, Ozan? Are you a kebab guy or are you a donor guy?
Which one are you, guy?
Right?
Which guy?
Subway yuck, says Taylor. Well, man, so's Wendy's, man. I mean, like, give me a break here, man. Like, what do you want from my life?
I really mess
donor?
with
Dinar.
No, I never said there was anything wrong with Turkey. I really like.
Did we say anything wrong with the country?
No,
Turkey?
absolutely not, man. If
I like
anything,
Erdogan.
Yeah.
He's my favorite dictator.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
You know,
Shout out, Tayyip Erdogan.
Shout out him.
He knows how to consolidate power very swiftly. Very swift.
Would you ever go to? Have you seen Azerbaijan?
Yes, I do.
What a nice city.
All the white you're talking about.
No, that's a different. That's a different
one.
Yeah,
right?
but they're that dictator. Everything has to be white. The cars are all white. That country is insane. I remember watching that.
So good.
All right, let's go here on,
Get it, Joey.
on Tesla. Well, I mean, hey man, we'll take it for what it is. We're gonna hold this for a little bit longer to see if we can get some more. Well, it's statistically true, man. Don't take offense to it when we're just spitting numbers. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, it is what it is.
I'm in it, Buvin. I'm watching.
Go ahead. Who are we going to, Sia?
We're going to go to Sia. We're going to
All
find
right,
out
let's do this thing. What's
she
up,
thinks,
Tiffany? Tiffany never told us.
Fast food.
Tiffany never told us her favorite fast food.
Oh, Tiffany.
Which one is it?
We need to know, Tiffany.
Yeah.
McDonald's.
Oh, no.
Tiffany, are you a fan of the Oreo McFlurry?
Turkmen.
Yes, Tiffany.
Man.
I heard.
Hold on, time out. McFlurry or Blizzard? Oh, that's crazy.
Sorry, Joey.
Oh, man.
The Oreo McFlurry wins, man. I love Oreos. I don't know. All right, Sia. Sorry to keep you waiting.
The Blizzard for me anyways.
Oh.
We're going to take a look at MSTR. It was heavily on the downtick, trying to regain those losses. It's facing growing Bitcoin pressure. Falling Bitcoin prices are also increasing pressure on Strategy's finances. Its cash reserves are sinking, while dividend obligations are also continuing to rise. This is coming in from reports. Analysts are warning the company may face tougher funding conditions if the Bitcoin weakens further. Just keep an eye out, MSTR.
Lost $100. Joey, I'm just going to ask you one quick question.
Okay. Better
We
be
played
quick.
this game yesterday.
Better be quick, man.
It better be quick, right? My bad. MSTR.
Yeah.
Year-to-date percentage, please.
To the downside?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Okay, well, Bitcoin's down like 50%.
Okay.
I'm going to go with 60%.
You're going to go with 60?
Yeah.
Half that, Joey.
Oh, only 30?
36 and a third currently. Probably worse by the end of the day.
What are we looking at off of the all-time high? We're down like 80%.
Fantastic question. Why don't we do this
Down
on
like
TA?
80% on that.
That's what I like to hear, Joseph. Options.
And to be honest with you, like guys, I mentioned this. I kind of changed my narrative. I said I would buy Bitcoin, but if we're talking about another run here, I'm looking at the MSTRs and the BMNRs of the crypto space.
You should see Tom Lee. He was on
what's he doing? He's still
that
wearing
morning
his pin.
show, whatever they're calling it, morning call or whatever. Was Reddit, but it was Dom Chu today anyway. He was wearing a little BMNR.
I've been telling you
what
the
is this
pin,
guy?
man.
Get that off your chest, bro. I don't want to ever see that name again. No, I'm kidding.
You know what he
exaggerate for effect.
I think tell me the number. I think a Darren
Joey,
mentioned.
we're down 82% from all time.
Yeah, light 82.
82.
A light 82.
Yeah, light 82, right? So. And by the way, for anybody wondering, we made those all-time highs not when crypto hit 126,000. In fact, it was subsequent to the election, late November. The weekly chart, it says November 21st. So it didn't even correlate with the with what's it called? The all-time high on BTC. Just wanted to point that out for anybody who's interested in that little fact there. There goes Box L. Buvin. Why are you not telling me I'm printing here, Buvin? I'm like blaming Buvin for everything. The poor guy. Yes, we're in at 669. Look at that price, Joey.
What's up, man?
Look at that price, man.
Attaboy, man.
And there it goes through 750, but there is no continuation through that level. But we did get a nice print there at 75. So the current bar high 70. Sorry. So I got it at 69. So I'm in at 69, and I went to beak at 69. But there's a flat top here brewing, guys. And I gotta tell you, there is a very convicted seller at 750, 750 area. And I was telling you guys, I was warning you about that level because it is a halt level to the downside. And oftentimes what we see with these small cap gappers is that these intraday halt levels do act as, yes, intraday support and resistance levels. So we're going to need to clear that on a closing basis here for me to get real gung-ho and to add into the position. So we're going to continue to watch her, Joey. We're looking for a bigger move up. Let's see if BOXL can get me out of the red hole that I'm in today on the day. But we're gonna work out of it, Joey. We're gonna work out of it.
Well, I'm just digging myself a bigger hole. We go from green to red here on some pretty big errors on Tesla, and I mean we're putting on the size within these two trades. No continuation whatsoever. Just messes our boy Gorb. I'm saying, man, this thing's a hot mess. So the best thing for me and to save today's session is if this trade doesn't work out. What's up, Mike P. DeRider? If this trade doesn't work out, Tesla has to be removed from all charting aspects here for me today. All right? I mean, if you can look for it, but it's just tracing the NASDAQ, and I'm just getting chop sueyed up here, man. It's not the best feeling, that's for sure. But we got Uber.
Yes.
Starting to move a little bit higher. There you go, Shreve. Keep digging, my boy. Yeah, we're taking too big of hits here on this bat. Oh, man, that is so ugly. Yeah, all right. It is what it is. AC Slater to this name. We'll take a sip of our H2O right here. Hold on, Shreve. I'm going to send it over to you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
Yeah.
There goes BOXL. Buffin gets me pumped up, man. He's like yelling boom in the chat. I could just like visualize him at home yelling boom. Get it, my man. Here we go, guys. Now we're knocking on the door of $8. Current bar high did breach. 783. We do have a print there. 779. No continuation in 8.
Boom.
Next beak wetter, Joseph options.
Yes, sir.
We're waiting at 808. And this is what I, frequently call a liquidity tester. Ooh. I want to see if there is a price action that breaches that level and whether the price action allows me to get printed, right? So we're not going to take a big position there at 808, just looking to wet the beak. But there, down it goes again into 759. Are the buyers, though, going to step in at 750? We saw the sellers step in at 750 to no end. Now I'm looking for that area resistance to flip to support. At least that's what the technical analysis books tell me. So that's what I'm waiting for right now. It is an 839 high. So my spidey sense tells me, or it's not telling me, it's whispering to me, that if we do breach 8 on a closing basis, this could be a very good shot. We take out 839, and then my bias was from the beginning with BOXL that we at least glance at that $10 area, seeing that we have an 839 high. Typically, with these ones, when you get into the high single digits like that, you're often looking at the next $10 level. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Any other small cap gappers that I did not mention, I would love to hear from you guys. Just tag me in the chat. Let me know which ones y'all are watching. Y'all, you like that? You know my cousin's wife. My first cousin's wife, right? Oh, wow. She is from...
Sorry, your first cousin's wife's sister?
No, just her.
Oh,
just
okay, your
first cousin's wife. She's from Florida, right? Florida. And she's from the less populated areas.
Okay, she's from rural
yes,
Florida.
But
okay.
you know that outside of the major urban centers in Florida, Florida's the deep south, right? Very much.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah. So she has that way of speaking. And when we're at family dinners and she's out, nobody talks American in my family. Even my sister, she's Canadian at the end of the day, right? She's like, y'all this and y'all that.
Man. We love Texas.
Oh my God,
we love Florida. We love I don't know a state that I don't like at this moment, man. What state?
Get it, Wendy's, Tendies. All right, guys, we're having a great time.
I can't even say Massachusetts.
Massachusetts.
Yeah.
The Commonwealth. Don't call it a state. They get very upset.
It's my least favorite state. Sorry, guys.
All right. Let's go to see if we're happening now. Then Neil's got his lesson of the day.
Let's take a look at the three major averages. The SPY currently up very close to 1%. The triple Q's up 0.36% and the Dow up very close to 8%. I have two tickers I want to talk to you about today. Wendy's was surging today after the fuel burst of retail investor enthusiasm. It's climbed in the day. It had climbed more than 42% on heavy volume at one point after it disclosed the appointment of former Potbelly executive Steven Cirulis as Chief Financial Officer and Chief Strategy Officer. While trading had also briefly been halted by the NYSE for volatility shortly right after the open, the stock had shot up to a high of $8.89 a share. After reopening, the stock is currently up 24%, around 24.24%. We're also going to take a look at Toyota. So Toyota is expected to report a nearly 1% increase in U.S. sales through the first half of this year to 1.25 million vehicles, according to a new forecast that was provided by Cox Automotive. General Motors, who is the leading U.S. automaker by sales, is projected to see a 7.2% decline. And Toyota has notably leaned into hybrid vehicles, whereas on the other hand, GM and others are all betting on all-electric vehicles, which has seen a lower than expected adoption from all the consumers. And with that, TM is currently up 0.56%, sending it back, well, to Neil for his lesson of the day.
Thank you, Sia. The lesson of the day today brought to you by Nancy Pelosi. No, just kidding. Buy when Nancy buys? I don't know. It doesn't really matter. But you know what? If things are going or moving somewhat irrationally or ridiculously parabolically, and you can't really come up with a reason or a rhyme or reason why it's happening, or maybe you do and you just think it's overdone, I think you sometimes can just simplify things. And this one's got me, because a lot of times if you're looking to revert something, I talk about when is it like a change of behavior. But it can be so parabolic. You're like, well, is it just so simple as like the first red? Like you could have tried it here. That's the first red candle on a 3-minute. Doesn't really do much. The first red candle up at 11:24, and that ends up being short, and it's still going to the downside. So I was like, was there anything else that you can use to not just simply be as ridiculous as if I see a red candle on this, then you just jump into the south side? And my first thought was, okay, well, go to some different time frames for some confluence. I went to a 30, too far. I usually use a 15. But then you look at the 15-minute candle. And even on the 15, like boom, there's a topping tail, and you start to see like right here, the 11:45, it's starting to put in a second where it's not holding. Okay, so after that, you've got a higher level, little bit of confluence after that first 15, and then you get this breakdown. So you're not necessarily in it because of the first, but when you get the confirmation that we're breaking down here, it happens to be right through 75 even, or this consolidation in here to this high. Because if you think that the behavior that was nonsensical and weird started at $71, then you've got some possibilities that you can retrace to VWAP, 71. The risk reward is just so big that even if you're in here, like 74.7 into 75, or a 75 break to 75.25, that's not bad risk to reward. And it just simply takes that second to be like, okay, I just need to find some pattern breaks here. And if I find it on the 15-minute chart, you might be late to the move, but you can still find yourself in a good trade. And I know for myself, I get so wrapped up in the, okay, like this is, if I don't have this entry on a trend break, then what am I doing? But when it's parabolic, I tend to not really love those tight trend breaks. They don't always work the same on the small cappers. Uber's not a small capper, but I don't love it. So you can find that confluence elsewhere. Take a break here with that stop, get a consolidation. Just be willing to adjust your playbook when you have that big of an opportunity. Like it's a pretty ridiculous opportunity out there. I'll be the first to tell you, just extend it even a little bit further. And I'm going to chuckle as I say this, but it's just probably not going to happen. That being said, this is probably not going to happen. But that being said, if for some reason someone mucks up on ADTX, I'm ready for you. I'm ready for it. Because you could be looking for like some kind of a trend break. You could be looking for a change in behavior, like I was saying on something parabolic. Or when all you know what is breaking loose, unlike when you're reverting something short, it can go anywhere. If you're reverting something long, if someone were to fat finger, if someone were to get liquidated, well, it's not like you can go below zero on ADTX. So I'm quite frankly just going to sit pretty darn close and hope to just get swept up and look for a bounce into the 1 penny. It probably doesn't happen, but when you have something doing this, the risk to reward is going to be fantastic on it. So I'll take the chance, right? In this particular case, it's no different than stopping out at the high of the day. You put 0 as your low of the day, so whatever notional amount you put in it, you can't lose any more than that, right? So as long as the R to R works, if you get bounces to 1 cent, like the R to R has to work if it bounces off anything to 1 cent. So if this does happen to go, yeah, I'm gonna sit there looking for it. But the more important thing, I think, for what I was trying to get at isn't about, whoops, I just put Wendy's in for some reason. What I was trying to get at for the lesson is really, if you have a strategy that for some reason it's just like I can't align myself with the regular trend break trade, you pop to different time frames, or I could have popped to a different time frame, looked for this confirmation candle in here, then pop that down to the 3-minute chart or 5 or whatever, and then find yourself into a scalp trade where I don't have to have the high of the day, that top of the short, but I can get a piece of the move when clear behavior has changed. And it's obvious that behavior has changed. And when that's the case, usually you don't have to be in right away. You can just try to ride the trend for as long as it goes. Good luck to anyone trading the ADTX. Obviously, if they're really getting delisted, this is a I want to say a hilarious story, but it's probably not funny to anyone that owns a bunch of shares. Its volume is going to be, it's already 2.5 billion. So it's going to continue to churn. Like, I wouldn't mind if it pops to VWAP for some shorts, or if it just gets that little stink bid. But good luck, whether you're trading Uber, whether you're trading the markets, whether you're trading Cerberus, whether you're trading ADTX. There's lots of ways that you can trade. But when you see parabolic or crazy obvious pattern trading in one direction or another, you're just looking for that pattern break. And wherever you happen to find it, if it's not your normal strategy, sometimes the extreme cases, you should make a little bit of an adjustment. So good luck, everybody. ADTX, will it go to 0? I don't know. Could. Might.
Get it, Neil. All right, we got to shout out VinFast, Joey. Huge shout out to VinFast for sponsoring today's video. They just announced a massive partnership with AutoBrains and NVIDIA to bring level 4 agentic AI autonomous driving to real life. We're talking about next-gen tech, guys. Intelligent technology that's completely redefining how you hit the road. If you want to see what the actual future of driving look like, then you gotta hit the link in the description and check out VinFast today. Shout out to the great folks at VinFast. All right, guys, I get, we have different opinions in the chat. I completely get that. But we're gonna have to respect one another. You guys already mentioned it to you both, but take it easy there. Both of you guys are great contributors to the show. So I'm obviously not going to time you out, but just, take it a little bit.
Who's arguing?
It's okay, Joey.
All right, you got it covered?
It's a political thing. You know how people get fired up about politics, right? So I completely get that, the elevated emotions. Just take it easy, guys. All right, let's go to Adair.
Chill out, man.
Politics, at least in an adjacent way. You do have U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He's speaking right now in the Middle East. If there are any comments of note from this, I'll let you know. It literally looks like he was quartered in the hallway, so I don't think it's going to be a long series of comments by any means, but be aware, U.S. Secretary of State Rubio speaking, saying Hormuz should be open and free. So nothing huge, but just something to be aware of. Back to you.
All right. Thank you for that update. While Neil was dropping hot lines, well, I'm not allowed to say that. While he was giving his lesson of the day, your boy took a print at $8.33. There goes BOXL, 842. So we almost got high day, not quite there, about 9 pennies below, but it is losing 8 at the moment. But what keeps me buoyed about this position is the fact that it keeps defending that 10 EMA, and that 10 EMA now overlapping with that annoying area of resistance we spoke about previously. Of course, I'm talking about 750. That is the previous intraday halt level. We've now breached that by almost 90 pennies into 842. That is a new high day. And moreover, we're now using it as support. We've got 2 candles on the 5, both of which wick into 750 and then move the price action above. Now, I haven't added to the position and I don't have much left. So the question for me now is, where do I add if my bias is that we're going to 10? Because that's still my bias, Joe. Whoa.
Yes.
What happened there?
Yes, Judy.
Who is that, Joey?
I don't know. That stuff makes me laugh, man. Way to lighten the mood a little bit, man. Pull up there.
Wait.
There you go. Man.
Bruh.
That is crazy, man. Read the super chat. Pull it up,
yeah,
man.
she's my type, man.
I know.
This is right down my alley over here.
Pull it up.
I
Where's
mean,
the
if
super
this isn't
chat?
it, then you know what is.
Where's the super chat?
Okay? I mean, I like it. Yeah, this right here, Assassino, you know? I was gonna leave that.
Yeah, man. We'll just keep it up for the rest
Get
of
it,
the day.
Judy. Where did you find this picture? Like, what is this, Neil?
Man, that's crazy.
Neil, come get your boy in the chat, man. Like, what is this, right? Like, oh my God, I love this. I love this kind of stuff. You guys make me chuckle, man. A legendary trader. Judy with the... okay, a real one now. Okay, fantastic. Love it, Assassino. All right, career crawlers. Love this guy. Great questions from career crawlers yesterday. And a $5 Canadian super chat, Joey. So like $1 American. I'm kidding, of course. Small cap learner. Love to hear it. When trading small caps, should you always trade above VWAP or when it breaks above VWAP? This is on stocks between $2 to $20. Look, that's a great question. Bovin has a completely different way. So does Casey. They don't mind taking stocks from below the volume weighted average price. Say, for example, you know, VWAP is 750, the stock drops to 7, they buy it off the whole dollar level, and then they take it back into VWAP, where it sometimes rejects, right? Sometimes it continues to go. But see, that's not my cup of tea. So a long time ago, I had to employ these rules, right? Because small cap trading is so crazy, right? If you're not using rules, then usually you get ripped up. So I had to employ the rule. The rule was that I have to take it long above the volume weighted average price. I used to have a previous rule that I've kind of abandoned a little bit, but not so much, which is it had to be trading above the pre-market high. The reason I've abandoned that rule for the most part is because the market has shown me as of late that it's willing to take out the pre-market high readily as well. So I think that rule depended more on market context as opposed to any sort of strict rule with small cap gappers. But I stick to the VWAP rule for one reason only. To me, if it's trading above VWAP, it's a clear indication that the longs are in control, at least for the moment, as opposed to the shorts. So I usually go long, which is why I look for that rule. I don't think it's a hard and fast rule. The person who I base my sort of trading style on has this rule as well. But as I said, you know, there's a lot of small cap traders in the chat that don't employ that, and they do it quite successfully.
Yeah, nice, good answer there, brother.
Okay, guys, you're going to have to take it easy with this. Like, we've got to end this beef between y'all back and forth. Let's stick to trading, okay?
Yeah. Well, hey, man, give them a 10-second.
We're not going to time out. They're grown-ass men, right? They should be able to control themselves, right?
Yeah.
Let's just end it.
Yeah, well, see, the thing is, though, when people start to see red, Sharif, the issue is that they can't really hold things back. So just relax. You're going to get a 10-second timeout. Other than that, guys, we're in some Uber, right? Like we told you, we want to stay. Yes, we could breathe a little bit here, my guy Neil Team 6 over here. So let's pull up Uber as we get a strong pop. I mean, this is more or less going to be a scalp on this bad boy. But let's see if we can climb up to 75. If we get 75, that is a big time move. What are you guys all trading? And I'm curious to how the session is going for everyone. I know it's been a choppy one, right? Like we were talking about Tesla. I actually removed that from my chart, rightfully so. I just wasn't in sync with it. We had a nice trade on it earlier. SpaceX is moving to the top side. I just haven't found anything here to replace it with, and maybe it doesn't need to be replaced, right? We'll just stick with some Uber, and then maybe we'll see what the NASDAQ is up to here momentarily. So come on, but give us a struggle. Oh no, that's not good. Give us a couple more strong upticks here. Don't capitulate like you are right now, Uber. Trying to phase out some of the weak hands. But it is what it is. Like, I have to stick to my word. I mean, we're not shut down or anything along those lines, but you don't want to get cut up too much to the point. If you're not in sync with the market, nothing wrong with just sitting on your hands for a little bit, going through some charts, looking for tomorrow's opportunity, as Sean would like to say, tomorrow's trade today. Maybe we'll look for that, see if there's anything good. We had a strong uptick, but now we're starting to pull back a little bit. So I have to be cautious. And you know what, guys? This might be my last one for the day, just to relax and just avoid being shut down. Because once you hit certain level, then it's just like, all right, man, maybe we'll chill out a little bit. All right, that's real trading. Let's send it off to Sia.
The IWM currently up a little over 1%. We're going to take a look at a couple individual tickers that I have selected for you today. HWC, Hancock Whitney will be announcing their second quarter of this year financial results via conference call happening on the 21st of July. They're currently up almost 1%. INILF Limited has announced a strategic entry into humanoid robots market a couple of days ago, but the momentum has faded. Stock is down 16% at the moment. NUWE, currently down 30%, has approved 1-for-35 reverse stock split of their common stock, and the split adjusted trading will be available and begin via on the 26th of June. That's all. Sending it back to you.
Thank you very much for that. All right, we got a couple more. Listening to you yesterday helped me a lot today. Okay, that's good, man. That's really what we want to hear. I got caught up in the morning and kept switching long and short, just like you described on Tesla. Today, completely different. Thank you. Winner. We haven't. Yeah, exactly. We haven't hit this one today, man. That's what it's all about here. Oh my God, Nick Martin, what's up in the chat? Drill the chat. Can I get your opinion on MU earnings? Yes, actually, thank you for reminding me that, guys. Let's actually go over. I know Sharif was talking about it this morning, but let's head over to our trusty tool here. We're gonna take a look at the options chain and see if we can correlate it with our expected move, because if we can, then that just can give us a little bit more conviction behind our trades. So let's take a look at our expected move on this bad boy Micron. Come on, you can do it. We do have a trend line that's working for us right now on Uber, but if it breaks, Sharif,
what happened,
a little bit of trouble. Hey man, we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but with a 1 minute candle opening on the lower end of the range, we don't necessarily love that now, do we?
I don't think you do.
No, we don't love that stuff now, do we? Oh, your boys over there, England tied, man. What's up with that one?
Yeah, man, it was a boring ass game. Like, come on. You kidding me? You know how many attackers they have? They couldn't even like generate anything. First of all, why is he starting Madueke ahead of Saka? And then he brings on brings on Saka later, and then throws Madueke on the left wing. Madueke never plays on the left wing. Why are you like experimenting? I'm not a big fan of Thomas Tuchel. I'll just tell you.
Is that the manager?
Bro. Yeah.
Okay.
And he's been around, right?
Okay.
Like he started in Dortmund, then he had a stint with Paris Saint-Germain, then he went to Chelsea. He was fired there. I mean, look, very tough German kind of structure. But I'm not liking the game adjustments, the in-game adjustments. I just don't feel
when was the last time When was the last time that England won the Euro Cup?
The Euro?
Yeah, or even the World Cup.
The World Cup in the 60s.
Dang, that's like some Toronto. All right.
The only one, it's one and one time only. And you know how you know that, Assassino? 1 star above the shirt.
Is that what that's for? Oh, okay, so countries will get those stars. All right, 10.2. Sharif was talking about 13% expected move. All right, so 10.2. We had a $1,200. Pardon me?
No, I'm just responding to people.
$1,200 target I was talking about earlier this morning. Right now we have $1,150 here with a low of around $930. Okay. What I do want us to do is head over to our options chain to see if any of that open interest has changed. I think this is going to be a massive teller and a big-time metric for us to see where we can potentially head in this underlying asset. Go Uber, as Obi would like to mention it. Guys, get prepared. You're going to have a whole lot of me next week. That is for sure. Obi joining me, I believe, as well, too. Which is
not 100% yet.
Not 100%.
Okay, so here's the deal, guys. If Egypt win the group, then the first playoff game, or the round of 32 game, is in Seattle on July 1st. Now, I've never been to Vancouver. I've never been to Seattle. So I'll take the 30th, the 1st, and the 2nd off. And then the 3rd is obviously a holiday for Independence Day. So OB will be in for me if that happens. But again, Egypt has to win the group. If we get 2nd, then the playoff picture or the round of 32 picture changes a little bit.
Hopefully.
So
it's
really cool. Assassino and Assassino saying Vancouver is really cool. And guess what, Assassino? Their pageantry, their World Cup pageantry, makes Toronto look really bad, even though we're way bigger of a city.
I told you that.
You were right, bro.
I didn't know. I told you that, man. I think it's the most beautiful city in our country. That's for sure. Vancouver is very, very beautiful. Where's Adam James at? Nonetheless, man, yeah, they did it right. I was actually kind of rattled the fact that Vancouver got 2 Canada games and we only got 1. I think that there should be a game at Toronto Stadium literally Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Because what was going on in the in the little district that I live in is lots of fun. And I think if they want to maximize their investment. I mean, we spent $1 billion. I think there should be a little bit more because there is a lot of police, Sharif, and you know that those boys cost money when they're doing paid duties. So, all right, guys, after the bell, 180%. We were pretty accurate on the implied volatility here this morning. And then this is what I was looking at earlier today, right? Like this $1,200 marker is something that needs to be taken into consideration. Now, if this is a supply zone that we have some issues absorbing, then maybe look some form of rejection at that level. Now, moving forward, I know a lot of people in the chat are asking about Micron. So here's our at the money right now, $1,045. What we want to do is find that next potential base, and that's going to be at that whole $1,000 marker. Okay, so 13,000 on the lower end, or sorry, yeah, so 13,000 at that 100, or sorry, at that $1,000 marker. Get it together, Joseph. And then also 10,000 contracts at the $1,200 marker. Keep an eye out for us to trade within that range here after the bell during that earnings report within Micron, Sharif.
Great question from C. Jason. So I want to read this out.
Read it out.
Wouldn't rising interest rates disproportionately affect IWM stocks? Absolutely. We'll get to why in a second. I'm trying to understand why this keeps going up if we're expecting hikes in the near future. The IWM, but far and away the best performing major average on the day, up 1 1/3. So why do small caps get hit harder? Crap. BOXL is going to halt down. I'm still in the money on it. Let's see if I can get out. I can't. Okay. So why do small cap stocks get disproportionately affected with a rising rate environment? Well, because historically, mid and large cap stocks didn't have to go into the debt market to raise for their operations, for CapEx. Now, we're seeing a bit of a divergence from that. Now you're starting to see mega cap companies go into the debt market as well, but it hadn't been that way until just recently. So that's why that happens, because when they need to grow, they're forced to kind of get loans at higher rates, typically because they're higher risk, and that eats into their margins. Margins eats into profitability, right? The basic ABC answer there. So your question is, well, why isn't the IWM? Why are small caps continuing to trend? And my answer to you was pretty simple: because the market right now, even though we're getting these interest rate hike projections on some accounts, the market shows you what it is thinking vis-a-vis the price action. And my submission to you is the market doesn't believe we're going to get a rate hike. So we'll see. Time will tell, right? We'll see who's right. We'll see who's wrong on that. And so I just want to answer that because it's a really pointed question. It's astute thinking. So shout out to my man there in the chat. All right. Continuing to watch ICCM. Bovin, I don't know what you think about this over here because it's coming back down into the 10 EMA. Now, it has respected the 10 EMA at times, not all the time. You did get a pretty aggressive breach of the volume weighted average price, let alone the 10 and the 20 EMA. So I don't know how this cookie crumbles. I don't know if I should be adding here, possibly with maybe, like an out below the $0.25. So that's what I'm thinking. Let me know what you're thinking on that one, Bovin. ICCM, 9-10 high. This one could also see 10 much in the same way that I felt that BOXL would, but that's looking a little bit less likely.
All right.
No, I'm rereading. Okay. Sorry. Nick, bond markets do, and bonds are usually correct. Pair that with copper prices and a recession is looming, says Nick Garcia. That's an interesting take. ICCM, it's 835 hold, still calling it. Love it. Here's 835 right now, though. 826, 33 on the bid, on the ask, 29 on the bid, right into 835. I like what you're thinking, though, Bovin, because of this area hold here. Right back above 33 goes. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get in here, Joey, okay? And we're going to give it to just below the fifth of a dollar. We're going to risk a little to make a little. So we got 44s on right now. Let's give this one the old community college try. We're going to give a try here. We're going to see what we get. We won't get upset. Shout out to my man, Neil. 845 right now. On the ask, it loses 20, I'm out. It's that simple. Now, let's go back over here. 675 now showing on the tap. Halt price 692 on BOXL. I'm long 69. I only have one out left. So this won't be a big hit. 81 now, 71.65. This is all over the map, 6/6s. So halt time, 12:22:51 earliest open, 12:27:51 current time. 12:26:10. So we've got another minute and 40 seconds, give or take. Bros long 69. Obviously, Tony, are you new here? Come on, bro. I know you're not new here. I've seen your name before. So that's kind of my my little move there. Headline: Google introducing computer use in Gemini 3.5 Flash. Cool.
Good stuff, man. Here it is, right? So this has kind of been a little bit tougher of the trade here. I'm glad that we took half off at 74.90s. Now, if we can run into 75s, but I'm at the point where I have to get out break even, especially if this trend line breaks. These NYSE names can be a little bit tricky, especially when you're hyper-focused and you're just kind of micromanaging the situation. So we just give back a lot of unrealized there, unfortunately. But you can see the upticks and downticks. They will get you. So what I have my eyes focused on is the tape. And right now we're starting to drop on the ask, which isn't necessarily good. I probably should have hopped out a little bit earlier. There it is. We'll take it for what it is. Not a little bad trade on Uber. Just in case things start to curl back over, it's unfortunate that the NASDAQ and the SPY are doing what they currently are. I mean, yesterday's session we seen something identical. So what we'll do is we'll wait for the latter half of the session. What happened with that specific trade just gave me a little bit more breathing room. I wasn't going to hit shutdown today. I wanted to give myself a specific number that I was willing to just call it quits and say, hey, we'll be back tomorrow bright and early because you catch me or Neil and I on the show starting 8 a.m. So make sure you join us. But other than that, I was not too far away from that target where I was going to just call it and we just have some talks. We'd go over the options chain, go over some specific strategies, look at some tools, and so on and so forth. But we gave ourselves some more breathing room. Now, with that being said, someone in the chat said some things like, I mean, it is what it is, to each your own. But I think the majority of the real traders and everyone here on the floor know that you don't always have to be in a position, and sitting on your hands in cash, we'd like to classify as a position, okay? So if you feel that you constantly need to be into something, man, oh man, it makes things a lot more tougher. Expect to shoot a lower accuracy opposed to someone like myself who's like, all right, we'll try to be more patient. Yesterday, I told you we had 4 names. 3 of them I was red on, 1 was green, and we were able to walk away.
I love hearing that.
I was able to walk away with some coffee change, all right?
I love to hear that. Isn't that sick? And I often highlight those days for myself as well. When I'm like 1 for 7 or man. 1 for 5 and you end up green on the day.
Yeah, but bro.
Just so much bigger of a winner.
Exactly. So,
losers.
You know what that tells you as well, too, Sharif? A couple of things is that you're just sticking to your game plan and your rules. And then you're holding to targets and you're getting out when you're supposed to.
Well said, Joe.
So when you're shooting on the lower accuracy range with like some of the best traders here within our company, and you've seen him here on the show, I'm not going to mention his name. He's like, dude, do you know what my accuracy is on? Like in the bigger picture? He's like, I shoot at like a 30% clip.
Isn't that great?
So seven out of his 10 trades, he's wrong. But out of those 3, he has the ability to make up those losses. Does it work like that every time? Absolutely not, because trading would be significantly easier if that was the case. But what we do is, and I always say this, man, I just always try to put myself in a position where I'm just 1 trade away. And that's me obviously being optimistic, just being like, hey, man, that's just how I think, right? And that's not necessarily the case. When I say 1 trade away, don't take me literal all the times, okay, guys? Like I tend to be sarcastic, but 1 trade away for me is like, hey, watch out. I'm always aware of what's not always. Don't want to speak like that, but I'm prepared to like, hey, if the opportunity sets up, let's rock and roll. Let's stock and roll
stock and roll. I love that.
Stock and roll, man.
Yes, man. All the good stuff there, Joey. All right, let's get back to work over here. So stopped out. And it was all profitable, man, for my trade on BOXL, despite the hold down. We got the hell out of there in the 80s. We were long 69, right? But I want to mention this one, Galt. I mean, it had a great day yesterday. It's having another good day today. Now, the volume is substantially lower than it was yesterday. Look at these volume bars in the middle part of your screen relative to the ones on the bottom right of your screen. You can barely even see them. Doesn't matter, though, because the price breached the double top that we had yesterday. For whatever reason, 370 had a pretty aggressive seller. Look at that. And we even rejected that. The initial move up at 1055, a triple top at 370. But that short seller, they killed him, Assassino. I mean, he tried his best, shorting. And then, he got smoked. So 392 high here on Galt, and as it works its way into 4, so keep your eye out on that one. I'm going to keep my eye out on it. A possible move into 370 now that we've articulated it's a very clear level of previous resistance. Let's see if it acts as support. So move down here probably gets me into this trade at 375. I wouldn't necessarily have to give it all the way down to 370, so I'd front run it, right? So GALT, keep your eye on that, and what you think about that, C is going to tell you about this.
Thank you. Welcome to the Sector Watch for today. The SPY currently up 0.61%. We're going to take a look at the sectors. In electric tech, we have the continued flatness that we saw in NVIDIA this morning. Still flat, but up a 0.24%. Apple reversing that flatness, currently up a little over percent, 1.22%. AVGO, OpenAI and AVGO have unveiled their debut custom chip called Jalapeno, marking OpenAI's first entry into AI silicon. So it's up 1.5% almost on the day. Qualcomm also down currently almost close to 4% after the company has said that it's buying infrastructure startup Modular to boost its AI software capabilities amidst this data center build out. MU is reporting earnings today post-market. They are down 1.18%. GE up 3%. AMD currently trading flat with Intel up 1.39%. In tech services, we have Google up. Alphabet will be replacing Verizon on the Dow beginning Monday. We heard this today. It's up 1%. Meta, Microsoft trading flat with Oracle, Netflix, and Palantir sliding into the red. In retail, we have Amazon up 3%. Amazon Prime Day has also begun, and Amazon has said today that it has plans to build India's largest minutes delivery network and expand its ultra-fast delivery service, Amazon Now, to more than 300 cities across India. And the company has also launched a dedicated program called Saman, which in Hindi means stuff, which is aimed at improving the welfare of thousands of delivery workers supporting the e-commerce, currently up 3%. Walmart, Costco currently trading flat. Home Depot up 5.2%. In producer manufacturing, we have Caterpillar, AMAT up in the green, LRCX currently trading flat. Consumer non-durables, P&G, Coca-Cola up in the green, 1.45 and 1.25% respectively. Consumer durables, Tesla currently trading flat, 0.31%. In health tech, we have Lilly and ABBV also trading flat. It seems to have reversed gains from yesterday. J&J up 0.82%. We have energy minerals, a lot in the red. XOM, CVX down 2.48% and 2.65% respectively. Other industries like utilities, transportation, industrial, health services, there's a lot of mixed sentiment that I'm seeing, with health services being dominated a little bit by the red. And process industries, a lot in the green. LIN, SHW, ECL. ECL's up 4% on the day. SHW, Sherwin-Williams, 4.45% on the day on the upside. That's all for your sector watch. Wrapping it up and sending it back to you.
What is this, Joey? That's not what I wanted. All right. Yes. Sharif looks like Kumail Ali Nanjiani. I don't think I look like this guy, but yeah, okay. The eyebrows. Yeah.
Oh,
well, you should have
wow,
seen Assassino. You should have seen me when I was younger. Like, my eyebrows have gotten a little bit lighter. They were worse. They were much thicker. They were more like this guy's here. If I can find a picture of when, I'll look on my phone to see if I have my younger days. But yeah, shout out to this guy. I've seen this guy on the commercial. They were cold plunging or something like that, and then somebody was beside him or somebody.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was in the
cold plunge commercial. I think I don't even know.
He's in one of the Black Panther movies. I like the role that he played.
Okay. All right, well, that's good.
He's in Eternals. I don't know if through that he would have been in Black Panther, but his Marvel connection, his primary Marvel connection is Eternals.
I see, yes. Fabian says
who?
correct. He's in the new Taskmaster.
Didn't he play that flying guy that can swim in
I don't know.
the Black Panther, and the one where
I watched Black Panther, but when it came out, what was that, like 2018?
The one where his sister becomes Black Panther.
Oh, I don't know. His squats can't compare to jokes. He's pretty jacked, though. Give him credit.
He's the flying guy who has wings on his feet. Oh, you still have him up there?
No, I took him off.
I was gonna say, but
that's the Falcon, says Fabian.
No, man.
All right. Got eyebrows like Eugene Levy. I know, bro. You know, it's just like, look, when you're walking through the desert, you got to protect your eyes from all the sand, right? That's why. And the sun too, like you know how it is in the desert, man. There's a lot of sun.
Who's
So we need these big bad boys here to keep the sun out of my eye.
Oh, this guy kind of looks like
It's an evolutionary advantage.
I thought this is bro who I'm talking about. You might know this guy here, Sharif. I think you look more like this guy maybe.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a nose ring real soon. Real soon.
He's not as jacked as bro.
Is he jacked?
He's not as jacked as bro.
All right, let's get down to work. We got a print here on ICCM, but Bovin, this thing like is bothering me because it breaches and then it's all the way back down. So here's the deal. I end the trade below the doji candle low. I'm on the 5, okay? The candle that I got in, if it loses that bar, the low of which is 834, I'm out, okay? I didn't give it to that level before, but I don't want to have to dilly-dally here, especially with some lower highs. The current candle definitely has a lower high, not quite yet the lower low, but if this one loses the 1225 bar on the 5-minute chart, the low of which is an 834, I'm out. Let's go ahead and throw that on there now for the last remaining amount. So keeping a close eye here on ICCM. Now, look, when you get it right, you can stunt. When you get it wrong, you got to admit it. I got it wrong on BOXL, despite the fact that I'm very positive on it. I had the bias, I should say, that this was going to 10. Typically, when you get into the 8 mid-40s or whatever, up into the high single digits, usually you make a move into 10. This one didn't. I was wrong on that one. Now it's bleeding its own blood, losing $6, losing the volume-weighted average price. You're going to get a crossover there between the 10 and the 20 moving averages, which is never good because you didn't get a cross all day. Now you're getting sort of that death cross. You're also putting in a lot of lower lows here. You're losing that 6.25 where you had support. So BOXL, it's not going to be on the side chart for long here. But now, remember we were pontificating about GALT? Now is my opportunity. Let's get into GALT. GALT. Do I have a trading screen for GALT? I do. And we're going to work in here with an initial position. I don't mind adding into 70 pennies. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and throw that now, and I'm going to front run it at 71. Let's see what we get. We got 77s already showing me 80s here on GALT with a 92 high. Now, why am I getting it on GALT? And what is this 70 obsession that I have on GALT? In case you missed my analysis about 10 minutes ago, take a gander at the price action over the last 2 days. Look at this triple top at 370. Area rejection at 1245 yesterday. The aftermarket brought the same thing. 735 or 635. Pardon me, reject. And then during regular trading hours, right at 11 o'clock, another rejection of 370. So if it was such a staunchy area of resistance, I'm going to use it now as an area of support. That may be the wrong move on my part, but that's what the TA book's saying. That's what I'm going to do.
All right, man, good stuff. Look at Bitcoin go. Thanks for pointing that one out, guys. We're breaking through some key support levels here on the SPY and NASDAQ as well, too. So we have this still just below the volume-weighted average price, and we're starting to pick up a little bit of steam here as Tesla, I'm watching on my side chart that I said I was once going to remove, really starting to head south side here, Sharif. SpaceX really starting to pick up a little bit of momentum to the southeast as well. And then here goes IBIT, 3409. We've talked about that quite often. Let's head over actually to our watch list. I talked about signs of strength. We've seen Pepsi and some of the airlines really holding on to some positive vibes here today, Sharif, as some of the chip names, Palantir down 3%, another 3% to $113. Man, what was it? Okay, you ready? You always do this to me. You ready for this, Sharif?
Yes, sir. What are we talking about?
How Palantir, how much are we down from October of last year?
45%.
You looked.
I swear to God, I did not look.
46%.
Wow.
Yeah, bang.
I got that good.
Ding, 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 ding.
All my life, I didn't look.
I know. I believe you, man. I believe you.
Oh, SSC, no.
Oh, okay. I see what you did. Because you see how we both went to the screen.
In there.
Okay, we're going to do one more here, Sharif. This one might be a little bit more difficult. Okay, Robinhood.
Yes.
From October last year, how much are we down?
Is that the all-time highs? Is October last year all-time highs?
Yes.
60%?
Oh, 36%. Yeah, that's all right. But think about it, man. We had a couple of strong days in between, like PDT and all that stuff. Other than that, man, we're gonna take. But hey, man, you hit that other one. If it was the Price is Right, you'd be moving on to the next stage, my boy.
I'd be going to the Showcase Showdown.
Yeah. What was
That's
that?
so perfect.
When you were sick from school, what was your go-to? Jerry, Maury, or the Price?
All of those. All of those.
Yeah.
I was like, I loved trash television in high school.
Man, whatever.
That was before trash television was like.
It wasn't classified.
Known.
It wasn't classified as trash.
It was just like, oh,
it was actually
Jerry,
it was quality TV.
It was great, man.
It
was great.
Quality
So it was
TV.
Price is Right.
Yeah.
Right? And then, depending on my age, so like I wasn't allowed to stay home alone until I think I got into junior high, right?
Okay,
So grade 7. So before that, to go stay with my grandmama, right?
Yeah.
And so she was a big fan of The Young and the Restless
Oh,
and The Bold and the
Y&R,
Beautiful.
baby. Yo,
exactly.
listen, man. Victor Newman was my guy for the longest time. Yeah, Victor Newman was my guy for the longest time, man. Shout out
man, those were
Newman.
good times, man.
They were good times, man. I want to take a look at the BE and
There's
up another
news.
4% on. All right, let's go over to Adara, guys. Let's go to Adara.
A bit of a push up here in oil. Just be aware, guys. Keep an eye on USOs. We get comments from Chris Wright, U.S. Energy Secretary. He's saying that roughly 72 ships have exited the Strait of Hormuz over the last 24 hours. This amounts to 20 million barrels of oil. But here's the interesting thing. He said that a return to normal oil flows has been, quote, delayed due to Iranian mines in the Strait of Hormuz. So saying that we have had some oil flow, but return to the normal rate will probably be delayed amidst mine concerns in the Strait. Back to you.
For restoring order. Back to us talking about soap operas. Here's USO, guys, 3.4%. I mean, listen, we were talking about some out-of-the-money puts not too long ago, $129. Was that support level break? I was talking about 100 puts, just buying them far out of the money. And in the span of a couple of days, you have some strong gap down momentum. Things are slowly starting to be delayed. They have to clear some mines, which is totally fine. But I think we continue on this path. Where is that potential target? I think $95 is reasonable, in my opinion, here on USO. So I'd be patient. Even though these days are green, look where you're opening up. You're continuously lower, lower, and lower. And also the average true range within this specifically really starting to cool down here, Sharif. So nice to see that oils. I haven't been to the pumps in about 3 weeks. I filled it up, and I haven't really been doing much, just been walking and running. So I haven't really seen what the premium's going for right now, Sharif, and I like it. Hopefully it's going to be a little bit cheaper.
Yeah, man, I agree. I hope so as well. All right. Here's the deal, Joey. We're in a couple of positions. ICCM right back above that 60 penny level. It popped up. There it is again, 64. I'm looking for 88s. 64 showing up. Looking 67 now. Okay, good, good. Looking for a move above $0.75 here. So shout out to my man Bovin. We're also holding Galt. But Galt, I don't know. It's getting a bit of a sell here. Now, we did take a beak wetter, but there's only been one. So we're going to wet the beak here. Now, I do have another dip trade. Recall, guys, at 70. I want to defend that 70 level. But I'm also biased that this one's headed to 4. Now, it did touch 392. Sometimes these whole dollar levels don't quite make it up to the whole dollar level. They what's it called? They get close to it. Sorry, I'm just reading something here. Iran will lose ability to block the Strait of Hormuz going forward, says Wright. Even without agreement with Iran, the U.S. will guarantee oil shipments through Hormuz, he goes on to say. Okay, so more stuff coming in. Eye on oil, guys, okay? A lot of comments right now. Adira brought us that headline. Keep your eye on the price of oil. There's comments being made that could affect the price. Okay, into 80 we go. Let's go, Bovin. So current bar high, I believe, is 79. We're showing up right now on ICCM. I'm looking for 88s on this one. So we're going to continue to hold here for a bigger move up. I'm looking for a move into 9. And then if we clear 9 and that 9-10 level, which is the high of the day, I'm looking at 10. Right now, I got it wrong on BOXL as a move into 10. Hopefully I don't get it wrong on ICCM and it moseys on up there. So that's what I'm looking at now. We're in 2 positions, Galt and ICCM.
Good stuff, man. Here it is, a headline, guys. Right, even without agreement with Iran, U.S. will guarantee oil shipments through Hormuz. Iran will no longer be able to block the Strait of Hormuz in the future. All right, that's good stuff. That's what you want to hear. So, I mean, as this trade slowly starts to unwind, USO, I mean, I personally, what?
Look at the coin, bro.
Bitcoin?
Yeah. Man.
Yeah. I mean,
it's 59, but it's recovering now.
Yeah, man. I mean, hey, man. Okay, let's head over to our
piece of crap.
Hey, Listen, it's unfortunate.
It's like swearing at a family member. You know what I mean? Like
I do that.
Well, I don't swear at my family, obviously, but it's just like
obviously your mom and your dad.
Oh no, God no.
But my brothers could catch.
Yeah. Well, I don't swear at my sister either because she's old, right? But I swear at my cousins all the time.
Yeah.
Right?
Screw those guys.
Yeah, so it's just like calling your cousin name. You love them, right? But they're a dumbass. Right?
Slap you around a little bit.
Out, Joey.
We want to take a look at the options chain here, Sharif, on IBIT and see what we got going on. I mean, it's put in a new low of the day, 34 bucks. I was talking about 30. This thing is it is disastrous. Oh, man, like, I don't want to sound like I'm gloating or anything, but thank for my own mental sanity that I unloaded a bunch of this stuff, man, because it would not be fun. We're past IBIT, IPO price. So, I mean, we can pick things up at a discount. I sold it like $10 ago. I offloaded a bunch and deployed it into other things. So maybe we'll grab some more Google. But anyways, nonetheless, let's head over to the June 29th expiration cycle and see if we find any form of size. And I think, to be honest with you, at this point, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't, Sharif, because what I believe a lot of investors and what I was hearing through the grapevine is that with the fact that this now became to the public, it's now accessible within the public markets, and I'm referring to IBIT, is the fact that we thought some volatility was going to step out of this name. And we weren't expecting these deep pullbacks. And then when it became optionable, with the ability to hedge, it adds a little bit of extra pressure in the opposite direction that the underlying is going. Why? Because you have the writers on both sides of things. So it's really unfortunate that it has stuck to its old school nature, and which we're experiencing right now. You're at 33.93, so you're almost down 60%, and it's not good for any form of the altcoins. And I know I'm looking at the options chain here, looking for some outsized open interest. Things aren't looking very bright right now. There's not a lot of size. There's nothing really determining the fact that, hey, this is where we might find a bottom in IBIT. And I mentioned it's probably going to head a lot lower. Before we send things over to Sia, I want to go over to a higher time frame. And I'm more or less referring to Tesla did get a little bit of a bounce, but nothing crazy anyways. What happened here, guys? Wow, on the weekly, that's a pretty big head and shoulders on the bigger picture. This is where IPO here, January of 2024. Well, congratulations. You're getting prices of February of 2024. You buying Bitcoin here, Randy? No, Randy's not buying it.
I don't even think he likes Bitcoin.
You're not about the digital currency stuff?
I know that. I remember that specifically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's send things over to Sia.
Yen is suffering through multi-decade lows, prompting Japan to consider better measures for future intervention. Also, the dollar is currently trading near one-year highs. Markets are pricing a little bit of a more hawkish Fed Reserve outlook, which is lifting the dollar against the euro, pound, and the yen. And finally, the pound has risen to a 10-month high against the euro. UK markets are focused on who might be the next financial minister under Andy Burnham. Sending it back to you.
There goes ICCM into 893. We wet the beak at 88s. We've got 44s on. We're looking for a move of 9. A clearing of 9 here. Seller at 90. I do anticipate a little resistance here because there's been a lot of resistance at 9. Now, we did get to 910, but that was on a wick basis. I'll submit to you guys 0 closing prints above 9 on the day, despite being above it twice. And down goes Fraser again into 71s. Keep your eye here on ICCM. But I worry that it does the same kind of nonsensical price action that BOXL did. Now, we were substantially more in the money on BOXL. We were about 2 and change in the money on that one. That is not the case here. We're barely 30, 40 pennies in the money here on ICCM. But I like the trend. I think it's generally respectful. Now, you don't need, or you shouldn't, never financial advice, but you shouldn't be placing your stop below prior bar low on the 5-minute chart on this one because it's got a tendency to breach prior bar low and then breach prior bar high in the same candle. So if you're going to do that, if you're going to look for a trend following system, at least on the 5, I think that that's a recipe for disaster. Let's see the 15. It's more respectful of prior bar low on the 15. So if you want to do something like that in a more trend following system, perhaps the 15 is the right area for you. Just before we go to Adara, keeping a close eye as well on GALT. I'm running out of patience with this one. I feel like if it loses the 10 EMA, even on a wick basis, I'm just going to get out of this one because it's feeling a little bit of top heavy. Let's go to Adair with news.
More oil headlines in focus, guys. Couple different things to talk about here. One of them involves these comments here that we have coming through from U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright. He's saying that it'll take a couple weeks to return to normalcy in Hormuz. Then we also have comments coming as reported by Axios, coming from representatives of both the IDF and the Lebanese army as they continue to meet and negotiate. Apparently, they presented contradictory and rigid positions, quote unquote, regarding the scope of the Israeli withdrawal from the region and the areas where it'll begin. Furthermore, apparently, it was described, this conversation at points, as, quote, ugly, but Israel said that the atmosphere was, quote, pleasant. So lots of back and forth here. Israel, Lebanon, still really uncertain, and Chris Wright continuing to comment on oil with regards to the Strait of Hormuz. Back to you.
Who loves this guy? I love this guy, man. This guy is just classic. He was at the Congo game yesterday. He showed up during the African Cup of Nations. That's when I found out about him, right? And I was very, very disappointed with the Algerian player who mocked him when Algeria beat DR Congo. But this guy's a staple. Now, he had trouble coming into the country, Joey.
This guy here.
Yeah, he had trouble because, like the Somalian referee, he was given some visa problems there at the border, so he missed the first game, but he got his clearance in time for the second game. Love this guy, man. So I didn't know anything about Congo's history. I hadn't studied it, right? And so apparently there was a politician in, I believe, the 50s or 60s, and that's who he's named after, Lumumba. Lumumba? I don't know. Am I pronouncing it, guys? Am I pronouncing it correctly? Let me know in the chat. So this guy is kind of paying homage to him. Apparently he was sort of, he's trying to get Congo out of the colonization stage. A lot of African countries, Egypt included, were going through that. And so that's who this guy was. So he pays homage to him, and this guy's become a classic in soccer. And he stands like that, eh?
Yeah,
the entire 90 minutes, man. God bless his heart. He looks like the final boss, says Bongzilla. Yeah, he does, man. He spotted a Congo cutie across the stadium. Maybe he did, man. I don't know. Patrice Lumumba. Yes, I think I'm saying that right. Patrice Lumumba is the politician that I was talking about there. But this guy, he's paying homage to him. Yeah, man. So great day. This guy made it in yesterday. This is his official account. This is kind of what he looks like all the time, Assassino. He just shows up to these games. He brings a nice little box with him, and then he stands up and he does the salute there. And he's a very stoic figure. Doesn't really talk much during the game, but people love this guy, man.
Actions speak louder than words, Sharif.
Lumumba. Actions speak louder than words. Agree with that, Joseph Options.
I mean, speaking of actions here,
yeah,
shout out to Tears of the Sun. When you were talking about that guy, I remember some good movies here. I had a good debate with my friends. And for those who know, Adara, you might be able to chime in on this here if you're not busy. I think this is a really good comparison. Children of Men or Blood Diamond. I think that's a really, really good option.
I'm going to be honest, I haven't seen either movie. I'm not really into like that type of film. Like I like a weird movie that disturbs my mind, a slow burn. I don't need a lot of plot. I need some deeply psychologically disturbed characters. I think I would probably like both movies, yet I'm going to be really honest. I have not seen either, though I believe Clive Owen, Children of Men, no? Because I love a Clive moment. I love a Clive moment.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a good Clive Owen. Yeah, Fabian, Children of Men is actually such a good underrated movie. I don't know if you've ever seen that one there, Sharif.
I haven't, brother. No, I haven't.
It's very good. So here it is, IBIT. What I wanted to point out here on Bitcoin, considering we were talking about it here, guys, look at the volume, Gorev. See, I think it's extremely dangerous for us to try and pick up a bottom right here, but this is an insane amount of volume stepping in. Like, you're putting in more shares on this specific print, almost double at this point, than your opening drive. So that speaks volumes. I now potentially have found the replacement for my Tesla trade. So picking the bottom on this bad boy could be extremely difficult. And what you may have here And what I'm thinking is we often talk about stopping volume, and what do I mean when I'm talking about stopping volume? That means there's a mass amount of shares, someone's offloaded their inventory, now you can start that recovery rally. But what can potentially happen here is the fact that it's such an outstanding amount and you have buying or selling pressure still within this print, it doesn't close bullish, is that if you crack 3370, we might be in a little bit more trouble here in Bitcoin. Now, what we want to find and what we want to look out for is on our lower time frames, let's look for a base that's starting to be established. Look at on this 1 minute candle, how much volume has stepped in on this. Now give it a little bit of room, but I like our chances for somewhat of a grind higher here. But if the lows are breached, it could get really, really ugly and we could head to $33 here on IBIT.
So Bravely just kind of updated me on who Patrice Lumumba was. I apologize. He was the leader of DR Congo, and he was assassinated by the CIA and dissolved. Don't laugh at this, but dissolved in acid. Apparently,
that's what they do over there.
In collaboration with the Belgians, only a gold tooth remained.
Oh, really?
That's crazy. I don't know.
I love. I like some good old folklore.
Well, we don't know if it's folklore.
We
don't know about that.
But right? Isn't that the purpose of folklore, though? Is that like you don't know if it's true or not?
He's not even like from the 200 years ago.
Yeah, that's fair.
70 years ago, right? Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Well, we know how that whole thing happened there. Let's go to Sia for the crypto segment.
We're seeing overall crypto falling today. ETH is also deeply falling, currently trading in the $1,580 region. We're going to take a look at Bitcoin as well. Bitcoin trading around the $59,700 region, not looking great. Straight shares of strategy as well. MSTR have fallen to their lowest price in more than 2 years today. We did see this earlier in the day. I was reporting on it. Price of BTC sunk to a 2-week low. The last time MSTR that had traded under $100 was on the 1st of March in 2024, if I remember correctly, and Bitcoin was trading roughly around the same price that is it now in the $61,000 region, but currently it is sinking BTC around $59,700 region, and both MSTR and Bitcoin have spiked and then fallen substantially since then. That's all. A wrap on the crypto segment, sending it back to you.
And a great segue from the crypto segment, and Mr. Toth8, $2 super. Thank you, Mr. Toth8. Please explain the BTC 4-year cycle so chat knows. We kind of did it before. We were showing the 70 to 80% retracements on BTC. The problem was the chart I was using, which is IB, didn't go far back enough. So Joseph, options. Are we going to be able to do that on trading?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to see if my boy MF is there.
You're going to see.
Shout out to Jamaican. Yeah, I seen it. Assassino, I seen it. All right, let's pull it up here, guys.
Hold on.
No, bro, we're doing one thing
at
a time.
No. You can't do that. You can't do that. It's so good. You know what's good about this is his hair was like that, but his hair is lighter color, right? His hair is more brown than black, right? But this was you, dog.
Yeah.
This is legitimate. This is Joseph as he was. I like your color hair a lot better, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
There you go. Shout out to my man.
Yeah, there you go.
Shout out to my man. There he is.
Man, look at the smile on that guy, man.
Shout out to my man.
What a dude that is.
You know who you look like on the left picture? My cousin, because he has sensitive eyes as well.
Did I tell you where I was in that picture? I was on the beach in Dominican.
Punta Canada?
Yeah, Punta Canada, man.
Yeah, amazing.
First ever all-inclusive, man. I was just a jit at that time.
How old?
I was 15. 15, bro.
So you went with the old fam, huh?
I went with my grandmother and one of my best friends, and it's funny, we told the guy at reception, we're like, yeah, we're 18. He's holding our passports, and he's like, how old are you guys?
You didn't drink down there,
We're like,
Joey,
we're like 18. Happen. We're like 18, and he gave us the drinking while he was holding our thing.
There was.
Why did you take the hair off? Oh my God. Okay. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. She went there, huh?
Yeah, that's crazy.
No,
You're just gonna do that to him, like in front of everybody, like that? Like,
man, that's mad.
Unbelievable, bro.
That was
ruthless.
No, that was a genuine
I know,
question.
we're only messing with you, Sia, man.
God.
Yeah, we didn't forget. We didn't get.
We
Trust
got
me, we didn't
bullying.
forget.
The biggest bully.
Why we didn't take it off is like a great question.
We're joking, Steve.
Yeah, we're only messing around with you, man.
All right, Joey.
Hold on, we're going over it.
Let's get to that.
No,
Bitcoin
we didn't do the
thing.
Bitcoin thing first. Okay, let's head over there. What we're gonna do is we're gonna hold on, man.
Unbelievable, bro.
Pull up that other the Bitcoin 4-year cycle super chat for us, man. We're gonna.
Oh my God.
Why didn't we take it off as madness, man? All right. Anyways, let's head over to what we got going on here. We'll head over to the daily. It's okay, see, we're only playing around.
Yeah. We're joking.
No. You gotta understand, we're sarcastic individuals. Am I offended by it? Absolutely not. Maybe a little bit. No, I'm obviously playing around.
You got people jaw-jawing in the chat.
Are they jaw? We got a lot of jaw going on there, man. Damn. All right. Anyways, guys, let's see. It's 4-year cycles. So every 4 years, the reward for mining a Bitcoin blockchain there's a specific Bitcoin reward, and every 4 years, that reward is cut in half. Okay, so when we talk about Bitcoin miners and just the cost of things, so when they're providing security to the blockchain, you're rewarded with something. You need to figure out an X hash. So every 4 years, that X hash is cut in half. So what happens essentially is, we'll just put it down to basics, is that at the beginning of it, you collected 100 Bitcoin per se. The following 4 years, that was cut to 50. The following 4 years, that was cut to 20 or 25. The following 12, and so on and so forth. Now, every 4 years, you're going to see that happening to the point where you're collecting fractional amount of Bitcoin for providing security to the chain. But the issue here now is why we're starting to see some of the Bitcoin miners turn into cloud compute, because the amount that it costs to mine Bitcoin, the ROI isn't there. Okay, so you have some of the names like Hive Digital is involved in the blockchain. You have the Marathon Digitals, the Riots of the world, who are now starting to get involved with cloud computing. Why? Because the reward isn't worth the amount of compute or Bitcoin rigging that you receive from actually providing security to the Bitcoin cycle. And why some people are talking about October, well, that's the latter half. But don't forget, we're only in year 2 of the current cycle. The next halving print is in 2028, okay? So keep that in mind. And then we're talking about MSTR. Considering we're talking about Bitcoin MSTR under $100, no, you're gonna be patient. And what I mentioned here earlier in the day is, if I'm going to be adding some more here within the cryptocurrency space, I would more or less use some of these leverage strategies. And I'm referring to the micro strategies of the world, slowly dabbling involved with them. Sharif actually brought up a good point. You're down 60% off of the highs. No, it's actually not right whatsoever. So in my mind, because we were talking about highs, you're down 83% off of the all-time highs here in MSTR, opposed to being down 60%.
No, and we even looked at
it was a different time frame, year to date.
Right.
Year to date, yeah.
Exactly, and it made its all-time high, MSTR I'm talking about, after the election. After President Trump was elected, when it started running, it didn't make all-time highs when BTC had 126.
No.
So it was disconnected in that regard.
There's a little bit of a well, when is this year? Yeah, November.
That's November.
Yeah.
Trump got elected in November.
You're not wrong there, brother.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
Because Bitcoin made all-time highs in October of 25. So yeah, you're not wrong, man. So you got to be careful when you're playing some of these leverage plays. And I know Sharif and Tom Lee are good friends. Same with Katina, man. It's like the same thing with this. It's just absolutely disastrous seeing this. It really grinds our favorite segment, what grinds Joe's gears. 96%. Like, you've lost the majority of the value within this here. So yeah, crypto plays are not that shiny new toy at this given moment.
What is going on? Troy, you okay, bro?
What happened to Troy?
Are you glitching, Troy?
Is he spiraling?
I don't know, man. A lot of expletives.
What is he on about?
No, brother. Maybe he's having a bad day. But you know who's not having a bad day?
You?
ICCM. Well, we're okay. We're not
Hold on. Oh, okay.
There it goes. Okay, take it easy there, Troy. Yeah. You're gonna get dinged, brother. But there goes ICCM into the high of the day. Now, we took out 915. We didn't quite get 930. 915 was a resting order that I had out there. The high of the day is 930, and it is continuing to rip up. So, quite frankly, ICCM feels a lot more likely to weasel into that $10 area than BOXL. Because BOXL couldn't get to 9, right? 842 high on BOXL, 930 high now on ICCM. But I also want to shout out VWAP Trader. I think that's your name. VWAP something or another. Calling out WKSP, Worksport, right? You sponsor the show. This one, beautiful hole of the dollar. So somebody was buying up a storm at that dollar area. I wonder if they're bid non-compliant. We can check. But in any event, this is a very prototypical example for the individual in the chat asking me earlier, Sharif, do you go long below VWAP? Like, or because I don't, right? And I was explaining why. But I also cited Bovin, Casey, other small cap traders in the chat who do go long below VWAP, and their move typically is a VWAP retracement, much like the way that I look for a VWAP pullback, so to come from highs into VWAP so I can buy there. Their move is quite similar to that. You have short coverings, right, below VWAP, and then the short coverings requires traders to buy, so you get a price spike up into VWAP, where then they become shorts again because they start shorting at VWAP. So here it is. It's coming right into VWAP. So 111 off that $1 area. Here's 112. A nice move. Block this guy, bro. He's too much. He's littering
with Tony?
Yeah, he's got to go. Well, at least give him a day or something, right? 112. Here it is, man. So we're doing the VWAP retracement. Worksport. The question is, can we get above 115? What's my obsession with 115? There goes 114. Because that is the prior area high. I'm talking about a wick, not a close, and that's 1140 bar, the high of which is 115. So let's see if the same seller starts selling at 115 as they did on the 1140 bar on the 5-minute chart. Here we are at 115. Worksport recovering quite nicely. Shout out to my man Big Spile. We miss him. He'd like this rounded bottom. He is a fan of rounded bottoms, of course, Joey. But down goes ICCM from that 930 high. It's losing the 10 EMA, at least on a wick basis here, 860. Watch out here for ICCM. I was thinking this one is a good one for 10, but if it doesn't, it doesn't. So those are the names I'm looking at right now. It doesn't really seem like there's a whole lot to trade, other than maybe GALT, which I got out of because, well, I didn't like the fact that it missed that $4 area. But again, it's still above 375. So if it continues to hang out in that regard, perhaps I can get back in, but I'm not really.
Your boy Troy is really on one here today.
I don't know. Something's going on, man.
Bro's spiraling.
He's spiraling out of control. Did you ding?
I removed this thing.
All right, so I'm going to put him in a bit of a timeout.
How long are you
give
going
him
to give?
24 hours? Perhaps, he can kind of think about that and calm the hell down. And perhaps we'll see what tomorrow brings for him. Hopefully a bit of a better attitude tomorrow. GALT, 370. This is the area where we saw the triple top, guys. I want to bring this in, so just make the point here. Right? This is the price action on GLT over the last 2 days. 370 has been a staunchy area of resistance. Does it act as support? I might get back in here, Joey. Give this to like 68 or something like that. Yeah, we're going to give this one the old community college try. What are you looking at there, Joey?
I'm looking at Bitcoin. We're having a lot of conversations, and I talked about that volume anomaly that we just experienced here on the 1 and the 5-minute time frame.
Right.
Let's pull it up. So I'm glad that we got out of Uber at this trend line break. All right, so we get that. Are we okay? I see he's almost ready. Let us know whenever you guys are ready. You see he's in the queue there. Looking forward to some conversation.
Oh,
yeah, man, you forgot about him, man. And then we'll hop in, do some news with Sia. But yeah, other than that, guys, 3380s.
Big breakup.
We have to be really cautious. I gave myself some more breathing room, but I'm still going to hold to that max loss, and that's a little bit under shutdown. So a nice hold off of that 3380.
Boom.
What I do like is the average range slightly expanding here as we had that strong downwards movement throughout the whole intraday session, like 4% to the downside here in Bitcoin. So definitely a tougher look, but the base is starting to form that we were talking about not too long ago. And we also have these higher lows. So we have a good out. If we can get back in around 83s, I like it because I'm out at 80s or maybe even 78s, right? Give it 5 cents. You don't want to have too tight of a stop, especially when your average true range is starting to expand. So there it is, some strong upticks, and you can also see that reflected in the tape. And this is what I'm talking about, guys. Take a look at the time and sales. Ooh, okay, something just stepped in. But
I'm looking. I don't see anything. People are saying news in the chat. I'm looking. I don't see anything. So.
You see any volatility step in the market?
Well, people were saying news, so I was looking.
Maybe within USO, we could take a look at. We take a look at you. USO. Bring them on, man. We're going to pull this up
Hold on,
here.
just before we bring in Luis, I want to mention to everybody trading small caps, NWGL just rocketed up from 21.5 pennies to 35.5 pennies. Okay, so you can keep your eye out on this one. It is very volatile, so be careful trading it, okay? Because President Trump is making statements. We're going to go to Adara.
There is a comment here coming from President Trump. A little bit of a bounce here in the market as President Trump says, quote, Iran is making very big concessions. It's going very well. Now, in and of itself, this comment doesn't really seem to be anything super new or anything we didn't know. It looks like he might be on screen here. I'm just looking, walking and answering these questions. If I get more details, I'll keep you posted. But again, just very general comments here on how Iran is, quote, going very well.
Yeah, it looks like he's in Capitol Hill. I think, is that Capitol Hill? It looks like the White House. I don't know. I can't really tell. What does it say there? Moments ago. Oh, this is moments ago. So these are, is Capitol Hill? Thank you. Yeah, right top. That's what I was looking at there. So those were comments that we're seeing on the TV were moments ago. So I think he is done speaking unless he starts speaking again. So yeah, we're probably going to get more comments from that little impromptu presser that he just engaged in there. So look for more market volatility, obviously. President Trump speaking moments ago. Let's bring in the OG, Luis Barb. There he is. Luis, how are you
guys?
How's everything over there? How's the weather?
It's good.
You were saying it was very humid this
It might be like 30 already.
Is it humid though, Luis? Because Joey likes it. Yeah. He likes it a lot when it's humid. He likes sweating.
Oh, come on, really?
Yeah, man. You don't like the heat?
No, I don't like the heat. And I hate humidity.
What is going on?
Yeah, he's a normal person. That's why I play, bro. Shout out to Luis Barbado. All right, Luis, there's a lot moving today. Let's start with what you did, though. What was the trading day look like? What'd you get into?
Well, let's first review a couple of trades that we spoke about pre-market with Adara. First one was ATLN. Look at that. We said pre-market was holding here in the area above the 110 that we had from the previous day. And we said, if it pops to 140, 145, that's a nice place to short against this 50 resistance. There you go, short there,
perfect.
And all-day fade. Unbelievable. Don't tell me why I didn't take enough shares and I didn't hold all the way down. That's something to improve because the trade was very, very easy. Just right out the gate, short there. You could even add up here when it broke VWAP with, again, adding up into a position with a very tight stop. And all the way down, probably end of day, 0.60, 0.50, whatever. And the other one was CUPR. Okay, we talked also about this one. First entry point was around this area of 630, 650, where we had the VWAP. You can see the first retracement there. Then it broke very sharp, but it was very fast movement. So if you were okay with the size, you could short it there, scale out a little bit, adding more, having faith against this resistance. So it was a little bit more difficult because you broke the VWAP very sharp, but it came back. You could, as I said, recycle some shares out here, adding more against the resistance, and probably now, again, it's end of day, all day fade on this one. And the last one today, that was very tricky. Only one, I was APC, I think. Only one of our traders took this one, was very nice. This is a multi-day play, okay? It's a stock that is for a few days in a run, okay, breaking, you can go even 1 hour, okay? Let's go 1 hour.
Okay.
And then you see it's breaking from $2, $3, breaking. And today it seemed like it was a little bit overextended, a little bit too much buying for the last days. So this break of pre-market was very sharp, but you could go short on the backside with, these highs as a stop, and it was a very nice trade. Then we took a short here against the VWAP. Failed trade. We have to close it. And that's it. That was most of the day in caps.
So, Luis, what I saw there as a recurring theme was you were looking for stocks that had failed VWAP and that were coming and were trying to test VWAP again as a resistance level, and you were successful in 2 out of the 3. So I see, am I right to kind of phrase it in that way?
Yeah, yeah, it's one of the setup that it works better with a very nice winning ratio and risk reward. These are the stocks that have already gone up a lot during the pre-market of previous days.
Right.
And you have a little bit of movement down on the pre-market. So the stock is very far from highs. That makes that a lot of people don't put the attention there. They don't have so much volume. The attention is on the stocks that are running crazy. And we're looking for this stock that has already been destroyed and all the way up without a lot of volume. They see VWAPs and resistance to take the shorts there with a nice winning ratio and risk reward.
Okay. Having kind of established that, I have one for you here that I want to get your opinion on. Worksport. Okay. WKSP. Big move up. It clears that $0.25. But as quickly as it moved up, Luis, as quickly as it failed, it ended up holding the dollar. Something tells me there's a reason that there was somebody buying at the dollar there, but this is one of those ones that bounced off the dollar right back into VWAP, but it is failing the volume weighted average price right now, and it's about to lose that prior bar low. Would this be a setup here that would interest you for the short?
Yeah, but the problem here is that it's not the first day. It's a third day movement, okay? We have a crazy day from 60 cents to 1.25 and all the way down, closed almost red on that day. But then we have another pre-market, very active. So, so something is going on in this stock and you have to be more careful because if you go short, you have to be very, very disciplined cutting in the 120s, 125, because above that, probably we don't have overhead resistance anymore, you see? So if it breaks above this 120, 125, can go to 160 or $2. So since it's not the first day, it's a little bit more tricky, this stock right now. As I said, you can go short there. It looks very nice, but the stop, it's a little bit tight right now.
I'm just checking to see if Worksport is bid non-compliant, because this is what you taught me, right? Non-compliant companies. This is where to go, right? This is the area.
You go to NASDAQ non-compliant,
yes,
and then you check on the list. Yes.
WKSP. Let's try over here. Worksport. Yeah, this is a different thing. Okay, because it's what it does is it's got it here 308 pages. So I wonder if there's a way to search for these using the ticker.
Yeah, I think I have it somewhere here.
19.
Let me check.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking as well. WK Werewolf up there.
It's almost alphabet. So you can go to the last page and it will be
it's not
around.
there. Yeah, I do see that. So it's Wellington's and then Werewolf and then it kind of jumps up to X. So it doesn't look like they're bid non-compliant. They don't really need to wait, Luis. I mean, nobody wants their stock trading below $1 for any prolonged period because you're going to get the letter sooner rather than later. So yeah, your point well taken. Joey.
Yeah, let's rock and roll here, man. We got a couple questions coming from the chat, but we'll get to mine here first. And I'm going to keep it simple here, Luis. SkyQ, what are we thinking about this year? We took a long on it earlier in the morning looking for that high of the day break. We take some off, but now we're just chopping around the volume weighted average price. Now, what are you thinking? The longer we chop around, the less likely for a potential breakup. And if that's the case, are you looking at this name and for a potential move lower south of that $2.20 marker?
Well, the same. It's not the first day, okay? We have a very crazy pre-market the other day on this stock, and I think it has some criminal record, as we like to call. Look at this, from $2 to 20. So, be aware if it starts to run over these highs. I don't think it's very likely that it happens, but if it happens to hold here and try to break 240 to 50s, there is no overhead resistance, so it can go easily to $3, $4, $5, $6 as it went the other day. So right now, I think it's more a setup for a long with a very tight stop. It is true that the volume is very, very light. So, maybe 30,000 shares, 40,000 shares, we kick you out of the trade, or it will make work the trade. So not the best scenario if you want to keep the risk under control, but it is likely to break the highs of this 220 to 25, and it could go up to 250 and break. Maybe if it holds here, we will see that in the after hours. So keep this one track for after hours when the market closes.
Perfect. So my next question is not necessarily about a stock in specific, but I want to talk about a couple of weeks ago, we've seen the PDT rule lifted, and it felt like there was a lot more participants definitely stepping into some of these small cap names. What I've observed since then, things are cooling down. Do you think there was a correlation between PDT and what we were seeing in some of the small cap trades here?
Yeah, I mean, the first days were amazing. Was stocks moving up 1,000%, 2,000%. It seems that now it's more quiet, you know. So I knew this was gonna be for a couple of days, a lot of people trading and joining the PDT, but in the end, you know, there is no so much volume. If you consider people trading below 25,000, that they cannot trade more than a couple of trades a day. So it's not going to be such a game changer as we thought it could be. So it's more quiet right now. They use these first days for some Chinese and Hong Kong companies to go crazy, like 1,000, 2,000%.
Yeah.
Now it seems like we're back to normal again.
Yeah, I mean, I remember you mentioning the fact that, hey, this is getting a little bit crazy and out of hand, seeing multiple names going 1,000+% in the intraday session. You're like, you wouldn't be surprised if the SEC started to do some form of an investigation on behalf of the fact that a lot of these names were just going absolute parabolic relatively quick as well. But what we do have here is a super chat and a question towards you here from one of our our close friends here within the chat. He's in here every day and a small cap trader. States, Luis Barbado, aka Mr. Short Seller. Thoughts on pre-market on PLSM? Next, U.S. vacation. Come to H-Town. If you are not aware of what H-Town is, that is Houston, I believe. Yes. But the ticker he is asking about is PLSM.
Yeah, that was very interesting ticker, but we didn't have locates to short. So, you know, that was impossible to short for us because of the locates. I think was very, let me check float and country. I think it was Israeli company. Yeah, there you go. Israel company, 3 or almost 4 million float. So it would have been a very nice short, not when it went up, but first times it lose some VWAP and some, where you have a tighter stop. For example, around here, you have $1 or $2 stop loss, or even here, again, $1 or $2 stop loss, and you have a lot to trade down, or even this VWAP plays here, you know, against this VWAP here and all the way down. But we didn't have locates. I mean, we had locates, but the price was ridiculous high.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, great stuff. I mean,
we have another one like this one. Was FRTT, same. Okay, same. Very interesting ticker to short, but we didn't have locates. Like most of the times, like 95% of the times, we have locates and at a decent price. But this very low float moving so sharp, like 500% in few minutes, usually we don't have locates because the risk is so high, the float is so small that the broker doesn't have stocks to loan us.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, great, fantastic stuff as always, Luis. One more question here, just regards to PDT and the momentum that we've seen. What do you think the probability is of us seeing that kind of step in again? Do you think it was more just, I'm thinking is maybe a cyclical thing. You have some people who got washed out, obviously, on the short side. Do you have to wait for, are you thinking that you have to wait for some new participants to step in, or do you think it was just a one-off event?
It's about market cycles. Yeah. It will come back some crazy movements that it will shake the market, that the short seller, we will get scared and we will stop short selling, at least from side some of the low float. But then we have like last week and the week before, all the shorts work very nice. Like today, you could see all these shorts working very nice. So then the short get confident. We short like almost everything that is popping up, and we make money, and the long buyers, they are buying dips and getting screwed all the way down, you know? So it's about cycles. We make money for a couple of weeks or 3, then the long buyers make more money for a couple of weeks. Exactly. We get scared, we stop out. So it's all about, you know, a couple of weeks, 3-4 weeks cycle, and then it changes again.
Good stuff, good stuff. Any super chats?
That's it, Luis. When are we?
Hold on now.
Yeah.
I was asking him about it. Let's talk about our boy here for a second.
Who?
Yamin.
Okay, hold
on. Before we say anything, you have to know that Luis is a Barcelona fan. So tread carefully here. He's not just a Spaniard.
What he also has to know is that we're long Sky Q here, looking for a little bit of a breakup, but we're going to get out at south of that support level if we don't go. But no, let's talk about this kid is an absolute prodigy. Someone who's not the biggest soccer fan. I've been talking about Yamin for quite some time. He's fantastic.
He's fantastic, Luis, but I got to ask you, brother, are you worried about the lack of goals from Spain? I'm a little worried.
No, I mean, if you saw the last match, we dominate the match and we create a lot of chances. Yeah. And, well, you know, sometimes the first match, it's very difficult to get in the rhythm. We didn't have Lamine for that first match.
Exactly.
So the Cape Cabo Verde, I don't know how it's called in English, they look pretty good. And if you don't have, like, you know, someone who break lines like Lamine Yamal does, it is difficult to get in there on the first match. But remember, 2010, we won the World Champions, our only World Cup, and we lost the first match against Arabia Saudi. So,
I remember that.
You know? So
okay, so I got a couple of things I want to bring up with you. How good does it feel as a Barcelona fan to have 0 players from Real Madrid on the national team? That's fantastic, right? But I got a bone.
Now they have Cucurella. They have to sign up some Spanish players.
Well, yeah, true. I forgot Cucurella left Chelsea. But this is another important question that I want to ask you. In what universe is Unai Simon better goalkeeper than David Raya? I mean, like, somebody explain this to me.
No, you did the wrong question. In what world both of them are better than Joan Garcia from Barcelona?
Well, exactly. That's another good point. That's a good point.
He saved, like, unbelievable saves, like no one does, you know? So he should be there. I think it's something about hierarchy, you know? Unai Simon.
That's fair.
For many years there, the experience, and sometimes change the goalkeeper, you know, is not only about the game itself, but also about experience and, you know, the hierarchy. Because, look, Germany, they had Neuer not being the best goalkeeper on the country because their hierarchy was much better, but, you know, experience helps a lot.
And my thinking was that, you know, David Raya, this is why Arsenal brought him in, right? Because he's so good with his feet. He's kind of like that 11th player. Well, there's 11 players, but you know what I mean? Like that 5th back, so to speak. And I figured because Spain was such a, you know, dominant in possession type team, that they would want a goalkeeper who could play out the back, facilitate, you know. And I was just a little confused with the approach. That's why I was asking that question. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with you. It's all about experience when you are talking about goalkeepers as well.
You got anything you want to add, Joey?
No, I was going to say, didn't Xavi used to play for Spain, too? Yeah. That used to be my guy.
Iniesta?
Yeah, Iniesta, that was my guy, man.
Again, those are Barcelona players, man. Like, so those were the two GOATs. So shout out to Xavi and Iniesta.
Iniesta is the king. Iniesta is the most loved player in Spain and one of the most loved players in the world, not only because how he plays, but, you know, the behavior and the kind of person he is. No tattoos, nothing. You know, it's very humble guy.
All right.
You know who my favorite Spaniard is? Not Cesc Fabregas, I promise you that, because he's a traitor.
Oh.
Yeah. Santi Cazorla, my favorite. Just an unbelievable player for Arsenal. He's an Arsenal legend. And I would like to shake his hand. So.
And what a fighter with all serious injuries that he had.
Yeah, exactly.
Achilles.
All right. Thank you, Luis, for coming on, man.
Market really bleeding here, brother. You looking at the NASDAQ and the SPY, Luis?
Crazy, 250 points in 10 minutes. Unbelievable. Yes.
Unbelievable.
Following the trace of yesterday. So, no floor here. It seems like it's gonna keep going down for the rest of the day.
Thanks, Luis, for
coming on. Thanks, brother. We'll talk soon.
Thank you, man.
Ciao.
All right, guys, we see the comments in the chat. There is nothing coming out quite yet.
Go ahead, yeah, Sharifi, there we go.
Sky
My
Q?
big dog. Yes,
Attaboy.
IQ, just like that. How many did I take off? Oh, too much. All right, that's all right. We took off half right there. So a nice little pop-up on this bad boy. It looked like it was going to break, but I have to be prepared, Sharif. You know what's going on with these.
What's going on, Joey?
I'm not the one to tell you anything about your game. As fast as they go up, they can come down equally as quick.
Exactly,
so let me focus on this one here.
Absolutely. Do your thing there,
Yes,
Joey.
sir.
Yes, guys, we do see the market is bleeding down. There is no new news, but we did have moments ago, by moments, I'm talking about almost 10 minutes now, President Donald Trump on Capitol Hill with an impromptu question period with reporters speaking on Iran. There was nothing earth-shattering from what he said. So I'm reluctant to want to kind of attribute it to that. In any event, we have seen the market be quite volatile as of late. You'll see here that the Dow Jones, the DIA, as well as the IWM Russell 2000 ETF are the only two positive major averages on the day. The SPY just went negative, and the NASDAQ now is on the way down to 1%, 0.87 in negativeville, and now it's trading in the 700 single digits. This one could see 700 again. That was an important area of support last time around before the recovery, close to all-time highs. So market volatility, very characteristic of this recent sort of trend that we're seeing in the market. We're not seeing anything new. Should we see anything new, of course, Adara, myself, Joseph, and Sia will bring you that, of course, but there is nothing new coming out now. Sia, are we ready to go with the new segment? All right, Assassino, let's do our thing.
Get out of this here and then.
Let's start with the new segment. We're going to start with our first story. OpenAI's first chip being unveiled as part of the AVGO deal. The companies have unveiled their debut custom chip called Jalapeno, as I mentioned earlier. That's marking OpenAI's entry into the world of AI silicon. Early testing is showing that the first generation accelerator will deliver performance per watt. This is coming from the press release. The chips will be made by Broadcom and used by OpenAI for inference, the compute-intensive process of serving its AI models to users in ChatGPT, as well as other applications. Now, this is again from the press release directly that OpenAI has designed the chip from scratch around its deep understanding of LLM fundamentals, with partners Broadcom and Celestia helping industrialize the platform through chip implementation, board, rack system integration, high-performance networking, and scalable production systems. AVGO has had a huge uptick following this announcement, but seems to have lost all the gains throughout the trading day. Broadcom CEO Hock Tan has also said that Jalapeno matches NVIDIA, Blackwell, and Google's Tensor processing units, sending it to you.
Yes, absolutely. And TPU as well, of course, is a custom ASIC chip, application-specific integrated circuits. Let's get to some of the details here regarding this tie-up between OpenAI and Broadcom. To my understanding, this is the first time the two are tying up. We can go to the screen, Assassino, if you'd like. So it's going to be for current and future LLMs. So you could call it future-proof, I guess. Developed from design to production in 9 months, and they were able to do that using AI. So now they're developing chips and accelerating the development from design to actual production 9 months, less than a year, because of AI. I was looking for this sort of manifest in a different area, in biotech, in pharmaceuticals, but they're using it now for, I guess, chip design, which I love because you can kind of read through that into other sectors as well. It's going to deliver better performance per watt than the current state of art based on early testing, the top chipset is. It expands as well OpenAI's full stack platform. Now they've got products, models, and now they've thrown their hat into the chip ring. So becoming quite diversified to be deployed at a gigawatt scale with data center partners over multiple generations. I guess that has something to do with the fact that it is built from the ground up for current and future LLMs. So we'll have to see how that all works out. But, good deal here for Broadcom. The market doesn't really care at the moment, though, because Broadcom is flat on the day. We were talking about the chip design tie-up, Joey, between OpenAI and Broadcom. Any thoughts on that?
Broadcom, I thought it was Qualcomm that we were talking about.
Qualcomm was a different one.
A different headline?
Yeah.
I mean, listen, there it goes. I'm not going to get too much in depth. I missed the majority of this story, but a chip tie-up. I talked about how Oracle is just deeply involved with this. Let's just hope Sam Altman can live up to the hype here, especially leading into the IPO. There's a lot leaning on this guy's shoulder in this company, to be honest with you, Sharif. So they need everything that they possibly can get.
I don't mind Broadcom at all expanding their game. Obviously, who wouldn't want to have some business relationships with OpenAI? They've got a lot of money backing them so far. They were first mover, this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
But do you think companies going forward are going to be a bit more skeptical about doing business with OpenAI if they're not going to be the premier model? Or do you still, you took the position yesterday, I won't put words in your mouth, but you took the position yesterday, I think quite rightly so. You pointed to their monthly active users as the fact that they are still relevant, even if their model isn't the best by your and I opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they still have the most monthly active users out of all of them. Now, and I talked about, like, listen, First in Class obviously had a big part of that.
Right.
But when we talked about Anthropic and Gemini, they still have a little bit more room to grow. Now, we know from multiple different spaces and sectors, when you hold the majority of the market share, really, there's only sometimes one way you can go. You can't get more, right? You have individuals take it from you, right? And even in the example of which I'm sure we'll talk about later is we talked about it this morning, you and I, is the disruption in between NVDA and custom ASICs.
100%.
Right? But when you hold so much of the market share, there's really only one
And that's the
way,
trouble. That's the trouble of getting like 90%
I'm not, exactly, right? It doesn't make the company or the product any worse. It's just that you were dominant for so long.
Yeah.
And it's only at the top eventually something's going
to
come.
You can't own more than 100% of the share. You know what I mean?
It's just, there's only really one way you can go from that point.
Okay, let's go back to Sia. Let's talk about Qualcomm.
Let's talk a little Qualcomm. So the company has said that it's buying in AI infrastructure startup Modular. Again, went over this. Let's go into a bit of a detail to boost its AI software capabilities amidst the data center build out that's going on. And this deal will better position Qualcomm in the inference market and help companies run AI a bit more efficiently. So the deal is expected to close in the second half of 2026, but Qualcomm has not updated or provided any financials for this particular deal currently. And Bloomberg had reported earlier this week that Qualcomm and Modular were in advanced talks for a deal valued nearly at $4 billion, whereas Reuters had calculated the valuation to be around $3.92 billion. Well, right now, Qualcomm is down almost 4% on the day.
Yeah, I feel like they're getting the shaft here, you know, not justifiably so, but hey, the market is what the market is. I like this, okay? I like this for Qualcomm for a number of reasons. They throw their hat now into the ASICs ring, the custom chip ring, right? What was Qualcomm known for? That's really it. You know, they were the premier mobile phone chip makers, designers, whatever you want to call them, right? And they're kind of getting away from being that one-trick pony into now actually getting into the data center game. So to me, that's good. That expands their TAM. It gives them another moat. Well, probably not really a moat, but you know what I mean. And they were able to do this specifically because they acquired their way into it. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the $2.4 billion acquisition of Alphawave Semi. That gave them the technology, the IP, in order to get into the custom ASICs game. So you could tell Cristiano Amon basically had this planned out, and he acquired their way into this ability. Now, what I do want to talk about as well is that it's being designed specifically here for Dual Bow, which is a very popular Gen AI chatbot. And so far, my understanding is Dual Bow has been using GPUs, the very expensive GPUs, to kind of perform. So this is going to obviously create a little bit of better unit cost for them. But this also disrupts, Katina Man, the duopoly that we have now in the custom ASICs game between AVGO and MRVL. So it's no longer just those two who are, you know, designing custom ASICs, but now Qualcomm's thrown kind of their hat into that ring. Mm-hmm. And from my understanding of capitalism, Joey, competition creates, you know, better prices.
Yeah, well, I mean, we just were speaking about that, right? Like you have another company stepping in and they're just taking market share from some companies. Now, I also want to make sure the fact that it's clear, not every a company can afford their custom chips, right? They might just have to go the NVDA, right? The NVDA route. Yeah. I mean, and who I'm referring to mostly is like you have Amazon, with their Tensor, and then you have, or the Trainium processing, the Trainium processing, and then you have Google with the TPU. If you ask me, Sharif, you and I were also talking about this not too long ago, is sovereign nations and what that means for specific companies, right? So NVDA gonna get a lot of that share, but what we're starting to see is a growing pool, and we just mentioned the fact that you're gonna lose some market share, which I think is extremely important to note, and you may see some lowering in prices within specific names, and I'm talking about NVDA. I haven't looked at it throughout the intraday session, and I'm sure it's not pretty as the market continues to hold around the lows. Now, I also want to mention in regards to this modular purchase, they're going to have to dilute 19.2 million shares to the company's common stock to the equity owners of modular, which I think is huge, right? Qualcomm hasn't been hit too heavy here today, but it's not green either. No. Right? So, I mean, it's a little bit tougher of a look when you have to issue the shares. You're typically going to see some selling within the underlying asset itself. Now, KT, I'll work on it, guys. You guys also have to understand that I have a lot of things going on. Like, we're looking at charts. We're talking about the news. I have to read through articles. So I can't answer everything, but I'll do my best to make sure I can take care of everything that I can. Okay? So if I miss something, it's not on purpose.
Okay. I just want to point out here for the small cap traders in the chat, SCAG is making a pretty aggressive move. It's up 110%. And there's a good amount of volume, 23.3 million shares.
Whoa, dude, that was crazy. Wow, that was crazy. Holy cow, man. I got it all out here, and it literally just jumped 30 cents on SkyQ. This is insane. It's gonna. Where's the halt band on this thing?
Let me look.
So you can find that for me. Yeah.
Give me a
sec.
Woosah. Joey.
Yeah, I know. I seen it. Woosah on that. That was insane, man.
SkyQ on the NQ?
Yes.
Okay, can't see the whole bands quite yet.
Okay.
It's not showing
wow, that was insane, man. That just blew past the high of the day. Oh man, that would have been nice to have been sitting in this for a little bit longer. What a massive spike there, Luis. That was crazy. I'm glad we happened. You're in it from Bubbin. I tried tagging you, Bubbin. I tried tagging you. You're in from $2.24. I got $2.28 on that bad boy. So, hey, yeah, nice play. Nice play there.
All right, let's go back to Sia.
Let's talk a little Alphabet. So it'll be replacing Verizon VZ on the Dow beginning Monday, which will be helping in increasing the index's exposure to AI, cloud infrastructure, as well as some general advertising. This addition does put Google alongside NVIDIA, Amazon, Microsoft, as well as Apple. And S&P Global has also cited that Alphabet's role in AI and cloud as key reasons for this change. Alphabet, as you know it, quick fact, has raised roughly $141 billion since October to support aggressive AI investments, with investors also focused on whether those expenditures will translate into stronger long-term returns or not. With that, Alphabet is currently up 0.67% on the day. Adara, please give us your take on Alphabet.
I like that they gave us a specific reason, like they wanted a stronger XLC play in the communication sector. I think that makes sense, you know what I mean? But what's interesting here is from a market cap standpoint. So I have this up here, and you can find this if you just Google like Dow Jones Components Trading View. That's how I found this. But what's interesting here is I pulled this up because Barron's actually released an article earlier today saying that they think the next name to leave the Dow is going to be Nike. So here's like smallest to largest market cap in the Dow, smallest at the top here. Nike, smallest Dow name here with a $62 billion or so market cap. So NKE, at least according to Barron's, could be the next to go because Verizon isn't necessarily a small potato when it comes to market cap. VZ, obviously, as we know, is, because they told us, is leaving for sector-related reasons, right? They wanted a stronger name in the sector. Either way, I think this is an interesting look. Keep an eye on NKE with that in mind. And again, it could be a while until we get another Dow rebalancing announcement, but I thought this was an interesting note. People are already waiting to see who's next to leave. I mean, yeah, we'll have to wait and find out. But NKE also on watch today. They had that CFO turnover. They have earnings on next Tuesday. So regardless, I think that'll be a stock to watch. But I thought that was interesting. Barron's already ready for the next to go.
Okay, let's talk about when this becomes effective. Monday, June 29th of this year. And it's the first time we've gotten a Dow adjustment since Intel was replaced by NVIDIA in late 2024. But as Neil taught me when I first started on the floor here, and something I didn't know, is that, actually it was you, Neil, is that the Dow is price weighted. I had no idea. Okay, unlike the S&P, the IWM, the Rus, or the Russell 2000, the SPY, they're all cap weighted. So what does that mean? Okay, it means that the price of Google, or Alphabet in this case, makes a difference. So it's trading around in the morning anyway, it's 346. Right now it's 348, compared to the outgoing price of Verizon, which is give or take 47. So what does that mean? That means Alphabet's price is roughly 7 times higher than the stock it's replacing. So because the Dow weights members solely by share price, a 1% move in Alphabet would now inflict, what I'm saying, 700% more mathematical point volatility on the overall index than a 1% move would in Verizon. So if you were to say 1% move in Alphabet, that's 700% more mathematical point volatility than a 1% move in Verizon. So automatically what makes me think here is that the Dow is going to have more volatility simply by this replacement. Okay, so think about that. That's number one. Number two, the inclusion announcement also comes at a very strategic moment. We saw Alphabet have one of its worst days in over a year, I think in May of 2025, where it lost about 7%, I think at the lows. At one point in the day, I think it ended up closing at about 5. But the point is that there is unrest because of CapEx. There is unrest because there is the exodus of talent, AI talent specifically, as we saw yesterday with Google. So I think that this is a really good time for them to kind of have this inclusion. Now, don't expect though this passive buying that usually takes place when a name is included in an index, right? We always report to you guys about the inclusions into the NASDAQ, the inclusions into the SPY, and we often say with that, watch out for passive buying, as index funds who track the Qs, who track the SPY, are going to be forced to add this new addition into their portfolio. That is not a big deal when it comes to the Dow. And the reason is that total global asset tracking, the price-weighted Dow, are a mere fraction of the multi-trillion-dollar mountain mapped to the market cap weight of the S&P 500. So the mandatory passive buying wave will represent what they're saying would be an immaterial blip against what Alphabet typically does on a normal volume day. So don't expect any passive buying with this inclusion.
That was a lot of information there. Just, you know what, I didn't know that the it's price weighted, right? We're not talking equal weight or anything. So that's actually that's a big time different metric than going from market cap or equal weight.
Agree.
Right? So that's some big. But anyways, aside from the Dow, guys, listen. Over the past year, or year to date, I should say, it's the worst performing by only 0.1%. But other than that, we talked about the names, actually, the larger components within the Dow Jones. You have the Caterpillars of the world who are up there. And I forget what the top one is there. We can look at it right now. But what I wanted to get at here is that also what we have is, considering Google is being placed into that, replacing Verizon, what I wanted to point out was that Cathie Wood is actually adding to her ETFs. Is that Côte d'Ivoire?
Côte d'Ivoire, my boy.
Yeah, man, for sure, man. But anyways, what I was getting at, she's actually adding some of these names that have been sold off over the past couple of days into our ARK investment ETFs. About roughly 26 million, and the largest allocation is within Amazon, and then followed by Google. So I like everything Google, guys. We talk about the dip buys here, but I want to go over the top. I know Adair went over the couple of names, but Goldman Sachs at the top of the list. Now, I'm really curious to see, Sharif, because what we're slowly starting to see is the Dow is adding more and more tech names to its holdings, which is it going to fall into the realm of, the S&P? Because it was more industrial-styled names and banks within the Dow Jones than what we see in a couple of years.
You're not wrong, yeah. I like how, they're not that quick to change. Like, as we said, late 24, Joey, the last adjustment. So, and then it's only 30 names, right?
It's only 30 names.
About 100 on the NASDAQ, 500 on the SPY.
So I mean, and then like, so we have
2,000 on the
like 30 names, and you have 2 of them removed, then you add 2 heavily weighted tech names, right? That's almost 10% right there of the complete. And we're not even considering Microsoft and Apple being in that.
No, and we also didn't consider the fact that the last change was, I don't want to say like for like, but more like for like than this one. Intel coming out, designer as well as fab, and then NVIDIA going in, only a designer, right? They don't fab. But it's a lot closer than, say, Verizon and
I wouldn't be surprised. I think Nike should be booted out of there. I don't like the stock whatsoever. I know they had a little bit of a front office change there, but I don't know where's the new CEO or the CFO coming from again? I forget the
Pfizer.
Pfizer.
So Pfizer sneakily announced he was leaving to go to a consumer brand, and then a week later we find out which consumer brand. Well played, Pfizer. Well played.
I mean, you go from like a biotech to a retail company.
He has retail experience.
Does he?
If you look at his history, he does.
Okay, okay. Who did he work with? Do you know who he worked with?
Look it up, yeah. I read this morning he had retail experience. So. All right, let's go back to Sia for not the last one. I think we can do a couple more.
Let's talk a little bit. Oil has continued to slide. There's fears of major supply disruption through the Strait of Hormuz. They've eased a little bit. Shipping traffic is beginning to also normalize after certain safety guarantees have also been secured. But some comments from the U.S. Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright, today, as Dara mentioned, seemed to tell us otherwise. So approximately 20 million barrels have passed through the Strait of Hormuz, but the return to normal oil flows, as said by him, are delayed due to Iranian mines in the Strait of Hormuz. These are comments, again, coming in from U.S. Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright. As Dara mentioned earlier in the show, the market is unwinding much of the geopolitical risk premium, I would say, that had built up during the U.S.-Israel conflict with Iran. And U.S. crude also has hit its lowest levels since early March today. WTI futures had reached session lows of $69.84, currently at $70.23 to 24 cents, marking the first time that the crude has dropped below the $70 mark since the 2nd of March. WTI was last down more than 4% in the session. Currently, USO down almost 4% as well.
Yeah, I don't have much to add on this, guys. We'll keep an eye out for the Strait. Hopefully things start flowing out sooner rather than later. But yeah, I don't expect the price of oil to drop like a rock as supplies are still constrained.
It's better than it climbing to new highs, to be honest with you.
Well, there's information here. Energy Secretary Wright saying in the last 24 hours, 72 ships and roughly 20 million barrels of oil have transitioned through the Strait of Hormuz.
Same comment he made earlier, exact same comment.
Does it make it factually incorrect?
No, I'm just saying it's being recirculated because it already happened.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I just listen. I just want to see. I want to see the price of oil go down. It's literally that simple, and hopefully a complete wind down and a closure of whatever conflict these guys had going on over there.
That's good. Send it back to Sia.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit news related to Amazon here. Amazon owns Zoox unveiled today. So Zoox, Z-O-O-X, unveiled a redesigned version of its toaster-shaped driverless vehicle. It looked very cute. The upgrades include more comfortable seats and headrests and relocated bi-directional reflectors, which make it easier for riders and others to distinguish the vehicle front from its rear. Zoox is also plotting expansion in additional markets as well later this year and preparing a charge for riders. Whoever rides this, they will be charging it. Of course, currently Amazon is up to 2% on the day.
Yeah, I like this. I don't like the car, okay? But I don't think that it really matters what I like, as long as it's operationally efficient. They've taken the approach more like, I think, Waymo, where they're using LiDAR, radar, cameras, infrared sensors. They're using the gauntlet. So I'm going to run into this through Gemini in a second, but I want to see what the cost per vehicle is, because that's what you and I talk a lot about.
This is the vehicle I've been talking about for quite some time. I don't know.
Yeah,
but zoom in on that bad boy, man.
I think it's ugly.
I love it,
but that's not the. But doesn't really matter as long as it. I'm not saying that as a
What is it?
Do they have stuff like that? Oh, I can't hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't mind this. You're kind of looking at each other over here.
That's what I've been talking about.
Yeah, but I get that, brother. I'm not hating on it. I think it's very functionally efficient.
Yeah.
Right? But, you know, I don't know. You think these are a closed circuit only kind of things, or, you know?
What do you mean by that?
Like within sort of a predefined, what do we call that?
Like an adjustable
geofence.
Okay.
A geofence, or do you think that they make it like, you know?
Do you think it can be
into the
expanded?
wild,
You give it,
so to speak?
yeah, absolutely, man. If we got dudes rolling around on mopeds delivering food, we can definitely get those things rolling around the city in the summertime as well too. I think it's something a tourist would take. You know what? I think it's a pretty cool tourist attraction. You head over to Vegas and you hop in it. I love how there's no actual front end of it. You can switch either way, but it's also intimate as well, right? You're facing each other. You can have conversations, and there's no other better place to start this off within Vegas, because now you don't have to look back and be like, hey, CEO, what's going on, as you're having these conversations rolling around the city's partying. So I'm a big fan of this machine, and I've been talking about it for quite some time. If I could buy one, then maybe instead of a Cyrocab, I get involved with one of those things.
I don't mind. Yeah, I hope
I like it, man.
So I've tried to find out. Apparently, the short answer, according to Gemini, of course, you have to double check this because of the hallucinations. There's no exact public number for how much these ones cost, confidentiality. But the sensor suite, the Zoox vehicle, utilizes a redundant system of LiDAR, radar, and cameras mounted on all four corners. In early stages of robotaxi development, a full autonomous hardware suite alone could easily cost $100,000 to $150,000 per vehicle. That's just in the early stages of robotaxi, a full autonomous hardware suite. So I don't think that even includes the frame of the car per vehicle, though these costs drop significantly as component manufacturing scales. So, you know, look at this. The I-Pace is not $250. Apparently, it's $150 fully equipped. So this is looking like more. It's going to be like around $100,000. I think this makes a big difference, right? Because they got to make money on this at the end of the day.
You have to
They
make
can
money.
Subsidize it because they have so much money, but it has to be self-reliant at the end of the day.
I mean, I remember you and I were looking at it. So what do we think here? Because you're saying $150 for the I-Pace. Do we think
$150,000, yeah.
$150,000? Do we think the reduction in like the cost of LiDAR might have a little bit of an influence on that?
100%.
Yeah,
but is
absolutely.
LiDAR dropping in price? I don't know.
No, it is. It is.
Okay.
Genuinely, it's getting a little bit cheaper.
Sense.
But listen, we both know in order to compete with Elon, you're going to have to get that number way down. Way down.
I wonder what the Cybercab is costing him. I'm assuming if he's going to sell it for 35 or 40, and he's making 16, 17% gross margins, so it's probably, you know, in the high 20s.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Absolutely.
All right. Let's send it back to see, I think, for the last story.
Real quick, we can really make it through this last story. We're going to talk about Cerebras had reporting earnings yesterday after the close, with market expecting revenue of roughly $181 million, which is a massive jump from last year, yes, but there's also some losses that need to be looked at, which are expected to widen. By year-end 2025, its backlog stood at $24.6 billion, with most tied to OpenAI-related demand. So some are seeing this as revenue from roughly $1 billion this year towards $7 billion plus by 2028, as OpenAI is scaling larger models that require a bit more compute. But some are seeing and arguing that the valuation can discount years of growth. Shares have traded wildly since May and are down from first day highs above $380. Another concern, however, here is supply. So about 15% of shares were locked up until June. An additional employee and early investor shares also can hit the market after earnings. And Cerebras CEO Andrew Feldman said today that investors have misunderstood the margin guidance. Currently, Cerebras is down 18% almost on the day.
That's how I feel about that. Maybe it's time to buy Cerebras here? I don't know. I mean, I don't really like to... Don't do it, Katina Man? Or Katina Man, he's prohibiting me from doing it. All right, let's talk about this, man. They beat expectations on core revenue, $191 million and a third over the $181 and a fifth expected by analysts. They also narrowed their net loss down to $2.5 million. But let's not gloss over the concentration risk of this company, right? They have, I want to say, most of their eggs in one basket, and that is the OpenAI basket, the Altman basket, if we can. And they've also given them possible warrants that can be converted from debt into equity. In fact, they gave OpenAI the rights to purchase 33.4 million shares of their stock, of their common stock, right? That's because of the deal they tied with OpenAI, which is $20 billion, 750 megawatt compute deal that, it could lead to dilution. So we'll have to wait and see. But let's also talk about the fact that they have to build this 250 megawatt data center by mid 2027 for them to actually hit their numbers, which is what a lot of people got into the stock for, right? Because you definitely want to see this deployed en masse. And that's what they're saying. They're saying right now they are at the mercy of the supply constraint. So if they can't get enough supply to build out these data centers, doesn't much matter how much money they have, because they won't be able to build it out because of the issues that we've been talking about. But what I do like, though, and this is a bit of a double-edged sword, is that they've been shielded from the rising price of HBM. And that's because they don't use HBM in their chips. They're using an inferior form of RAM called SRAM. Now that, I said it's a double-edged sword here because one, it doesn't increase the component costs on them currently, which we know is definitely hurting a lot of these chip makers, but it also prevents their chips from having a lot of longevity, right? Because they're using an inferior form of RAM, they may not be usable should more complicated models come out that require more compute. So that is a kind of a good thing in a way where they're able to kind of forego that at the moment and not get hit by prices, Joey, but that makes their chips, have a bit of a less of a, lifespan.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, guys, good stuff, man. 2 o'clock here on the dot.
We got two in the bag.
Yeah, well, they gave us a minute there, so I know.
Hold on, I got a question.
A little stingy on that.
I got a question. So you're covering for Katina Man on the Thursday and the Friday, right? Does that mean the 2 minutes that we're now owed go directly onto your show next? So does that mean you have to take more time?
Hey, man. I just roll with the punches, bro. We just do what we got to do around here, and we don't complain about it. You know what I mean? That's how we roll.
Exactly what you do every day. All right,
guys. That's what we do, man.
Send him off, Joey.
I had a quote actually for everyone, but it seems that I have forgotten it. Even though I didn't actually. It's not funny, Assassino. I actually have it. I'll bring it to you guys tomorrow. Thank you all very much. I love you guys, man. Been a fantastic one. Make sure to keep it positive. And you know what they once said on the Outsider?
What'd they say, Joey?
Stay golden, Pony Boy.
I mean, I love Joe, but honestly, these guys are going overtime and then blaming us.
It's our fault.
We're just sitting here ready to go.
Mics are on. Mike's on?
I appreciate that. Yeah, Joe's
Mike's on.
The next couple of days, and he's in for you the next week after that. So this man is a very
get that word.
That's what happens when you're in such high demand.
Yes.
You get, and it is. He's a great host there. So we want to say thanks to everybody in the midday show, and of course, Sharif, Joe, and everybody that's been watching it. I'm just along Google. We finally decided. Oh, by the way, there it is. We'll just do this. We were talking about it during. I was even telling Joe there in the chat. We're long Google. We're long Apple, and there it is right there. So now we're about $1 in on Google. It just came into some levels that I was going to try on this move down, and then we also traded some Apple, which was great, and then it broke flat, so we got out. Now Apple's just doing that. So we're just going to rest some of our laurels here this afternoon on on Google. And then, yeah, man, we did it, but we didn't hold on to it. There it goes. And then there's our level that we also wrote down. I'm not even going to call up the sticky note anymore because we wrote down 76.50. That's where it went to, and then it came back in. But, going to the gym has its benefits and its negatives, and one of them is not being able to sit here and trade. But there it goes to the downside right now on the TQs. Bowman is speaking now. So
Feds Bowman.
Feds Bowman.
Well, they can talk now because
we're
past the first meeting.
SpaceX not doing a whole heck of a lot. I see someone there. And what's up, Johnny?
It's been sideways for an hour.
Yeah, in the chat.
Volume's done. I don't know, it's not done. But.
No, I wrote down 160 there as a break, and that was actually came right in, and it did not break. So if we're going to write down something as a break and then it doesn't, then potentially it's a short. So, yeah, just as Neil was saying, sideways for an hour, now underneath VWAP. We're still on Google. I'm going to hold on to that one and look for some better opportunities. But, yeah, there it is. Nice move down for SpaceX today. Although I guess if you're a bear, you're not too happy because 1%. We had a huge move yesterday bouncing off that 147 and was hoping, to be honest with you, that would have came in today. But it did not.
I think part of the problem, I'm pretty sure this is the first time on my quote board, this is not the entire market. Obviously, that ridiculous penny stock is doing ridiculous volume and doing more volume than any name here. But SpaceX has led my quote board in volume every single day since it came to market, and this is the first day. Like, you got NVIDIA doing more volume, Intel doing more volume. I mean, iBit's doing more volume right now than SpaceX. 51 million is still a ton, but it's just not as crazy. Just not as crazy as it was before. The only thing I'm in is that Wendy's. It finally made the move off of VWAP, but it's not really continuing. It's gone 8 to 8.30 and can't seem to break out this higher low. But there's some volume coming back into it. We just got a super chat. Can't read the name, unfortunately, but thank you for the super chat. We'll give you the shout out.
Space stocks.
Why not? Huh?
Six. His name is Six.
Yeah, I mean, in my ear, Andre's like, why not when I said I can't read the name? Please take a look at space stocks as lunar crashed. Okay, well, let's start there because we've already seen SpaceX. SpaceX is down 0.6%. And when we said it hasn't moved, like, look at SpaceX for the last hour and a half. Pure sideways action. Like, that's the least amount of movement we've seen in SpaceX in that period of time for a very long time. All of these names, it's not just lunar. So you could pull up lunar. This is Rocket Labs. Let's go ASTS here. And, I could throw up Sidus, pick it. I could go with UFO. I could throw up there as well. But the V shape or A shape or whatever shape we're calling it, it has just been a matter of since there was the exuberance top for all the space names before the SpaceX IPO. Then SpaceX had the IPO, all of these names took a dump, and then have just been pure continuation short. Like, you level, you fall, and then you get the next resistance, and you fall, and then you get the next resistance, and you fall. So they're all just stair-stepping to the downside, and where the bottom is, I don't know. Maybe they find a bottom if SpaceX gets down to 135 and holds. Maybe one of these will have an earnings or a positive launch. But until then, they're just taking the steps down. You've got to hold a support and then make some kind of a rounded bottom. It's all a lot of sympathy. And unfortunately, this is what can happen when you get a pseudo market, not market top, but sector top with an event like SpaceX. And it was a big event for a reason, and it didn't necessarily mean good things for the rest of the space names.
Right, we had them on the show there last week, and now we are seeing some updates out of Origenics, ticker OGEN on the NYSE American. The company has now activated its Phase 2A clinical trial in Australia with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injuries, as an area where there are no current FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Origenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Please take the time to go check them out. OGEN on the NYSE American, ticker OGEN, plus scan the QR code and get that link in description as well if you're interested in finding out more about concussions. I mean, something that obviously is near and dear to many of our hearts as we have children and ourselves playing sports and all that kind of stuff. So, get ready for some OGEN as pretty interesting developments happening over there. Yeah,
we had a scare in our game yesterday.
Yeah,
on Monday, one of the kids, it was blind luck because he took a foul ball that, by all appearances, everybody on the diamond thought he took to his face.
Yeah, I've seen
everybody was completely convinced, and then he gets up and he's got this big smile on his face, and everyone, and it's like it just barely clipped the side of the helmet.
Yeah, okay. Well,
so it was. I mean, that's why you wear helmets. That's why you do. And
you never know.
You never know.
Adult, anything.
Of course.
Is absolutely.
But there's nothing better than when everyone's freaking out and he's got this big old smile as he pops back up. It's absolutely nothing. Kids are resilient, man.
We had a kid at hockey had a concussion the other day. So you never know what's going to happen.
You never know.
I just heard Fannie Mae, or did I hear it or did I just see it? Fannie Mae starting to spike up there. So, there it is. So, okay, I don't know what's been going on here. Maybe there's news from 1:30. This is very, very late news update there on Fannie Mae. As President Trump has called these guys $1 trillion sort of gold mine just waiting to be unlocked. I don't know. Yes, Adara.
People on social media are like, wow, it's doing so well, but there's no reason for it. Like, they're excited. There's not even that much social media attention. Like, every couple of minutes, someone will post something. Yeah, Andre's sound effect there is about right. It's like just kind of random wowing at Fannie Mae. But if I find a reason, I'll let you know. There's nothing obvious here.
Good to know.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Just looking to see what Fannie Mae's up to. So if we're going to look at that one on the 5-minute chart, I don't think we've been up here in a while. So yeah, you're not going to see anything over the last little bit. That level right there. I mean, we could probably zoom out and see if we can find something better. Oh yeah. All right. So back in on the 15th. Okay, it wasn't too long ago. What am I talking about? We were up here into $6, $6.50. That exact level is $6.85. No surprise there that that's what we topped out on right now. I wouldn't, whenever we get news and there's questions about why it's happening and we can't really find the answer, it's hard to say that you like to short, because until you're looking at it, I would say if it breaks 85, we don't like that short anymore. So there goes Fannie Mae, and it's a little tough to trade sometimes because of the liquidity scare. Like, you'll think there's liquidity there, you'll try to punch 80s, you'll miss. They don't actually have to fill these orders. Now they have to, because an ARCA is a lit market, but once those come up, that's your safety net. Other than that, can be hard to find liquidity. So just be careful. You don't want to get caught short. Like if a story comes out all of a sudden, it'll just rip through these levels and you won't be able to punch out. So just be careful with it on Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, and make sure that your accounts are able to trade. Here, I know in our TFSA, we're not able to trade these unregistered names, especially over on the OTC market. So yeah, I think you could trade other names. You could probably trade like, Adidas or Roche or something, a Nintendo.
I think there's different classes that they have on the OTC, which is really cool. If you go to their website, they have like little icons next to them, which will tell you which class it's in. And for us, there are some restrictions. Not that I believe in restrictions. I think, to the investors are so much better informed now than they ever have been in a long time. So I think, the freedom to be able to do what you want in your account makes a lot of sense to me, especially even your tax-free savings ones, it makes sense. Robinhood accounts are probably, well, I'm sure the accounts are fine because the market's doing great, but Robinhood itself is the better way to put it. It's trying to get off the schneid here, down 6%. Now, some of this could be CBOE going into prediction markets, Meta talking, or Zuckerberg and Meta talking about that, Mark Zuckerberg and Meta talking about that yesterday as well, double barrel action, so competition in a space where they're looking for and getting a lot of growth. But there is at least a little bit of a bounce happening. Juxtapose that with what I might like a little bit better, only because SoFi is up on the day. So they're both bottoming, but one is at the breakout level from this morning and trying to break this downtrend that we've been in. I mean, obviously since VWAP, but since about 11:30. But this is a chance to break the downtrend any second now. We're going to go up to Adara, but I kind of like SoFi over Robinhood. They're both same trend break, one positive 1%, the other down 6%. Yuck. Adara?
This isn't really market moving, but it's really interesting. I guess these comments from Fed's Bowman, I don't think it's a speech so much as just an announcement here. She is also the vice chair of supervision. That's her role at the Fed. She took over that role as nominated by President Trump in spring of 2025. She's been there a little bit over a year as of this point. She completed a reorganization of the Federal Reserve's Bank of Supervision Division. Now, this is interesting because we know that new Fed chair, Kevin Warsh, also really wants to reorganize the Fed with all his task forces. So it seems like even before these task forces have done their job, Fed's Bowman doing her part here with the reorganization of the Federal Reserve Bank of Supervision. Again, not massive, but kind of interesting look here, I think, for the Federal Reserve. Back to you.
I couldn't say that fast 3 times.
Supervision division? Yeah, that's a tough one.
Not for you, apparently. Adara's like, oh, it was tough to say. I'm like, no, it wasn't. You just chewed right through that like it was absolutely nothing. No problems whatsoever. So maybe we're going to get a bit of a trend break. Cars, RVs, and toys in the chat asks, why is Bitcoin dropping?
Haha. If we knew.
Let's try to dive into. Oh no, what did I do? Why did it just? Okay. I don't think I hit refresh, but apparently it wants to anyways. We don't need a weekly chart. We can go to a nice daily. Okay, let's zoom out on Bitcoin. So there's a top, there's a head and shoulder. We had a trend line drawn. I've gotten rid of it. I could throw it back in there, but imagine this
on Bitcoin. Throw in it's cyclical, and you know, when you look at the halving cycles, you probably usually would tell you got another year of like bearish stuff. But we've been trend down, and there's a 50 level support in here somewhere, which I usually have the lines. I've gotten rid of them. I don't know what it is. I used to always have my lines automatically saved in here. But anyway, it's that 50 level seems set. But we've been trend down on Bitcoin for a while with the market going higher. So this is continuation of the trend. Now, what would be different is if we lost 60,000 for good. Like we're at 59.6, but we've wicked under 60,000 before and rebounded. If this holds under 60,000, let's see that 50. So I just think we're continuing a trend to the downside here. You can call it cyclical, better places for money to be, blah, blah, all that good stuff. But no, if something is continuing trend, I think, you know, why is Nike down? You know, why is Lululemon down? Like we can always do that sort of a game, but if it's in a trend, it doesn't need a reason, in my opinion.
No, I mean, that's 100% right. You know, we already heard that Nike potentially out of the Dow might be the next one.
I want to see if they have betting odds, but they don't.
Yeah, I mean, they got it. I mean, they don't balance it all the time. No. It's not like it's just going to come out of the blue. We have to wait to see where that happens because we just got Verizon out and Google in, and Google's the only name that I have on right now. It's I got some more out there at 60s. It just went up into 80 again. The problem is like we didn't even make it back to VWAP. This market, although we pushed the short early on it on the TQs, and that's what we were talking about. It's still my number one stock is the TQs, but I don't mind just to see if it goes back there up to the upside. There's I don't know, Adair, if you know about this, there's a Qualcomm Investor Day today. And that event apparently is starting right now. So watch out for Qualcomm. Qualcomm just made a play on AI again. They spent $3.9 billion on a company yesterday. So they were down pretty decently yesterday off that news. You're going to see, there it is. So there's the drop down yesterday, and nothing that they did wrong, just they're the acquirer. So that's going to cost them a little bit of money. They said $4 billion yesterday. So now you get some nice move to the downside right now. And we're just going to wait to see 194. Nice hold down there on Qualcomm. Investor Day starting apparently right about now. So if we see some movement on Qualcomm, do not be surprised. But yeah, no, Google's coming in a little bit there. And we actually now, I'm not even, I'll have to double check how many we had because we got double filled down there, which turned out to be pretty nice. And then we got out. So remember, we're ringing the register for $1. I'd say we probably have about 20% on. I'm gonna put another offer right there at 80s and see if we can grab that one and, you know, get out and get down to like 15%. And then we'll wait for something else to recover. You know, Netflix, what did that, did you guys look at this yesterday? Because still 72. I didn't even know if it was moving yesterday. I just, it's been pretty sick, man. I mean, this is now like, whoops.
It wasn't trade, but there was a lot of
there was a lot of talk about it. Okay, yeah, because that was $89, $90, and we basically haven't had a green day since, it's the story of my life, Green Day, shout out, May 22nd, right there. So yeah, yuck on that move for Netflix, and now we've even broken lower, and there goes Google, by the way. It just made a move down, and so we just got stopped. Wow.
News?
Maybe news on Google. That just got stopped out. I mean, Qualcomm, remember we were telling you.
Yeah, Alphabet.
Yeah, so there goes Alphabet. Nice move to the downside. Right now, nothing to do with Qualcomm, but we do get stopped out of that trade. It was fine by me. I mean, you know, not fine. We never want to get stopped out, but we didn't reload it. Google, a positive name for me, but there goes to the downside. Adair's going to look into that one. And see, yeah, no problem.
Nothing else is moving, so it's obviously an Alphabet kind of thing. I mean, Amazon is completely flat here. Check Microsoft.
I mean, that happened quickly. That's why I want to just go over something because sometimes we talk about not having stops.
Well, other people.
Oh, they're losing AI staff members right now. So 347 downside move there for Google. They're just losing talent. Daryl will have that story in a minute. But there it is to the downside, 344. We should just ring the register. And that's why you don't want to trade without stops, in my opinion, you know, because I get out at 347.50. It's at 344. What's up, Adara?
Google here to the downside, as Sean mentioned, reportedly losing 2 more AI staffers to Anthropic. Specifically, this report says they're, quote, poised to lose, so not sure how confirmed their exit is. But either way, 2 more AI staffers to Anthropic. This comes after the exits of Noam Shazir and John M. Jumper. Those 2 exited within days of each other as of last week. Noam Shazir went over to OpenAI. One of them went to Anthropic. The other one went to OpenAI here of John M. Jumper. Either way here, looks like we could be losing more AI staffers to Anthropic, according to NGOGL, according to this report. If I get more details, I'll keep you posted.
Okay, yeah, so it looks like it's right back up. So, I mean, I should have just, Instead of me sitting here talking about it, we could have traded out of it, or could have traded back into it, I guess, but dropping into 344. You know, Google's a name that I think we've maybe beat it a little bit. I don't want to say to death, that's not the right terminology, but we've talked about this a lot, and it's just, you know, I like the dip buy opportunities in Google. I like the dip buy opportunities in Amazon as well. I think there's, you know, something to be said about that, and we actually talked about this earlier today when we were looking at the Mag 7, and I was like, you know what? When you get opportunities to buy things at the 200 period moving average on stocks that you like, maybe you do pull the trigger. And today on Amazon, it was right there. It was actually underneath. We started the day below 234, sorry, I believe. Anyways, yeah, there it is. Yeah, 233. So, you know, you start the day at or below that 200 period moving average. It actually ripped $10 right off the open. So, I mean, wow, good move there for Amazon. Not to say it's not going to come back in, but yeah, I don't know what's going on with Netflix, man. That's just been an absolute disaster. Still breaking lower. No idea where the bottom is on that name.
It's a strange thing what's happening in Netflix, unfortunately. And no, it's not. That stock has been like one of the, it seems to be like just from trend to trend. Like when it goes up like 10 days in a row. When it goes down 10, 15 days in a row. So, you know, I think when you see something like this with Netflix, you just put it in the corner of once it starts, assume it's going to continue. Oh, that's right, not split adjusted. I got to zoom back in. Just assume it's going to continue. Like when it was a buy, once it would get going, you just had to ride it. And in this particular case, like you rode it, I think it was to the 200 period on the daily. Mine's not split adjusted, so this chart won't show it. So until it can put in 2 or 3 days, you know, long in a row, I think you stay away from Netflix. You get into some nasty levels. So I did get into that SoFi. I'm not really keen on reloading Wendy's here, but into the trend on SoFi. I didn't really get the price that I wanted. I'm still sitting here on the bid, but the prior bar is just underneath 1742 or so. So under there is where I'll stop out. Just going to look for it to push into 75 and maybe the volume weighted average price if the market can get back. This one was, I don't think we found anything in particular about SoFi for its strength, but you know, it's got an accumulative bottom at 15. It's putting in some higher lows. It's bounced off the 50 period moving average. I would say if you looked at a lot of the stuff that happened yesterday, plenty of names bounced at the open yesterday. Like that's nothing special if you had a parabolic move off the open after all of that doom and gloom yesterday, but not everything was able to hold up as well. Like SoFi actually ended up closing holding the prior day. So it held green and then bounced off that same level. So just a little relative strength as well. Scott H saying Rivian getting slaughtered. I mean, I don't know, rates aren't going down, they're going up. Potentially. And so like the companies that need to borrow, that are losing money, like they're not doing well at all today. I think that's one of the differentiating factors if we're thinking about it here is, you know, if you're losing money, if you are needing to tap debt markets, the market doesn't like you right now. So I think you gotta think about that for a little bit, and those names will be out of favor. So I'm not really surprised Rivian's heading lower. But I guess if you're somebody that likes Rivian, it's been trading in this same range for a long time. Like it gets down to $12, $13, it's bounced every time. So
it's been a good little range.
Yeah, if you like it, not bad. It gets up to $18 every now and then, so it's got a range for it. I'm not reloading Wendy's. Volume continues to do it. Every time it looks like it's picking up on volume above VWAP, it just starts to falter. So I'm going to jump out of that one. We got Kilgore asking about BlackBerry earnings. Well, speaking of companies in that ilk, you know the cool thing about BlackBerry is
it's had a nice move.
So BlackBerry, this is pardon the reference, it's a Geno Smith of stocks right now. You know, they wrote me off, but I didn't write back. And it's so left for complete dead. Oh, it's only going to move because it had a short float and back in the 2020 and the meme days. And yet they've managed to like stay alive, pivot, be an interesting enough software and security play to an extent, get going, hold a good trend. And in all of this pullback, this looks pretty solid for a breakout. Now, the problem when you have earnings coming out is, well, the fundamentals might matter for a quick little minute. And then none of your momentum is going to matter until after the fact. So yeah, I would love this to be a wedge break. Good Canadian company. I went to Waterloo, so I knew people that worked there. Fortunately, not anymore, because they all started jumping ship. That's when I knew. You know how I knew that they were going to be in trouble? is
people know. Yeah.
No, like a lot of people I went to Waterloo with, at least half a dozen. When I graduated, until the first 5-10 years, a lot of people were working there.
Right.
And then it's like they start all leaving, looking for work.
Yeah, they could see the writing on the wall.
It's like they all started looking for work and leaving. Not that they wanted to. And they'll talk about how much they liked it there, but they're all trying to leave. And usually that tells you all you need to know, unfortunately for them. Let's go back to Adair at the desk.
Trump talking about Iran to reporters here at the Capitol after having lunch with the Senate GOP. He's talking about oil prices and job numbers positively, but he's also saying, quote, Iran is agreeing to everything I want, and they have to. So President Trump continuing to praise this Iran deal, saying Iran has no choice but to agree to his conditions. Basically, keep an eye here on the market, continuing to push higher. Back to you.
Just quickly, I have a position here in SpaceX, but it's going to come out at 157.50. It's almost out. That news is not great, obviously it's great for the market, not great for shorts. So I'm trying this one. It's pretty light right now, half a unit. It's nothing too significant, but there's 157.25. There's your 200 period moving average. The spread is quite large. We're actually in the money if I can get the bid right now. We'll see if we can get it in 90s, but I don't know. So we'll try that against 157.50 there. If you're going to look back at this stock, which I'm doing, and there's a little level there. I'm just trying it. There's the 200 period. Feel like if we do drop down into VWAP, it'll be worth it, man. It's 50 cents worth of risk. Let's see if we can make $1, if not a little bit more, if this market does come back in just a bit. So, that's what we're doing. We're flat on the trade right now. We're short right here at 157.02. Just printed 157s. The thing about it is the spread. So I am stopping out, just like we did there on Google. If it breaks above 157.50, I have a marketable order just to get me out. So if that does happen, we'll do that. And it looks like it's having a little bit of a problem here at 157 going lower. And there seems to be some kind of a buyer there. I mean, the market's trying to push it down, I feel like, but it's not really happening. And here goes. If this comes right back through 157, then I don't know. That was a good opportunity. There's no 157 showing up on the offer. There it is. Okay, thankfully. I thought there might have been I think there has to be some hidden liquidity on the bid. That didn't even really break through 157 right now. So yeah, a little on edge with this one, but that's why we're only giving it 50 cents. I mean, we don't, we've taken $15, $20 on this name, and I just don't know if it has those moves in it today. Right there, it was just at 156.90, and then it busted up to 157.20 there. See, look at this, no problem with the spread on this one. So looks like there's a buyer at 157. This is 50 cents worth of it. If the guy leaves at 157, then, game on, and we see how low we can get from there. But for now, it's looking like we are going to get stopped out at 157.50. This is a shot here on SpaceX. Don't love it, of course, with that recent news of Iran's giving us all that we want in a negotiation.
That would seem to be
if that's true, that would seem positive. I'm sure it is true. I mean, it's not that it's true. It's Trump is tweeting it out or mentioning it. So, there's something about it. But right now, oil not really reacting to that kind of a headline. And the market has had a nice little move higher. But SpaceX and the market are two completely different beasts, right? I mean, we're not sitting here judging the SpaceX versus the market. This is a completely separate game altogether. And, the real short, we wrote down two levels today. 160, which was perfect, but didn't break long, so we don't have the trade there. It would have been a good short. And then we wrote down 147 from yesterday, and that didn't play today. It only got to 150.50 or so. So, those two levels kind of didn't play. We're kind of playing in the middle now. Not great, but that's what I'm trying to do on SpaceX. If I don't like it, I could get out now for 20 cents, but we're going to try to hold it. It's not a huge position either way. We're not going to lose any sleep over that. So that's what's happening there. And just to check back on Fannie Mae, and Freddie Mac, I was looking at them and was thinking about pushing the button. We did break that 685 area, but it didn't really react off of that level. So, and here's just going to show you what I was talking about right there. So that was the key. It was breaking through there. It did get up a little bit, but that was only 10 cents. So, for now, it's a little bit of a pass for me on Fannie Mae. Until we maybe get a 7 break.
Need some more volume.
So, the volume's not there, and the price action's not there right yet.
Someone in the chat this morning, and shout out to whoever they are, I remember this. We were in the pre-market, and someone said, how long until the president threw something that bounces the market? Yeah. You know what? There's
tried to bounce the market.
Well, okay, yeah, fair enough. Tried to bounce the market, but there's an algo for that, I suppose. You could have just waited. Or just watch his account and punch long. Maybe that's a thing. Anytime the market is severely down or in a big time pullback, just sit there with just sit there with the Truth account open and punch on the cues if you see a little something. Throw yourself a little bit of a tight stop, and if it moves it, it moves it. And the way you see it, like you're already to the downside. Like I'm sure there's algos that are already doing this. So like a human trader could probably take advantage of that as well. I don't think there's any reason stopping you. It just seems a little, it's crazy that can be true, but does it matter if you're just trying to make the trade off of it? And I wish it would make SoFi move a little bit more than it is. Like it did pop, got from 50 to 60, now kind of pulling back in here. So I'll look for a reload down here at 50 and then try to get the next leg up to 75. And then we're going to go to Sia at the desk, or at the desk for happening now.
Thank you. At the desk, indeed. Let's take a look at the three major averages. The SPY currently up 0.10%. The triple Qs have made a reversal for the downside, currently down 0.38%, and the Dow is currently up 0.5%. Let's take a look at what I want to talk to you about. KBH today is pacing for its best day in over 5 years after the latest earnings. This home builder stock has reported a fiscal second quarter revenue of $1.11 billion, beating the $1.10 billion that analysts were expecting. Polled by LSEG, shares were on pace for their best day earlier in the day when it was 16.5% up. Currently, it's up almost 17% on the day it's had since the 13th of Jan in the year 2022. Also, we're going to take a look at NUE. We have a Nucor, where KeyBank has upgraded Nucor to overweight from sector weight following improvements in the U.S. carbon steel sector. Analyst Samuel McKinney has adjusted the price target to $274, which implies a 16.9% increase from Tuesday's close. Sending it back to you.
Thank you.
All right, just quickly here, we did lose there. So unfortunately, we have our second loss of the day, and we have a SpaceX. And, that just breaks through that 50 mark. And at least you guys got to see that with me here. We saw that 157, kept on buying. It looked like it wanted to go through. It didn't. So, now we actually have eyes on potentially, I actually think a long break now of 160. Like I was saying, it had a chance to break there and come back to VWAP. It didn't. Looks like we, had a move there up to 157, hit it, came back in, bounced off VWAP, and then right back up to the upside, breaking through 158 is the next stage. And it looks like for now it didn't, but we'll wait to see if that does happen. And there's your 160 target area for me to get interested again in it. So for right now, not super interested in SpaceX anymore, as I was just holding it against that. I mean, this 200 period has changed, but I was trying to hold it against there. And then when it bumped up, we were trying to use these levels again into here, that little wick down right here, 50, that's, 157.70. So if we do get a hold there, this is 25. So that's what we played off of. And it just didn't work out there for SpaceX. So we got to, can't celebrate the winners without the losers. And there it goes. So downside for upside for SpaceX, downside for the P&L there. I'm trying to look for other things. You're in SoFi.
I'm looking at my trade rate here, and it's like,
why is SoFi at 1753? What is that doing?
It pulled all the way back, everything else. So I was just looking at some names that are at the top of my trade list, trade rate. What are these things? Look at this. AIFU, like NVIDIA. Like you have some regular ones, but there's really nothing like IBITS in there, MU, Tesla. Nothing's really standing out on the hot list for the trade rate. I've already said I'm not really looking to reload on Wendy's. It's just whatever. The volume is completely dead. There has to be a runner, something that's showing some good volume. Ice Cure, this was one I think the midday guys were looking at. That's already at the highs. So that's some interesting timing to want to look at it. Topping tail candle at the highs. Oh, catch it at VWAP. I want something that's like a runner where you can get the bounce off VWAP, where it's showing the strength, or like the break of the consolidation, not the chase of the top. That's always a bit of a, feels like a suicidal entry.
Here comes SpaceX back down.
There, SpaceX. Oh, I thought you meant 160.
No, it just went back down to the downside. Actually, a nice move off 158. This is kind of what we were looking for before, was that move down into SpaceX there. But you could see here, let's see what happens at 157 again. It looks like it's trying to buy it up. We could have bought up some 157s there. I just, I don't know. Too much movement on SpaceX really for me to be concerned with these dollar moves. I mean, we're trying to catch something a little bit bigger than what we're doing, and for me to sit here and try to scalp in and out of 50 cents, just too dangerous. Like that was quite a nice move right there. Whoosh. 158 basically flat, and then just touched 157 again. So yeah, nice little move downside there on SpaceX. So some of the halters, EDHL. When we're ready, you tell me, we can go to Adara. S dot halted right now again. So there's another one that we've seen halting over the last couple of days once volume picks up. So S dot back into the world of halting. I heard Joe. Oh yeah,
that was that low volume one, right?
Yeah, and then Box L was pretty good this morning. Did get that high of 850. We actually zoomed. We're gonna go to Darren 1 second. We actually zoomed out on Box L and was talking about some of these levels. So I think if you go backwards. No, this was basically the highs. So that 450 or so. So it getting up to where it did today. What was the high on Box L? 8 and change today? Yeah, so that was well blown out. That crushed. There's that $4 level at 10 o'clock. We broke that and just kept on going, man. Wow. Unbelievable to 850 now all the way back down to 5. Box L is interesting considering these price levels. And damn you, SpaceX. Now you finally break through. And I don't know, now it maybe got me interested again because if we don't hold this level, then maybe it is a downside push. Oh, that would have been nice if I was still in it. We had some bids there. Okay, Dara's now ready at the wall. Let's go figure out what she's up to today.
We took a break from the segment yesterday, but we're back. It's to the window, to the wall, where I pull up a chart window of an infographic and I look at it for you guys on this wall. While I was on my break, I saw some people in the chat asking, can we go over what we're expecting from Micron earnings tonight? And of course we can. I actually have an entire infographic, just an earnings preview, posted at, I believe, 11:23 a.m. today. So if you guys want to find it, you can go back up on X at TTV Research and find that post there. But also, I didn't think just looking at like a whole bunch of words in Sanjay Malhotra's face would be super entertaining for you guys. So I wanted to use this visual instead. That being said, I still can tell you guys what we're expecting for Micron revenue estimates as of like 8 a.m. today. Could have changed. It was $34.98 billion to just shy of $35 billion is what we're expecting for revenue. Earnings of $20.81 per share. And these have been growing over the last couple of days. Like the revenue estimate has grown by almost $1 billion just in the last few days. So be aware, analyst estimates are climbing. Here's a look at how Micron did for revenue by segment in the first half of 2026. We're heading into Q3 2026. Like year-to-date revenue here, pretty solid and honestly pretty even as well here for Micron between its cloud memory, core data center, mobile client, and automotive embedded segments. Now, what's crazy here, though, is the year-to-date growth. So we know Q2 alone revenue grew by like 200% year over year. But even if you just zoom out and look at the entire first half of the year, cumulatively, cloud memory, 132% year-over-year growth between Q1 and Q2 on a year-over-year basis here if you combine those quarters. Core data center up 96% year-over-year. Mobile client revenue, 147% growth. Automotive embedded revenue, 103% growth. This is the smallest segment and still growing, not declining. Last but not least here, total revenue from Q1 and Q2 of 26 versus Q1 of Q2 of 25. That's going to be up 125% year-over-year, guys. So almost 100% growth or greater than 100% growth in most cases here on a year-over-year basis for Micron. Let's see if Q3 can keep this up. Because when expectations are this high, it's very easy for the market to be let down. On that kind of cautious note, that's today's segment of To the Window, to the Wall. I'm going to go back over to that desk and we're going to send you back over to the trading desk with Sean and Neil.
Right.
People wonder why stocks that don't have growth go down, and it's like you look at all of that growth and the high expectations, and they're starting to sell that going into the earnings where they just raised all the estimates. Yeah, you don't have to worry about why Nike goes down or why names that are slowing.
I think that's important because like it's about the expectations.
Yeah, it's all about expectations.
So I mean, if they're expecting 100% year-over-year growth again and they don't hit it, then it's going to come down. So no matter what, you know, Neil and I think about the stock, it's just going to do its own thing based on what they report tonight, right? So thanks to Dara for covering some of those segments. As many people don't realize, you know, what they have in the mobile side of it, you know, like why Apple's talking about pricing and so on and so forth, and how those phones are going upside because the components are just so much more expensive today than they were yesterday, and that's all part of it. But here we go again, man. We try not to give up on some of our ideas. But here's SpaceX right now. I'll put another bid here if we can get it. Okay, there it goes. Good. So we just got a bid at 30 there, or 32, I believe. And now I'll put another bid down here. Let's try to go for 15s, and we'll see if we can get that. Oops, sorry, that's TQs, my bad. There's SpaceX right here, my bad. So there it is, man. We just got 156.32s, and here it comes back in. We're short at 88 again. So we took a 50-cent hit the first time, like clean 50 cents. You guys all saw me. We were short at 157.03s, it was. We got out, well, I guess we wound up punching out 68s. So we take a bit of a bigger hit there on slippage, which is to be expected. I talked about the slippage there as well. So now we're trying to bring this back down to life a little bit here. We're bidding some 15s and see if we can make 65 cents the other way southbound. It's the same way. I mean, we were thinking short, but we did get blown out. And remember I was saying like we just went to 17s there. Come on. We were talking about if it did break 57, what could potentially happen. And that seems like what's happening now, although the market is also giving it up. So yeah, wow, that just, what is going on with SpaceX over here? All right, I'm going to bid now in the 20s, see if we get something there, because that just went down to 17 and then popped back up again. I think I'm falling into the trap here of trying to scalp this, which I don't think is the right way to operate. But I'm still going to get stopped out if it does break back above that 157.50 again. So I'm not. I mean, we could give this to 158. Maybe we should do that. Give it back to 158. I don't know. We're out of basically half of that, but we were waiting for more. We just got missed down there. I can't believe that we were at 15s and went to 17s or so. But when you have a locked and loaded order, we talked about this a couple of weeks, I think it was last week when we did our lesson, and I said put your orders there, set it and kind of forget it. That's what I'm trying to do here. So if it does come back in, I'm in the 20s right now, and hopefully that falls back in. We're in the high 20s, 26s to be exact. There it is. Okay, so that's good, man. We take that as now it's coming in. That's 70 cents now. We'll see if SpaceX wants to make new moves lower. I don't have any more bids for now. We're looking for, we could go to VWAP flat, but whatever. Okay, let's go to 157 and then we'll just wait there. 156, sorry. If we get that, all good. But there's a reload on SpaceX. Stop out, make the money back, play with house money now and see what winds up happening. Maybe. Now, the low of the day is way low, but we're thinking about getting trapped up in here, 155. So I think a 155.50 would be a pretty good resolve to this one. So,
ooh, there's a name that we don't talk about. Ooh. And why not? We keep talking about sector rotation. We'll get there in a quick little second. I just don't like SoFi anymore.
Ooh, Elf off the bottom. Nice.
It only went up like 10 pennies. It just broke the consolidation lower. This is in the midst of the market pulling all the way back in. So a bit of a sentiment shift as well, as the market just continues to look relatively weak. And I think this is good. Like, people are asking and people are looking to different sectors for, I don't know, whether you're looking to rotate or just you're looking for places to put money if you're selling tech. And remember what we always talk about when things are trending down or trying to find a bottom? What's the difference between like Lulu and Nike and some of these others? Well, here's a low. Could you guess that it holds a low at 50? Sure, you could if you wanted to. Or you could just bounce, prove it, hold the 50-period moving average, and then suddenly you've got something to work off of, like buyers above the 50, showing a bit of a chance to break the trend on ELF. And then sometimes, depending on whether you're looking for just a pure like technical trade or hold the 50, give it to the low kind of deal, or you want to look at the fundamentals too. Maybe that's your cup of tea, and you happen to like the ELF fundamentals. I'd only be talking about the trend break in the 50 period here. But yeah, I think you can start to look for some other segments. We talked about that with Brian yesterday. When it came to, he liked Colgate, was a name that he was a big fan. Let's go to Dare. We've got some breaking news. Again, is the market right back to the lows. Market's cooked, as my daughter would say.
Spiking higher. Qualcomm certainly not cooked here. They're actually holding their investor day, one of many companies holding investor days this week. They're saying that custom silicon will begin generating meaningful revenue for them beginning in Q1 of 2027. They're also planning on launching a data center CPU in mid-2028. So lots of plans here for QCOM as the company continues to try to move away from cell phone related chips and products. So Qualcomm investor day on watch. Apparently they just announced a partnership with Microsoft as well. MSFT not moving on this, but Qualcomm, as we mentioned, certainly is. Before I send you guys back over to Neil and Sean, I want to mention Google as well. Business Insider reporting that Google is delaying the launch of its Gemini 3.5 Pro model to July. Not sure when it was supposed to be released, but apparently either way here, doesn't seem like a massive delay because July starts in like 6 days. But either way here, GeoOGL in focus. And also, speaking of investor days, I just want to let you guys know, keep an eye on XTTV Research. I've been posting reminders for these throughout the week in addition to our daily calendar because there have been a whole bunch of investor days. NVIDIA had theirs at 12 p.m. We had a post for that tomorrow. In addition to earnings, you have BlackBerry Investor Day. You've got a Lulu Investor Day. You've got a Dell Investor Day. You have a Kroger Investor Day. So if you want investor days, we've got them up the wazoo, and you can find reminders for pretty much all of them on X at TTV Research. So give us a follow as we send you back over to Sean and Neil to end that shameless self promo.
I mean, yeah, it's a good promo there, but I mean, people want information, so if you want that, you can go find it at TTV Research, that is for sure. Yeah, no, Google, I mean, we talked about that stop there. They had someone leave, a couple more executives executives reportedly leaving the company, and that created this move down. Tried to battle back, and now we're getting obviously some stories here that the most recent name there on Gemini, the most recent update, now getting a little delayed. So we'll have to wait to see their Gemini 3.5 Pro launch as it tweaks its new model. Not ready yet. So yeah, there goes Gemini 3.5, not coming out as of yet. You could see maybe some rally backs in the stock like a Microsoft as OpenAI. No, I mean, so that's downside. I was going to say maybe, if Gemini sees some holes in it, maybe people go back to chat. It doesn't seem to be working there as well, but the market's bleeding all over itself, it looks like. Microsoft.
You want a Dooms question?
We talked about Qualcomm. Yeah, go ahead.
A Doom question would be, let's say this string of bad news continues. Micron earnings are maybe bad. Maybe they tap the debt markets. Let's just call that. The market pulled back 5-10%. Does OpenAI consider pulling their IPO?
Oh, well, maybe.
In that
Why
win.
not? I mean, if the market's not set up for them to succeed,
I would wonder
want to.
If things look too imagine a world where all of that takes place. SpaceX say breaks 135 and is underwater. Cerberus could do that tomorrow and be underwater as well. We've seen it happen before where IPOs get pulled. Right now, I wouldn't necessarily think so. They always file confidently.
Yeah.
Notice how you read the silly press release and it's like, OpenAI confidently files for its IPO. As opposed to what? We timidly filed for this IPO, everybody. Could you please just give us the exit liquidity? It'd be refreshing if somebody actually said that. Alphabet, until proven otherwise, Alphabet, the 200-period moving average, and the trend line from the beginning of, or I guess the middle of, the April lows and terror tantrum lows, that's what I'm looking for, at 280. I think those are two places, if you like them, to DCA. But it still hasn't even broken, we haven't even broken yesterday's low. Probably getting ahead of ourselves if we're not even through yesterday's lows here on Google. But once you get through that, check out that 200-period moving average, good bounce zone. I think we can see that. If we get there Friday, bounce Friday, we get there next week, bounce off of that for just a little bit of a rebound trade. Let's go back up to it. See ya at the desk.
Thank you so much, Sean. Let's take a look at the small cap segment today. The IWM currently up 0.33%. We're going to take a look at the individual tickers for this afternoon. SATL, Satellogic, which is the infrastructure company for persistent global intelligence, and SynMax, which is a multi-intelligence applied AI analytics company, has as of today announced a collaboration to develop and deliver AI-powered geospatial intelligence products for defense and intelligence customers. But the stock is down 9% on the day. Second ticker we're talking about is CLSK Clean Spark, just an analyst comment initiated at market outperformed by Citizens, currently down 7.27%. And lastly, NG Nova Gold down 13.34%. Their second quarter 2026 net loss has narrowed to $25.5 million. Strong liquidity to fund project milestones, such as its Donlin Gold project that has advanced with expanded reserves, simplified ownership, and feasibility study progress. But even though net loss is narrowed, stock is down 13.34%. With that, sending it back to Sean.
Okay, thank you, Sia. Halt alert right here. EHGO halted. Circuit breaker there, 38 down to 380 down to 34. 340. Nice move down 40 cents. Circuit breaker EGHO. And oh man, here we go, man. I mean, we talked about it. There's the short now for SpaceX, so don't at me, bro. But that's a nice move downside. So we'll take another. Come on, bro. We're here, bro. We're here. There's SpaceX again. A couple dollar trades we put on the board today, and there's another one now for SpaceX. We're just making our money back. I mean, we took one hit there, and now, well, not making it back. We're making more than that back. But at the end of the day, we're going to keep on shorting it. And I was shorted there off the 200. Short. We talked about 157.50, so there's the short. And there it is. Yes, sir. What did we just get there? Oh, we got 15s. Okay, so I think we're going to pull the bid now at 156. So we just got, that was our order from before. No, actually we got 20s, sorry, we moved it up. So we got 26s, we got 20s now, and now we're gonna go to the downside here, hopefully on SpaceX as the market's losing the bid big time right now. We'll see what winds up happening with SpaceX. And here we go, man, we got it. So that's gonna be a good one there. We also did mention to you guys, right when Qualcomm was starting their investor day. So it was alert. I even remember I hit this, and then we were just warning you guys that Qualcomm does have investor day, and now you're getting some up and down movement on, wow, on QCOM. Okay, Okay, SpaceX, here we go. It doesn't matter what the day is, man. If I'm here, we're trading SpaceX, and there it goes. Nice move down for SpaceX. Boom, shaka-laga-laga-laga. It wasn't moving that much, but here we go. We're heating up right now on SpaceX, as you can hear. So hopefully we'll be able to trade this, and I think we're going back to Adara or Sia. Nope. Okay, good. So let's just keep on watching this one. There it is, 155.20s. Now we just got filled down there again twice. And this is that sort of, we talked about coming back into the teeth of the bid. And that looks like what we're doing. This kind of looks like a little bit of teeth here. We're looking at this level right there. So, you got to sort of, and I want to thank Adara for coining this, but you got to have that confidence, right? And she has mentioned Seanfidence. And it's just like, you got to get back. We got stopped out. I'll get stopped out all the time on trades, and that's what happens. And there it goes right back into the downside now on SpaceX. So, sometimes we get stopped out and we don't re-engage, like Wendy's. We went upside there, took a nice little profit on that first halt, and then it came back in, broke the key level, and we got out. And since then, it's kind of been doing nothing. So we don't trade that. But I didn't average back into this because it's really not my cup of tea. I don't know where it's going to go from here, and downside play there on Wendy's. The TQs earlier today, wow. I mean, we had written it down, and if you guys were looking for some information, unfortunately, well, I don't know, fortunately, unfortunately, but the sticky note won't be out the next couple of days as I won't be here. But there it is, man. TQQ short, the Google long, the SpaceX short. So, we're kind of trying to do what we're doing there. And there's the TQs. Should still be in them. But we got stopped out. And that's what I mean about putting your orders out and getting stopped out when it sees fit, breaks the 200 period. We got to get out. But wow, we are now coming way back in to the downside. And it's my friend and yours, man, Google really getting pounded now, down to 342 now as Gemini and SpaceX. Come on, Elon, what are you doing, my guy? We'll see if we get another bid here at 155. I'm bidding 43s, so I'm part of that whole mess there. One swipe down, we should be able to get it at $1.70 now on SpaceX.
Yeah, get down, SpaceX. Good one there. And Qualcomm, the Qualcomm news is up there. Alphabet is getting absolutely smoked. I think I'm getting, forget about next week. Maybe we see that one tomorrow on that bid. I like it. I'm not, whatever. I have a stink bid at that 200 period moving average. I'm not moving it, but I think we could see it. The last time I felt that way, we got it like pronto. I'm gonna make one adjustment on Wendy's. I've wanted this to go into VWAP, off of VWAP, but if it breaks the all-day trend, I'm out if this so much as like peaks under VWAP again. But I'm turning short if it breaks the all-day trend line. From when I sit down in the morning, it's been holding a trend. I'm just going to go short if it breaks it. It can't hold up forever. Let's go back up to the desk, I believe, to Sia as the market continues to bleed. The market is absolutely cooked, as my daughter would say. It's not really.
Continues to dip down. Again, another update that the data center chief of Qualcomm saying that it will launch the second generation of the HPC chip in 2028. Just repeating, Qualcomm still bleeding. Data center chief of Qualcomm saying that it will be launching the second generation of the HPC chip in the year 2028. If there's anything more, I will be sure to let you know.
Thank you for sure. Ooh, maybe
Neil just asked about the news, and I just want to repeat.
I just got up to refill my water. I come back and Qualcomm's like down 5%.
Right, and I was just going to say, like, I just want to remind everybody that just as Sia just did there, it's Investor Day. So, Qualcomm dropping out, new products, talking about what the future looks like, so on and so forth. I talked about this the other day. I like Qualcomm down here, data center CPUs, everything that they're doing, the custom silicon as well. I thought Qualcomm does have a position. If you do think that there's a battle back in the PC market, I think Qualcomm deserves a spot in the portfolio for that. But again, it's just one of those names where I think people are probably too heavily weighted, across the space with Marvell today, down another 4.5%. Names like GLW, which is Corning. This is the Gorilla Glass. I think Corning actually has a little bit of a moat around it. So I think Corning's pretty good at some of these levels. But Qualcomm definitely prone to a slip up, as is INTC. And Intel, again, another big play for PCs, right? Intel, but down 3 straight days now after just making all-time highs on Monday. Intel now down 3 days. And it's like, let's not cry over spilt milk. I mean, you're coming right back into 120. Like, these are still great levels for Intel, AMD, and the likes of them, right? So, it's going to be a fun one here this afternoon for sure. We're short SpaceX. You just talked about Wendy's. So let's go back. We're going to go to Sia. She's going to talk again, then we'll come back hopefully with some more ideas as we enter the hour of power.
Yeah, Qualcomm is trying to make it back up to the upside. Huge green tick again here. The data center chief again making comments saying that Qualcomm will be delivering meaningful revenue for custom silicon at the end of the calendar year, starting the first quarter of 2027. Qualcomm trying to go back to the highs. Huge green tick up there. Keep an eye out.
If there's a fail for today, oh, it's not Qualcomm. It's not.
Yes, yeah.
No, fine. It might be Qualcomm. Qualcomm can be a fail too. I was more just talking about the general day and like how trades are going. It's not really gauging with silver. SLV got smoked today. Now, can you know that it's going to do this massive volume spike at the end? No, you can't know that. But the metals are getting destroyed. There is, I don't know if you can find a silver lining. If there is one, it would be that silver, it all over itself, and gold bounced off the lows instead. So there's at least a little bit of that. I think at some point, you're going to get a little too far back in on GLD. And if you go way, way back to the breakout, 300 to 320, that looks like a reasonable level for sure. You're going to be fighting a sneeze. Someone just asked, what was that? I was on my walk when that happened, so I don't even think I was sitting at the... Oh, no, we just got back. Yeah, I got back up from the desk because we were always prepared for the morning show or the afternoon show, and I always, kind of get up, refresh the water, come back in, and I'm like, what the heck just happened? You come back and it's already making a move. So it could have been some settlements, but either way, silver doing much worse than gold is what I want to get at. So I forget about that for now. I still think Wendy's is going to be a reversal because if it's not going up and we lose the all-day trend, I just want to allow it to break through VWAP for good and show me something down in the 780s. Then we can look for that. Micron, not really seeing anything going into earnings. It's basically just sitting at the low of the day and not doing much. But one name that I do kind of like, just sort of looking at this off the bottoms, like IBIT. Like IBIT's holding, the market just broke the low of the day, and IBIT is making a higher low. So I kind of like this for a bit of a reversion play. As long as you're making a higher low and not a fresh low and the market's making the bottom, I like you a little bit better. Let's go back up to Sia.
I don't think yet.
No? Okay.
Unless you... Yes. Okay, go ahead, Sia.
Yeah, just another update. They announced again that they will be launching data center CPU in mid-2028. It went down a little bit, but it's up. It's reversing back up. It's reaching its original level. Qualcomm, again, Dragonfly C1000 CPU is coming in 2028. Meta is planning to use the C1000 CPUs in its data centers. Huge uptick in Qualcomm now.
All right, yeah, just Qualcomm mentioning hyperscale deals with Meta. Right now, apparently Zuckerberg is on the call as well. Right now, talking about Meta is going to use some of these Qualcomm CPUs to drive their infrastructure. So Meta, I went over to Meta just to look at it. Obviously, they need to use somebody, so they're choosing Qualcomm. And on that news, bam!
It's all over the damn place.
There it goes, man. Qualcomm, kablamo, upside there as they get a deal with Meta. I mean, that's good, right? I mean, if you're going to do something and you have somebody that's spending like a freaking drunken sailor over there like our boy Mark Zuckerberg, not bad to get a deal with a guy that's throwing cash around, right? I mean, this guy's giving contracts to AI engineers worth $100 million a year and then scrapping the program. So, yeah, 199.75 right there. Good little level, 200, call it what you want to. But there it is, agreement with Qualcomm, so there it goes. Yep. Good move up for Qualcomm. Like I said, I like Qualcomm. I've liked it before this. I didn't even know there was Investor Day today. We like it before Investor Day. We like it after Investor Day. And oh boy, we are now $2 in the money, as that was a good idea for SpaceX. Now we're bidding. I'm bidding down here 155.05. Hopefully we can get it. But here it comes down in. It's SpaceX, baby. And man, oh man, we took this one for you guys today. I hope you're still in this one. Stopped out quickly, making money back. We'll wait to see what happens with SpaceX. What's up, Sia?
Yeah, just Meta saying that the agreement with Qualcomm is for multiple generations. Just a little bit of a downtick on Meta. Keep an eye out.
Oh, like right back. Qualcomm did it again. You were just talking about it. And it tries to hold 200. It's right back into 195. You blink and this thing is dropping $5 on you. Well, it doesn't really matter. We're all cooked. Everybody, all of our accounts, if Micron disappoints tonight, none of it's going to matter. We're all going to be we're all going to be not wanting to look at the long-term accounts if Micron has even the sliver of a miss. I think tonight, right at the bell at 4 o'clock, I think that's going to be almost 100%. Although there's kernels that are going to be fine.
It won't be good.
Yeah, I just, and people in the chat talking about all of the leverage that we have going on. I don't really know what the deal is here with this, but I'm going to, so the poll that was on the midday, congratulations to McDonald's winning the vote of what's your go-to for fast food. I'm just going to, and then we'll go back to the main menu, and let's just make it pretty simple here. Micron, Doom, or Boom? No.
Yeah.
Doom or Boom?
Why not? Yeah, of course.
Okay, whatever. I actually thought that was corny.
Well, it
Doom
is, but that's the whole point.
or Boom. I guess I should have put Boom first because alphabetical, but let's just keep it really simple. Okay? Obviously, down or up, good or bad, Doom for, let's type Doom. Just type 1 in the chat for Doom and then 1 for Boom if you think we're headed to the upside. By the way, if you're not in the chat, jump into the chat so you can participate. Let's get an overall sense because I can't imagine that there's a lot of Boom here going into Micron, but maybe we do have a lot of bullish sentiment from our viewership.
I actually want to go opposite what everybody thinks.
No, we're 50-50.
Oh, damn it.
We are very 50-50. Interesting. I feel like we haven't really had these binary 50-50s for a while. Okay, so everyone seems very indecisive at this point. We'll leave it up and see if any sentiment comes in here. You're about as wishy-washy as the price action on Qualcomm right now. 191 to 201 to 191 to 201 and back and forth and yada, yada, yada. And just no real direction whatsoever. Kind of disappointing. Even like I look back over, like the second I find something that has a chance for like the revert, or we get right to the trend line and just cannot burst through. But we're still stronger than the market ish, right? It's down 4%, but it's not better than the market right now. It's just in the moment stronger than the NASDAQ, and that's why I'm looking at IBIT. Because if I'm going to try to revert something, I'd rather it not be completely dying. Farm Trader, you're right. We can do these in the pre-market too. I think we had something market related in the morning as well. It's just the midday guys had I don't know why it was McDonald's. Where did that even come from?
Probably because Wendy's.
Oh yeah, the Wendy's. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I would have voted for Wendy's. I like Wendy's over those. They got a pretty good burger.
Sense at the end.
But we'll see.
I got to give a big shout out to my guy over here. What's up to Jesse? I still see you still have the Deshaun over here. That's awesome
bakes.
that you still have that little thing there. But just quickly, SpaceX, we got out the last time it was down here. Well, not out. We got some out at 35 last time. I'm still bidding 05 on SpaceX. Hopefully it comes in right now as the market's losing the bid, now down 1.16%. I think there's a lot more pain to come, unfortunately, in this market. And I don't know if it starts with, the reason why I said I want to go opposite of everybody else is sometimes, everybody's thinking one way and therefore it must be the other. I was just, I talked about this on Monday. I'm not in it. I don't have a dog in the race, right? I have dogs in the race, but not with Micron. And it's just like, I thought, heading into the earnings report, you've had such a monstrous move, even this last month, that it was wise to take some out, right? I mean, I talked about taking some out of my own account where I do have a dog in the race. I mean, Marvell is a similar profit as Micron over the last little while. They both had, their ups and downs. Obviously, Micron's been better year to date, but if you look over, take some profit out before a major event, right? I mean, Marvell had, and I took some out on Friday at 3:30. As I just looked back, it was 3:29. I got out 2 accounts, some of my tax-free savings and then some of my RSPs. And it's just like, there it was right there into the rebalance day. And since the rebalance day and the addition into the S&P 500, you now have 1, 2, 3, 4 real dramatic days down, for Marvell. So it's just sometimes you get going and sometimes you don't. Like, that right there, down there to there, that's 8% down, in 3 days. And so, you wouldn't have thought that. So even if Micron does come up with a good report, there still is reasons to come down, and that is just froth. There's a lot of buyers at certain levels. Where will they come in? I thought maybe $1,000 for Micron, but we're almost there right now. So we have to wait for some Micron. It should be an interesting one today, right at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, it's supposed to be exactly at the bell, and you know what's going to happen when Micron reports, one way or the other. I don't care which way you voted. volatility across everything in the AI space. All of it. We're going to get some volatility, and you know what? That's going to mean movement, everybody. And if you're a sophisticated trader, then you relish those chances. Beta Pro by Globex is offering Canada's first and longest running suite of leveraged and inverse ETFs, and they're built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. It's triple leverage bull and 3x bear ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 index are designed for daily tactical trades, all about the daily trades, short term, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders the tools to engage with both upward momentum and those market pullbacks, which we're seeing right now. These strategies are currency hedged and they're seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian loonie. If you're navigating short-term market moves, whether up or down, Beta Pro is going to offer the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy, objectives, and risk profile. So trade tactically and learn more at betapro.ca. Scan the QR code you see in front of you and throw it over to Sia at the desk.
Thank you so much. The SPY currently down 0.28%. Let's take a look at our sectors here. Electric Tech, NVIDIA made a reversal into the red from its flatness earlier in the day today. It's down 1.19%. Apple currently trading flat 0.35%. Again, it was a bit green earlier in the day. Made a reversal to the downside. AVGO currently trading flat, was a bit red in the day on the news that OpenAI and AVGO have unveiled their debut custom chip Jalapeno, making OpenAI's first entry into the AI silicon world. We have Qualcomm. We saw that little dance Qualcomm did there down. The company said that it is buying infrastructure startup Modular to boost its AI. And the current news also that we had that Microsoft will be deploying Qualcomm's high bandwidth compute HPC chips at Azure data centers. And Meta as well coming in with it will use Qualcomm as a supplier for data center CPUs under a strategic multi-generation collaboration as per CEO Mark Zuckerberg. So there's that as well. Then Micron down 4%. It's reporting earnings. Not looking great on that. Tech services, let's move on. Google, Microsoft, Meta, all down in the red, close to 1%. Microsoft down 1.29%. Oracle is probably the worst performing in that sector right now, down 6%. Adara is happy, you can see right there. Netflix and Palantir also down. We have finance, BRKB, Visa, MasterCard doing good in the green. JPM and Bank of America bit flat with MS down 2%. Retail trade, we have Amazon still in the green, 1.28%. Prime Day has begun. And like I mentioned earlier in the show, it is planning to build India's largest minutes delivery network, expand its ultra-fast delivery service calling Amazon Now, which will be available to 300 cities all across India. Then we have producer manufacturing, LRCX, AMAT, the downside, CAT, currently trading flat as well. Tesla down 2% in consumer durables. We have health tech, Lilly and J&J up almost 1%. Both ABBV still flat. Consumer services, McDonald's and Disney. McDonald's is in the green, Disney to the downside, 1.4%. Energy is down in the red, oil's dipping, so are the stocks of the energy. XOM, CVX down 2.41% and 2.29% respectively. Other than that, I would say utilities, process industries, and transportation looking steady, but transportation, we had that news about Uber as well. Well, not news, we had that sentiment that we saw earlier in the day that Adara and I both mentioned. Stock is still doing pretty good, I would say, up 6.22% on the day. And with that, I'll send it back to the guys.
You might have heard me go, I tried to punch Micron. I mean, I crossed down 50 cents. Didn't get anything there. There goes Micron to the downside. All I can do is pat myself on the back for a little bit of a warning shot last couple days about selling this name. Now it's down through $1,000. So I still think Micron gets, I think it's higher after earnings today. So I just don't know what happens now. Like, I'm going to vote for Micron being boom, not doom. But, you know, for right now, definitely, you know, people selling their bags. And they're not bad, they're bags full of cash, I would hope. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's pulling back pretty nicely right there. So feel like could have hopefully saved some of you guys $200 or so, because there it is, man. Nice drop now, downside on Micron ahead of earnings. And I think at this point, if you haven't sold, I would still think you have an opportunity to get out of a little bit now and then wait for that earnings call. But, Yeah, not a surprise. And I was just saying to Taylor there in the chat, like SanDisk, they had their report. They were roughly $1,200. The report came out, was actually pretty decent. Dropped down. We were live on the air when this was happening, and Brendan even mentioned it. That threw it to me. I was like, I think we got to buy this $1,000 level. And then the next day it was back to 12, 13, 14, ripped to 2,300 after that. So more than doubled off of their earnings call. So I would just say you got it, and that was over time, but time was maybe 2 months. So at the end of the day, Micron now losing the bid, and that's all that really matters, right? I mean, anybody that's been shorting this name, congratulations. Like, that was a money bag trade, and you definitely put some there. I only crossed 50 cents. I mean, looking at this, like now 50 cents would be fine, but downside didn't even. I think it spiked. I think it went to 97. Like, I think it just crashed $3 down to the downside. So. Boom, shaga, laga, laga, as it just keeps on going down. You're not on fire, Micron. You're actually.
Well, it is on fire.
The stock's on fire.
It's the wrong kind of fire.
Yeah, you don't.
It's the wrong kind.
It's not heating up right now.
Hopefully, yeah. Well, the only reason we want to see red today is for Canada, which started their match. You don't want to see it for everything else. And for someone in the chat just said, "Is the SPY we in a bear market?" Losing the 50-period moving average isn't good, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to be in bear territory for a while for the SPY. But it is a very correct observation, barring some kind of it's not a minor miracle, but some big-time seed change in the next hour or so, or less than 1 hour. Yeah, we're losing the 50-period on the S&P 500, the SPY, and the last time we were down underneath that would have been April. So it's been a minute. But we're headed lower, and again, Micron's going to probably determine a heck of a lot of how things are going to go. More so for the Qs than for the SPY, but they're both in the same boat. There's not enough differentiation that it's going to end up mattering that much. And if you were here 24 hours ago, just shy of, or just a little bit more than 24 hours ago, when we were talking with Brian, 640, and those weren't my words on the Qs. But that's where there was a ton of confidence. We were talking about the Palantir 100 level was something he mentioned. If you think about where things can pull back to, but $640, the 200-period moving average. I believe there was also an anchored in there as well. Don't at me. And then you also had support and resistance for some confluence at that level. So I just tend to think, like, that seems in any short order, and even he said this, unrealistic. But in the longer sense, if things start to look ugly, that could be true. And I would not be surprised. I'd put it as low probability, but there's at least some kind of a chance that if OpenAI is still going to, maybe Anthropic pushes back those IPOs. I hope it doesn't happen because we like trading them. But the environment seems like it's changing. And even here, like IBIT, I'm going to slip out of it. Trend break. I like the prior bar, regardless of where the prior bar is on a 3-minute. So if it's like sometimes I want to be giving it like 15 cents or something or 20 cents on IBIT. But that's not going to have me break the rule. The second it gets under the prior bar in the 3 and a trend break, if it's 5 cents, 6 cents, that's it. That's what the stop is going to be. And I don't really waver too far away from that. But random oddities, he did mention 695 as well. But yeah, I mean, he mentioned a few different levels. He did mention short term, the 695 level for first support. Fair enough. But he also was talking about it potentially doing a false bounce off of that level, just to finish his thought. False bounce off that level that can't take the 50 and then heads down to that 640 from a sentiment standpoint. So that's the environment we're in. I'm kind of bearish until the market proves something.
Yeah, I think that's
And we haven't proven much of, I say we, but the market hasn't proven much of anything.
No, it hasn't. I think, if you throw out enough price targets and one of them hits, you're a genius. If they don't, you just say, oh, well, it didn't happen, right? So do your own charting for sure. But a big shout out to Brian, and thanks for coming through there yesterday, as he does on most Tuesdays. But yeah, do your own kind of work, right? I mean, it's easy to point to these levels. It's just these are like maybe levels that you hope don't get hit, but definitely worth a look there. And just judge what you're doing as far as your proper timing of your trades, right? You got to understand why you're in a trade and what you're in it for. Forget about what we're doing here live on the air. I mean, this is just scalps. But wow, that $1,000 break right here on Micron, that was, he came back in right there at 1,010. Once that broke, I mean, you never knew about 1,010. That was the lows of the day. But there it is, man. Nice move downside right over there, Joe.
What happened?
I don't know. Joe's watching soccer over there.
Soccer.
But there's
I saw something in the market.
Yeah, I was like, oh my God, what's happened to Google here? Joe's getting excited again. But down in there to 344, you got to watch out right now for Google. 344 good little level there as it's fallen out quite nicely now. SpaceX, man, I mean, we got out on VWAP there. That was about $1.20. And we just got out another piece right here at 156.50. So we have about, I don't even know how many shares I had, maybe 15 to 20% left. Nothing huge, but it's made a move back up, man. So we're going to wait for 158. It looks like SpaceX on its own little mission right now. I will try to short some 157.50s again, but definitely something's going on right now with SpaceX, right? I mean, it's going oppo the market right now. Nice move higher there for SPCX. So just kind of like buckle up if you're in this name. You can obviously see it's moving around. That is for sure. And then just a quick look on Qualcomm, what's going on over there. I really like the name. I think I want to buy this one in the long term. Just got to wait for it. We'll see what winds up happening there on Qualcomm. And then obviously, as we look at IBIT and what's going on with Bitcoin, I mean, 59.5 or so, I think was the low. So right now you're having a nice little bounce back. But wow, like talk about, just the whole, I don't want to call it a Ponzi scheme because it made people, real rich for quite a long time. But now it's, I would say retail is probably, most retail is probably underwater. Like, I don't know how long people have been holding, forget about IBIT, but just Bitcoin in general. Like, anybody that got excited during this whole move up really is caught holding the bag. And my boy Sharif, of course, admits it to himself that he's taking BM&R to the grave. I mean, obviously, I guess he doesn't have that many shares because he might dig himself a hole if he does that. But Bitcoin as well, man. I don't know where the stop is going to happen in Bitcoin, but 59, we broke through 60. We're going to see if we can hold that tomorrow for Bitcoin. And hopefully we do. But yeah, nice little downside move there. And I can tell Joe. Joe's right here. I know he has Bitcoin. You have Bitcoin still? Yeah. Yeah, so he's still in it. So he's still, just asking him, he's right beside us. So yeah, he sold some of it. I still have some Bitcoin. So yeah, it's a nice move down. So here's SpaceX, man. If we take 158, I'm out. So we're going against that level right there. Bitcoin right now, we're short at 157.50. So no big deal now. We're hearing something in our ear. Let me know if we have to go back to Adara or Sia, because right now we are hearing the MOU.
I can just say it because it's not anything crazy in my opinion, not much of a move here in the market. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson saying that, quote, contradictory U.S. statements on the MOU to end the war will not help in reducing Iranians' mistrust. So it's just an opinion, which is why I didn't want to do a whole formal throw. This is what the USO is doing, which is nothing. Here's a look at the market, also nothing.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I didn't see USO move either, and thank you, Adara. It's just, I think for a lot of the last few weeks, I don't know, like with USO, oil's just going down, and it doesn't matter what the headline is. It's trend down, and nothing's really stopping it. So, when you see, if we get a headline and you see a really significant spike in USO, then you perk up and be like, okay, something's happening here. That'll be the extreme. Wendy's did break that trend, and I start to piece out going into 760. This is where it bounced in the morning from like a support standpoint, and then it bounced twice off that level. So I want to scalp out into 760, put the stop tight at 8, and then see if we can continue to the downside. As the market goes lower, everything goes lower. But let's, on the Bitcoin note, because I wanted to pull up a monthly chart to put some perspective. Like, if 50,000 can't hold, if you go all the way back to pre-pandemic, trend line, 30,000. And I remember this because when I was saying, 50,000 looks like the level, just from a pure dip support kind of deal, when you pull up I'm not doing anything crazier than, hey, look at that. It was resistance once, and then it bounced off it as support. That's about as in-depth as I went there. And then it was pointed out to me, but if it loses, that 30,000 would be a big support level. And what I'm reminded is a very popular entry for a lot of people was the 20,000, like this double top 20,000 and then back into the 20,000 level. Bet that. Because I remember, like I didn't sell my Bitcoin. I still have it all. Well, yeah, I sold almost all of my ETH. Wish I had sold Bitcoin too. But, got out of one, not the other. But if you head back to those levels, then even like if you've been buying and you accumulated at some of the best levels, that comes under pressure as you get closer to that trend line. And I have no idea what that means for Michael Saylor, but then he's selling, he might be selling now too. Who the heck knows what that guy's going to do if he's open to selling more than the small amount they already did.
That is the problem.
Like that announcement was like a very tiny amount. I think I forget what it was exactly. Maybe someone.
It was 32 coins.
Yeah, it was nothing. But just the act of it seemed to spook it on that day. Like it was hilarious. It's like that was literally nothing, and that's all anyone wanted to talk about. And it actually did cause a bit of a spike down. It just comes down to confidence. Because if you don't have if it's not a product and it's supposed to be a store of value and it's about the scarcity and all of that, then confidence matters. If you want to make those comparisons, because that's what I think it is, and so when there is no confidence and you're in the wrong end of the cycle, buckle up, Buttercup. It could get pretty nasty.
Yeah, it's like I said, it was a wealth creator to a wealth destroyer now is Bitcoin. So just looking at Apple right here, I think, looking to see, SpaceX, by the way, SpaceX, we got to flush down the last reload there as it does break above 158. So, good movement to the downside. I think we pretty much, highlighted what our plan of action was there. There's the 158 break. Not really doing enough action here. These lines are not, set up for me to be super excited about anything right now. So I'm going to sort of pass on that one. Look for some strength and maybe in Google. Like I think it's a little bit beat up today. Obviously, we get another headline about them losing. They lost John Jumper, an architect over there in AI, and 2 more apparently potentially being lost over the next couple weeks. That rumor hit, and then also the fact that they delayed 3.5. We have Gemini 3.5 here, but the Pro model delayed a little bit there for release, I guess, to the public. We pay for Google's like Copilot version here, what their business version. So we get 3.5, and I don't know, it's the same to me. But Google right now delaying that release, so that's not great for them, and that's where this volume sort of picked on. That first was the loss of employee, and then next one was a little bit of a move down. I think it was probably into here where we regained some momentum back to the downside there on a Gemini release fail, I guess, of 3.5, and they're going to work on some more like that. I mean, the real story that everyone wants to talk about, no matter what we talk about here, would be Micron bouncing off 990 now. I think I'm always looking at trend and things like that. So especially now, I never used to look as much at trend, but now that's why I have this 25 period moving average, even on a 1 minute chart. Like these are good spots that if it, once we start to break and you can see, which way you're favoring. So we're favoring short. Well, there would have been a reload at 1019. There would be another reload at 1015. So right now that's sitting at $1,000. I don't know. I said that, and I said this earlier like 9 o'clock, whatever time it was, that I could see Micron going on a run late day. Well, you're getting into that area now where are people thinking, okay, it's down 5% here. Can I get like a nice move after hours, and you may even scalp it out on the report, right? Because I'm pretty sure Micron's going to blow past every number that comes out. It's a matter of the guide, right? And I don't know I thought the Micron CEO is really conservative. So I'm not sure what kind of a guide he's going to give out today.
Historically, before all of this craziness, that was always a story. There was 2 companies that you always, saw for conservative guidance: Micron and Intel. Mm-hmm. Just notorious for it. But I feel like they're in a different world now. So is that still true? Those stocks don't trade the way they used to. Micron's not cyclical like it used to be. So I wonder if that's going to still be the same thing as we get some Micron news from Adara.
But I wanted to opine on the guidance thing. I would not say that Sanjay Mehrotra was conservative, at least not last quarter. For this quarter, he guided adjusted EPS between 1875 and 1955. That is well above estimates of 1170. So obviously now analysts are expecting higher than that, but I would not say that he's necessarily conservative, especially given the guidance that we had that he gave us for this coming quarter. He guided $10 billion above estimates for this quarter's revenue. Now, again, we're still expecting to beat those outlooks, but I wouldn't say that the initial guidance that he provided is conservative, maybe in past quarters, but certainly I think he's trying to match the moment when it comes to expectations versus results. I wouldn't say, for example, Intel's doing the same. I think Micron's trying to keep up with the times here. Anyways, just my thoughts. You can find this infographic on XNTTV Research, but yeah, I would not say his guidance is super conservative lately.
Well, I would say one thing, not that I think anybody's really trading it, but just say you happen to, for anyone that, if you happen to be so inclined, if you are, just remember, the top and bottom aren't going to be the story. The reaction on the EPS, that's not the thing. The thing will be the guide. The thing will be the margin. So that's what you're not waiting for. I want to say, the first reaction, the algos just react to whatever the EPS is. the top EPS and the revenue. And then it's going to be the guide, and it's going to be about the margins, and sometimes that can trickle in a little bit later. So the first move I'm expecting to be kind of false, whatever happens. And then the real juice will be however many minutes you start to get the more important information.
All right. I'm short Micron. I don't know if it's going to work out or not, obviously. I mean, that's what we're trying to do. Again, only waiting for 103s. This goes through $1,003. I only want to give this one $3. Like, just thinking that where maybe, and these are just kind of like dart throws. I said I wanted to short it off the 25 period moving average, and I sort of was talking myself out of it, obviously. And then just was thinking, you know what, like, I didn't trust myself on the Google, and that went up $6 or something. That's a little different, man. This is just, in the wild trading right now. This is 102 right there. We're at it right now. So looks like, here it goes, gonna break. I have a tenth of a unit, so I have 10% of a unit right now, just throwing money to the wind here on Micron, trying to see if we can have some fun with it. But it looks like there it is. Oh yeah, only have fun until, did that even break? Okay, there it goes. So, lost at 250 there on Micron, but didn't even, honestly, it didn't do anything to the net, but still, we tried it there off that move, and now it looks like you are getting a trend break. And like we said, we don't really want to fight trend, but it did come up into a level that we'd seen bounces off from before, even including here. I mean, their wicks are somewhat higher. That's 1026. That wick is 1028. But now you're starting to extend, right? So there goes Micron. See you later a little bit as that starts to go back up there to the upside. We took a shot on that. Does not pay off. Micron back up through $1,005. Like we said, it's a good move already. It was down 5.5%. Now it's only down 4.5%. Palantir also trying to battle back. I mean, look at this market.
The market's coming back here, the Qs.
Yeah, trying to go. So we can definitely have a look there. Palantir bouncing off of its lows again of 112. I think we got into 113 earlier right there. Yeah, that was 113.30s. We break through those levels, and that's kind of where we're at now. But you can't really use this level as a marker because you've already broken through it. So I would say even in anything, maybe a 113 is a short, and then you could play off 113.50 if this is about as high as we get. But yeah, I think it'll be fun with the next 30 minutes or so to watch out for Micron. The next shorting area would be that right here, 10s. You go short 10s and then, or in and around 10s, and you give it to, what is this candle high right there before the real break? That's only 11.50. So you could go there and give it a little bit of a shot to the downside. And if that happens, you could have a huge winner. But we have to wait for these imbalances. And unfortunately, Micron's on the NASDAQ. So that's not unfortunate for Micron. It's unfortunate for us because we don't get any updates on NASDAQ stocks. If you see a NASDAQ here, you're going to see a time that's not now. So right now, the only thing that's being updated by our broker, of course, a tier 1 broker there on the New York floor and the AMAX, NYSE AMAX, is what the updates are following. So right now you get BMY with a buy. I haven't looked at Bristol Myers in forever. That's a buy. NCLH is a sell. So some of these New York names continue
Dolly
to
says
go.
It's up today.
Which NCLH? Well, see.
No, not NCLH. BMI.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we saw Eli Lilly. Let's check. We saw Eli Lilly and all those guys go.
Oh, it's not. It gave it all back.
No, it came. Well, it's been going upside right now. Was it up? Oh, yeah. There
it was up in the morning.
56 down to 54. Right there. Yeah, 55 and change.
Did Lilly do?
Anyways, that's what's going on right now. So you can just watch out for this. We'll be showing this all afternoon as well in the next 20 minutes before those imbalances hit. So, yeah, that's what's happening now. And yeah, just waiting out for Micron, man. It looks like we're right at 110 now. So here we go. Possible for a short if you want, but we've already tried that one, and that did not work out. So, oh, wow, that one would, okay, well, there we go. We were like, oh, you could go short 110 against 112. Now you'd be 1-to-1 on that. So, okay, nice move off of 110 now for, I'm talking 1,010, of course. Nice move there. Looks like that would have been a good short off. And again, just picking off the 50 period and some levels there. So, yeah, Micron trying to do its best to go back to the downside. Good rally back if you're able to pick that up at 990-ish.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's some positioning going on in Micron right now, as everyone, not everyone, but there's going to be people playing both sides. But the last couple of days have been a lot of selling. So like there's the short term, hey, let me just bank. You could have your short term last 2 days banking profits saying, I don't need to deal with any of this mess. You made a bit of the top, and then you probably have some hands that are long it from a while, which are trying to position themselves as well out of it. I had a double check at what the heck this thing was. Forget about a penny. I don't care about a 9-cent stock with a 17 million in balance, but WIT, which I'm not going to pretend that I had any idea who the heck they were. Y Pro Limited. That's significant. The imbalance is currently more than the day's volume. The stock doesn't move much, But sometimes when you're looking for something like this to give you a move, 11 million in balance, 8 million in volume, and that's a sell imbalance. If it gets up to VWAP and pulls a bit of a flip or something, like that could be risk 1 cent to make 5 to 10 on a big imbalance, especially if it comes up as bigger than 11 million. I'm going to double check to see if there's some kind of an index action. I don't think much is going to be expected today because MSCI is not till the end of the month, and there'd be some big ones for MSCI. SpaceX is actually among them.
Yeah, SpaceX should be a good rebalance there. And there's SpaceX right now, man. Talk about flushing down again. Like, okay. But we get stopped out, and that's part of the trade, right? I mean, it goes up to 158.50. No reason for me to think that was a level now. But look what just happened. We just dropped back into VWAP. So, potentially this is like the first time that maybe we can consider, a long based on something that is just more than momentum. I mean, now you're finally getting a little bit of technical resolve here. We'll see if it does break lower. That's 156 flat, so we could put our stop at 155. Let's just go to 79. I mean, again, just trying to take a little bit of a risk here. So we do go long now on SpaceX. We'll put an offer back up near 157, see if we can get something out if it does rip back up. So there it goes. Now it's finally starting to go. And look, no surprise that it makes this kind of a move off VWAP. It's not like we have a lot of shares here. We don't. But we're going to wait for 156 to come in. Maybe that flies through. But right now, bouncing nicely, decently anyways, there off of 157 is our good friend SpaceX, and not really a good friend today. We've just been shorting it. We're able to make a little bit, lose a little bit on SpaceX. I'm waiting at 75 now. Maybe we get an out there. If we do, there it is. We get that. Now I'm waiting at 90s. There we go. We get that. So spin the money back now for space. Okay, now we're back in the money. That was easy. We're almost in now $1 back upside. This is just wild. This is the whole point of trading, man. It's like, if you know what you're doing in this stock, I would use less shares just because of how violent this is, unless you have a bigger stop. If you have a bigger stop, maybe use a little bit less, but that's pretty violent, man. Like, we just got long there. If we had any idea that it was going to pop $1, we would have loaded it up, and we didn't do that. But there it goes, right back upside again. Wow, SpaceX, you continue to make those. Wow. Okay, well, now we're in $1, so I don't know, I guess I'll just take a piece out here if we can get 59. Look at that drop again. So, okay, we literally hit enter and the thing fell off the face. So we're gonna go over to SIA, but wow, SpaceX, wild ride here the last half hour, as it's been pretty much since its IPO. Yesterday was a wild day as well. Volume coming back in. Qualcomm still talking about everything, but we're gonna go back to the desk with SIA.
Thank you so much. Let's take a look at the yen. Any change to the reserve management in Japan can definitely affect the yen volatility and intervention expectations. So with that, yes, the yen is near multi-decade lows. It made a little bit of a drop there. Nothing too crazy. It's still holding near the 161.81 region. It was just dropping down to same region, literally almost, just a little bit of a downtick over there, nothing crazy. So it is, yes, near multi-decade lows, but it is promoting Japan to consider measures for future intervention. And following that, let's take a look at how the dollar is doing right now, currently trading around the 101.61 region. It is trading at one-year highs, yes, against all major currencies. Investors have sought it as more of like a safer haven. I won't say safe, I would say safer. And it looks like it is gaining a bit of a support here. So that's all for you. Money Talk, sending it back to you.
Thank you very much, Sia. Qualcomm, just the yo-yo up and down continues. All right, we just got into it's 3:30, so we're getting a little bit closer. I might just pop out. Yeah, Wendy's is catching a bit of a bid. I had to stop at $8, but I'm just gonna move it to just under break even. It got almost down to that 760 level. So we had the trend break. We got out because it lost VWAP, but then we took the trend break lower. That last little wick down to 760, we'll hold out hope for it, but it can't turn into the red now on Wendy's. And if it can't go up, doesn't necessarily mean it's going down. But it was an all-day trend break, starting from when our charts pop on at 6 a.m. That's just when I start my charts. I understand maybe it's not the all-day trend if you go from 4:30, but just from our chart, that's where it is. So I'll just throw it at break even. If this is a bounce spot, it's a bounce spot. There we go. So I'm just going to take out of it. Maybe look to the imbalances to see if something like that, WI, whatever the heck that was, WIT, holds up. 11 million sell imbalance. That could be the one for me. Let's go back up to the desk, and we'll then get to this.
No, but I just put this up here. I don't even know what you're talking about. So, we don't have any. I don't have any
exchange restrictions.
I didn't know anything about any kind of restrictions. Our software is in full compliance. So sometimes we have to borrow shares. We don't even have to borrow them from Micron.
No, but Micron is that there are names that might have exchange restrictions on them.
Yeah, no,
Micron would
Micron,
never be. No.
I mean, you might have a restriction on maybe your own accounts. Or maybe Robinhood has stopped. And I'm just.
You can ask your broker.
Yeah, I'm throwing out names here. I
ask
have
your
no
broker
idea,
what's
but
going on with that.
You can say hey man, why is this restricted?
Not Micron, man.
And plus, if you're getting that kind of restrictions, there should be some explanations at some point. So, good question there. And I just want to say I don't know the answer to it because we don't have any restrictions. So if we are unable to short something, our system lets us know. So for us right now, I'm just going upon normal business a day here on Micron, and what a good short.
It's easy to borrow stock.
But now it's ripping, by the way. If you look at what Micron's doing, we went short rate. I only took one trade, short at 1,000, and that broke through, and we got out. So that you saw me do that. But Micron really cooking now off that. You now have 25 minutes until Micron earnings. What's up, Adara?
Let's just go over some of these Qualcomm headlines. So Qualcomm did something that companies do sometimes. It's kind of sneaky. They'll make an announcement, and then half an hour later, they'll actually do the press release, which can jostle the stock a bit. So at 3:30, again, well over half an hour after they made this announcement, Qualcomm releasing a press release or press brief here with regards to its Meta deal. So saying that Meta and Qualcomm announced strategic multi-generation agreement on data center CPUs. Again, this announcement was already made, but the press release comes out as we get this pop to the upside. Also happening as we get this pop to the upside, more comments at this Qualcomm Investor Day where all these headlines are coming from. Executive at the company saying that robotics is a $1 trillion opportunity over the next decade or so. Back to you.
$1 trillion. Yeah, I think there's definitely a big opportunity. Well, okay. Well, by the way, there it is, man. I'm actually getting tired of SpaceX right now. I'm going to stop trading it. I'm using way too much mental capacity, and I don't even have that much of it to begin with. So, nice move there. We bought it off VWAP a couple times. It hasn't broke below. We re-averaged it in, and now there goes Micron upside. We just got a great fill in the 80s now. Sorry, Micron. SpaceX on the upside there. So I'm going to put another offer. I just joined that line at 69er, and if we get it, we get it. If it drops back down in, it drops back down in. It's too choppy. I feel like I'm missing some opportunities on other names, just focusing on this one. As you can see, we've had a lot of executions on SpaceX, nothing all day until we sit back down and just trying to look for something to move around, right? And so it's been Qualcomm afternoon. It's been a Google type of afternoon. Neil's been on Wendy's and SoFi, and we talked about a little bit about iBit trying to retake that $60,000 marker again. So if you want to take 50 cents on SpaceX with me like we've been doing, you can take it right now. But we just got a nice little bump up there into the 80s. So, our stop is already below 155.80. So if it breaks 155.80, we're out. I feel like it's well structured, but just not doing anything. So I'm going to sort of pass on it. I don't even have offers out right. I have one offer at 70 again, and then at 69, and then after that, we'll let it moon or it will fill us, and that's that. Next offer, 158. So let's wait to see what happens.
Yeah, speaking of bounces, hey, it's not just Micron that's bouncing. I'm looking over, the NASDAQ looking pretty good. ARM is catching a pretty big bid. These guys, if Micron, I hate to say it, because I love ARM. I own ARM. It's one of my better holdings. It's been my best holding by a lot in the last year. But if Micron ends up double digits down, I've been saying cooked a lot. These guys are cooked. Cooked back to the 50-period moving average. I think we still see that, the opportunity for that to get down there. I just think there's a lot of names that are falling into that bucket. And the other place, and if you're thinking about, I'm thinking about some places that might catch some strays. What happens in the places that aren't making money? Today was crazy in terms of a pullback on some of the quantum names that were looking pretty good. Specifically D-Wave. Because D-Wave, again, it was a good open yesterday. It was a good long yesterday. Yesterday is not today. It's going to close down 9% on the lows. If we're looking at something tomorrow, it's a flat bottom break almost now, but tomorrow for sure. I'm thinking short on this bad boy. Oh, and say it ain't so, Alibaba. Adara?
Move to the downside here for Alibaba. Anthropic accusing the company of, quote, illicitly accessing its AI models. Again, Anthropic reportedly accusing Alibaba of illicit AI model access. BABA sharply to the downside. Back to you.
Talked about this earlier today, man. Alibaba, right now, of course Anthropic's going to say that, man. They should all say that. Because Alibaba's eventually going to eat these guys' lunch, and because of the cost. I really think that for simple uses of large language models, it's just so expensive right now to run these models. And that's coming from Anthropic, that's coming from OpenAI, that's coming from Gemini, Perplexity. Every single time you're buying a token, you're paying like 5% of what that's costing to actually produce that result. And Alibaba is going to be significantly cheaper than all of those. And I just think at some point, and we had said this before, like I'm not a buyer at $100. It's not like we're sitting here loving Alibaba for any sort of reason. It's just, China does have an opportunity to undercut. And I think when they do it, these other names like OpenAI and Anthropic are going to have a little bit of a problem. Like when they open up those books and once they become public, which is another reason why they probably shouldn't, you'll be able to see exactly what all these costs are and what the margins look like. And I don't think they're going to be pretty. So I eventually want to get into Alibaba, like where that day is. I'm not sure. We can look down. We sort of looked at it earlier. There was an $80 level there, and Neil mentioned, so we can look at that. But if you're going to look over here, let's go to a monthly chart right now. Right back into here, that's 80. That's right where I went with it, even looking at the number. And then that's 70, and then all-time lows of 60. Like I don't think that's necessary for Alibaba. Especially they're big. Like these guys are absolutely monstrous. So I would say there's potential here for Alibaba to be quite the success story. But right now, downside plays there. And you never, look, man, I mean, when you get in a US company with this administration pointing the finger at Chinese companies, it's not too hard for Donald Trump to wag his finger, at the FXI, and at China and just say like, hey, China, we don't like what you guys are doing. You're eating our company's lunch, America first, blah, blah, blah. And the next thing you know, more pain coming in China. So I like Alibaba down here, but it's a decent story. And obviously it's probably true. They probably were taking IP or whatever it was there from Anthropic. And, wouldn't surprise me if that's the case. But honestly, I expect more of that to happen. And I don't know what that means for Alibaba, but I don't think it means very good for Anthropic either. So, names like Amazon and Google, which are the big public companies that hold Anthropic. Amazon today was up to 245 or 242, sorry, was up $11 or whatever from its lows. And now it's just bleeding all afternoon. So
that is a slow
yeah, you got to be careful about that. I mean, all the stocks are going to the downside, obviously. As we had Microsoft today, there's another model, OpenAI, not working out well. No, I mean, I'm not doing anything. IREN's below 50, isn't it right now? Yeah, I mean, with Bitcoin, IREN's still involved, the Bitcoin mining story here, not a very healthy one for IREN, down 10% today. So no, like we're going to be out of the money. Our first out, I think, was 48. Our next one was 51. So we're flat, if not down on our position now. And I just wanted to get into IREN. I do have CEG as well. So these are the sort of the two plays that I wind up having in the portfolio for sort of the power. And I don't know if it's going to work out or not. I was looking also at, so no, to answer your question, no, I did not add to it, and nor will I. I'm not trying to add at levels I already own. Like, that's the whole point. If it gets worse, then I'll add, and at what levels, we can talk about that in a minute. But SMR sub 10, I don't mind, if this is more of a trade. Like, how many times have we been up into this 12, 13 area and just got crushed back down? Now that's like a couple times there. Oh, by the way, there goes SpaceX. So we took, oops, wrong chart. We took some money in, some money out there on SpaceX, but no reload. So take the profit when it's there, get out when it's not. And like I said, a little bit of waste of time there on SPCX today for me. But we're going to be down on it, but it's, considering how many trades I've made, it's basically a couple of cups of coffee there. But yeah, it sucks to be wrong on it. But today, SpaceX just
You want unhealthy? Yesterday, 2 days ago, I remember everyone's like, hey, Neil, look at your G. It's like, yeah, great. Yesterday, this thing went all the way from almost like sniffing all-time highs to back to the 50. And even this is like, I don't know, man. The wrong thing happens with Micron. Don't tap the debt markets, please, because this could be right back with an 8, maybe a 9 handle on it. Maybe not. 8's extreme. I'm going too far to say 8, but 9 for sure. 8 would just be insane at that point. But no, everything looks a lot of things look very topish here. If you're connected to the AI trade, I don't know how good I feel about it going into tomorrow. Or tomorrow. Going into 4 o'clock tonight. and then into
but we're not
tomorrow.
doing anything about it, right?
No.
We're holding on to our positions.
Well, I'm not.
Or maybe,
but-
I don't know, I am. I don't know if you're selling anything.
Well, I'm not buying any. Like, it's at the 50 period on the daily, which is, sometimes that's a level I like. Do I like it here? Nope. Not this. Not these types of names. Not the parabolic ones. And then that's sort of the way I'm looking at it. It's like, okay, well, ARM could be at the 50 period as well. Do I like that? I'm not completely convinced that I want more exposure in that particular name. I want to have some dry powder out there. For sure, because I feel like if SpaceX loses 135 and Cerberus loses 185, which it hasn't today, but it's going to tomorrow. By the way, tomorrow Cerberus short through 185. That's the IPO issue price. It won the race, and it was a race to the bottom with SpaceX, and neither one of them wanted to win, and it's the one that's going to win. So that thing is a short through 185. Whenever it does happen, CBRS. I can have the chart up when I say it. So it looks like absolute air, because it obviously is never traded below that price, but that's the issue. Whether or not they're going to be able to successfully defend that tomorrow remains to be seen. But I think that could get nasty. That's a little nothing stock with the imbalance. That's actually going the other direction, the 11 million on WIT, so I could care less about that. It would need to, like a stock like that, it's a $2 stock, so if it was 11 million shares and holding at 11 or growing past 11, great. If it's 11 million getting smaller, it's already a small enough price point that probably nothing burger. I wonder if the ADTX shows up. That'd be hilarious if that penny stock showed an imbalance on it. The hilarious.
It will.
How big would the imbalance on ADTX have to be meaningful? The stock has done $4 billion in volume today, and apparently getting delisted at least this is what I saw online. Apparently going to be delisted either at the end of the day tomorrow, I think that letter said, or possibly tomorrow. So if you happen to be trading this, understand that it could still end up in the OTC markets. Whether or not it goes up or down is always going to be in question here. So it did bounce off of, I don't know, I'm going to call it 1 cent, but I guess it was like 1/8 of a cent. I'm guessing there's people that are probably gambling this doesn't completely die, and if it goes to the OTC, you get a little bit of a pop. I've seen that happen before, but it's not the kind of thing that I would be feeling good about betting on. I had a stink bid thinking maybe it could go down to almost zero and then pick it up and then just roll the dice, but I don't think that's going to be the case anymore. I'd watch for an imbalance on it because maybe there's something in there, but understand that if you trade into this stock, you're either not trading it tomorrow or you're looking at the OTC markets because they could be gone.
I did. I mean, if this comes in the next couple of minutes, fine. But I was trying to buy some. Okay, it just came in now, 37s. So I was going to buy some Amazon. I did buy some Amazon right now at these levels. So I'm going to try to scalp a little bit out. I mean, I didn't, as we had talked about the imbalances. It's not that we weren't aware that there was imbalances. Obviously, we were, but was not really so focused on them. So we'll get a couple pieces out there. There's 20. We just got 53s out on some Amazon. Just trying to scalp out a little bit there. Amazon came right into 235, and just looking at what 235 meant, I was just thinking right into here, see if we got a little bit of a hold on this level. Next area down 234. We're just going to hold it a little southbound through that level if it does come in, but 235 that is. But with those imbalances now 3 minutes away and the market trying to figure itself out, very, very dangerous. Today's been a very bloody day, obviously, in the chip space as we continue to talk about that. And with Micron coming out, Micron now 1023. It's still actually going, holding out fine. But yeah, NVIDIA not really, right? NVIDIA, huge move to the downside today for NVIDIA, to be honest with you. 196 and change coming into play here for NVIDIA today. That's a problem. I think, underneath $200, not great. And it looks like NVIDIA is about to lose another level here, and that is going to be this 196. I guess we're going to lose it right here, right now, and then watch out for 192, 193. Remember, if Micron warns of any issues, especially with the space, naturally, you're going to have a big problem here with our good friend NVIDIA as well.
Speaking of problems, Vizbot with the super chat here. I like Baba stealing Anthropic tech,
right,
so they can release those Fable models that Anthropic can't because U.S. government restricted Anthropic. Now Temu Fable, thanks to Baba. Much respect to Sean Neal. Hey, you know what? If we're being real about things, we got to be able to speak honestly. Sometimes stealing IP works out really, really well for for Chinese companies. I'm just going to throw out that for some company that I won't name any names that might have got some IP from Nortel that doomed that company, and then they took over a bunch of their market share. It happens, and it can be incredibly positive for them. Why Baba went downside on the news? It is what it is. It's the tit for tat between the U.S. and China. We're going to go to Adara. 1 minute till the imbalances. Still going to the upside here is Micron, but remember, if they slap a big sell and bounce on this, it could drop $20 like that. Adara.
Keep an eye on Intel here, guys. INTC, nothing massive, but the information reporting that Sambanova, which is an AI chip startup that Intel's backed, as we've discussed on the show previously, I believe. Anyway, Sambanova here reportedly set to quintuple its valuation to $10 billion. Keep an eye here, though, on CBRS as well. Cerberus below that 185 issue price on a very, very poorly received earnings report. Its first ever as a public company. In case you guys missed it, CBRS below 185. That was the issue price. Currently trading here at 182.60's new all-time lows for a company that went public just over a month ago.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're hoping that doesn't be the same. That's not the same case for SpaceX. But it took a month for Cerberus to get back down. 185 was the initial IPO price.
Yeah, well,
anybody holding on to those shares now do not have a nice run in them. And now we only have 10 seconds until those imbalances. Remember, so I'm going to watch here. We're going to go to Amazon. I'm in right now. We'll see what ends up happening with this one. And here we go. 3, 2, and 1. And now we'll wait to see some action. It must be a sell on, oh, nope, I know, back and forth, up and down right now. So we are now.
NVIDIA's a buy.
Yeah, so there's NVIDIA with a buy. That's a nice little buy there. Yeah, kicking it upside there for NVIDIA. Oh, we had, that's hilarious. I had a small bid there on, or offer on NVIDIA that we'll just get out of right now. Do no damage on NVIDIA, but we did have a little bit of a short. We don't mean to be short there. That was just an order that we had forgot. But for right now, it's Amazon, and that's trying to go a little lower. I don't know if I even see it on here. Google's a bid a little bit as well. So there goes some Google going to the upside. Ethereum, sell side, and there's the total number. All buys. So that's good. I don't know what that's being led by. I guess GDX is a buy. BMI. I guess it's just NVIDIA. Pretty much. Walmart back to 120 or so today I saw, so that's good. We just got out of our NVIDIA, no damage done there. Intel buy. Yeah, so not much going on there. We are long in Amazon right now, just off 235.
Yeah, well, I was looking at the Amex names. You saw the big numbers yesterday. Probably SOX, but nothing too crazy on GDX. I mean, gold miners you would move with gold a little bit, but no, that's not enough movement. You need to see some really big imbalances to care. Rishi, I'm not in anything. I'm not looking at any imbalances. Nothing piques any interest. So if you want to look at SMR, we can look at SMR. It's been perfect off at $10, but oh no, why is that Blue Ocean? It's been perfect off at $10, but if you can't hold on to that, the actual double bottom low on the daily is just underneath 9. With the way that the market is sentiment downside, if you lose the bottom tomorrow on this, I guess it needs to break 980 as well. But yeah, you lose 980, I expect you could see the $9 level. I just feel like the names that don't make the money are going to be in trouble if we get like a nasty continuation with the sentiment that we're seeing. Like, he's the kind of name that can come under pressure. I like this better if it continues holding the 10 and then can break the 50 period on SMR. But you know what you're getting with this SMR, right? Like, it's a shot play. Like, it's something that, hey, sure, it could go 10x, but if it goes to 0, should anybody be surprised? I wouldn't be surprised if 5 years from now there is no SMR or no QBTS or no IonQ or no NNE. There's certain names that you might like better than others, but I think as long as you understand what they are. But that, I'm sorry. What was it? Sorry, I just heard that Intel thing again, and I was trying to go through. I didn't quite catch it because all I heard is quintuple, but I didn't get the full story. There with Intel.
It's
it's a startup they're backing, and they quintupled their valuation from $2 billion to $10 billion. So it's not a massive story. It's also reported by the information, which we know is like. But either way, guys, that's the deal.
Okay, so a bit of a nothing burger there.
Yeah,
You're still.
I mean,
yeah, we'll still be much more focused here on Micron. 7 minutes until their earnings supposed to come at 4 o'clock, so we should see that more or less right away. If they don't come out, then it's delayed. Probably try to stick if it's like a minute or two, for sure, because the market's going to be interested. Just keep in mind, remember, it's not about the top and bottom line. I know people are going to care. Oh, the EPS beat by blah, 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 blah. Revenue beat by blah, blah, blah. Margins, guide, margins. Whichever order those come out, that's what you want to be focused on. I think that's what's going to cause the larger moves. If it's going to go 13%, I believe is the expected move, then it'll be because of
13? Okay.
Adara, 13% Micron expected move?
I will check right now. Micron expected move coming through here is 11.5%.
Yeah.
They do tend to move as which is why I don't put them out a lot because they change so much. 11.5% right now.
No, I think I was thinking about Cerebrus yesterday was 13% expected move. And so, yeah, there you go, 11. That's why we asked.
Same difference.
Same means, look, same thing, but just to get it right.
Yeah, Micron right now saying hold my beer to everybody at this point, as they are just ripping to the high side right now. So congratulations to everybody that is trading on some Micron right now, as that is getting excited to the upside there. 133, 1033 coming in again for Micron as it just continues to blast higher. So yeah, it's definitely worth a look here into the close. You know, Adara has that out, the number out there on her board, you know, what to expect from Micron. Lots of big expectations for them. And, you know, it's going to be interesting to see what winds up coming through. I mean, just take a look here at SNDK quickly for our last second trade on this one. We can have a quick little look. SNDK down 2.7% as well. But they had that move when Micron was getting crushed down to 1850. So, you know, you definitely know that these two are going to be tied at the hip somewhat today off of that report. So we'll have to wait for some SanDisk, some WDC as well today. There's lots of names that are in the space that you got to look out for today, including all the ones that we just talked about, and should be an exciting ride into the close there. WDC down 4% as well. But yeah, we could just keep on watching Micron. I mean, that number will come out right when it's supposed to, and we'll be able to address whatever happens to Micron very shortly in just a matter of hopefully 5 minutes. When it comes out immediately, we'll stay back and see what happens there for Micron just real quick.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it's all about. And if someone just said their stream is lagging, just hit the live button and it just always refreshes. Like it's right here. You just go bam, that's me, and you hit live, and then you don't want to see me infinitely. But that, you know, we'll be as real time as possible. YouTube always has like a few seconds of delay. There's not much you can do about that. But join the party, everybody. For now, we're getting a bit of a bounce. The market's gonna close red. There's 4 minutes for it to get 0.5%. It's not gonna happen. The downtrend held all day long, with the exception of what's happening right now on the bid of Micron and, of course, DRAM. A lot of people are saying, hey, are they going to do a split or are they not going to do a split? Who knows? You know, I think they should do a split. We had someone in the chat today asking, well, how can you short Micron if it's restricted? And it's possible that more people would have enough in their account to be able to play in either direction or sell covered calls if they were to do a split. But that doesn't mean the company cares. They don't have to care. Look how long Amazon didn't care about doing a split, and then eventually they did, and it was much better for everybody. But Micron, at some point, I think they will. Whether or not it's this quarter, SanDisk obviously should do one as well. Can't say Micron should do a split and SanDisk shouldn't. Those guys definitely are in the same boat. And if you think obviously the bounce in Micron here is nice. Like if you think that was okay off the bottoms, SNDK got all the way to VWAP here. Not nearly as in play as Micron, but if Micron goes 11% to the downside, SanDisk is going to do at least half that, minimum, in sympathy. So if you're in this stock, if you're in DRAM, then you're going to be sitting on the edge of your seat tonight for those margin numbers from Micron, because you don't want that coming under pressure. Then they're going to be under some pressure. On the rail, I agree with you. I agree with you on this. The feels different the last few days. I agree.
Well, yeah.
I would agree.
Yeah, that's.
There's something about the way that, you know, we're getting these. You know, the buys off the bottom in the mornings, like the way that we're reacting to that. Like when we're at lows and looking weak, and we get that V-shaped recovery, to lose it 2 days in a row and head back to the lows. Yeah, that's different. We're accustomed to, if you're making lows and gap down and we get back and V-shape it, it's just a long in the afternoon, or so long at some point. No, we're just holding trend down each time that happens, and that has been distinctly different. So I would agree with you on that. Hey, Micron has the power to change that too. You can be all doom and gloom you want, but Micron could easily change that narrative by having margins way better than everybody expected. And maybe the guidance is like even just like otherworldly. That's very possible as well. So yeah, it's been a little bit different here. The dip buyers have not been doing their job. They do it in the morning and then they just kind of take the rest of the day off. Where's the plunge protection team?
Yeah, well, this is not plunging.
Yeah, we're not low enough for that.
Yeah, no, nothing's going on right now. Yeah, the last big earnings report from any major company will come today, and then there's other ones coming, but the one that's really going to be focused on Micron, Broadcom. That's normally a late reporter as well, but Micron definitely kind of like the start again. We have June 29th coming up with bank earnings again. So, those we're getting ready to get right back into earnings season. But yeah, Micron making fools of anybody that shorted like me, but we got out right there. So far, so good on that one with less than or now just about a minute left. Make sure you do cancel any of your orders that you have out. Oh, and yeah, on Amazon, again, man, just a cup of coffee again, like up, down, like, so we got out once that broke 235. There goes Amazon to the downside on those imbalances, right? So you got to be careful on any kind of imbalance trades, and there it goes. So NVIDIA also trying to feel some kind of ways about that as it's starting to bump back up there. That's a nice little trade there.
Wow, through VWAP, 1040 now on Micron.
Yeah, Micron is absolutely ripping. So is NVIDIA finally back up there, 199. So, man, we're going to be moments away. Stay here just for that Micron number. We'll get it to you, then we're out of here. 1050 right now, Micron just ripping people's faces off into the close. Those who doubt it, will Micron get green in the next 20 seconds? I know that sounds crazy, but it's most likely to happen maybe before we actually close. So there's Micron flat on its earnings day -1. Earnings coming out in 10 seconds or so for Micron. And we want to thank, of course, right there, Beta Pro. Make sure you do scan that QR code. We want to say thank you to Beta Pro for their sponsorship of the closing bell. And yeah, man, it's been a good one, that's for sure. We'll wait for this. As soon as it comes through, we'll be able to watch out for it. We'll see what Micron wants to do. Right now, it's 1047s. We'll wait for it to come out. Once it does, man, you're going to see this thing flying around. We say go Canada today as they're facing the Swiss in Vancouver. That should be a good one.
Get 'em.
You have an early practice. I got a late game, 8 o'clock to 10:30 tonight.
Ayo.
So that's a late one, but that's
Under the
fun.
lights, baby.
Yeah, every game's
Baseball under the lights is fun.
Yeah, and they have real good lights there at High Park. So, but here it goes, man. 1052 right now.
It's going.
So it's
it just
even
went green.
pushing more. Yeah, green on the day now is Micron. 1054, 1055. The numbers are not out yet, or else we would have them. You're going to see a very much violent movement in Micron as soon as it comes out. So looks like it's getting ramped up, man. A lot of volume going through right now on Micron into the close.
Yeah, a lot of volume considering all of this is about to get either squashed or be heroic for all the buyers, and you're even getting a little bit of acceleration in the tape. So earnings are out. Adara, what do you got?
There's a lot to talk about here, guys.
It's not moving.
It's not moving yet. Now we're headed downside, 1030, back up to 1050. Let's go to Adara.
I have the official report here, guys. Revenue, $41.46 billion. That is well above estimates of $35 billion and basically double, more or less, the prior year of $23.86 billion. GAAP net income, about $8 above estimates here. Operating cash flow, more than double what we had last year. Margins here, which I know we want to talk about here. Gross margin coming in here at 84.6%. Now, last year it would have been, it looks like, 74.9%. So it looks like year-over-year growth. I'm literally reading off this thing live. So either way, it looks like year-over-year margin growth as far as I can see here. Revenue growth, for some reason, this is only showing me sequential right now. It looks like sequential revenue growth across all of Micron's segments here. Q3 2026, nice look here for MU. Yeah, guys, strong report across the board. I'll see if they have guidance here. I'm going to have to go through this for you guys live. Guidance, okay. Q4 2026 revenue guidance, $50 billion plus or minus $1 billion. So they're guiding $50 billion in revenue here. Gross margin of roughly 86%. Operating expenses of roughly $1.86 billion. Diluted earnings per share, $30.73 per share plus or minus $1. So massive guidance, massive beat here. Well above estimates across the board for MU. What else is there to say? Good look.
Yeah, hit that 1090, now come back. It's still holding in the green. We thought 11% was the expected move. You got 3 at the top, and now just about 2. So, I don't know. It was a great report. I would love to see a little more exuberance. It's bringing the market to the green, too. The NASDAQ just ticked. The NASDAQ ticked green for a split second and then just sort of came back. It's just moving along with Micron and sympathy. You're probably going to see SNDK moving around as well. But you can't point to the numbers as being bad. I promise you that. Find me. I didn't see a single negative thing there on any misses. versus expectations for Micron. But the disappointment's that you're not more than 3 or 4% upside here.
Here comes 11% as you do finally go 3 or 4%. But yeah, I think there's more to go here. Nothing to worry about with Micron. It doesn't look like. Bye-bye. See you later. Congratulations to all that took Micron. And it's just like I was saying, man, sometimes we're thinking so negatively that it's just going to be good. And I don't know if this holds tomorrow, but I'll see everybody on Monday. I won't see you for a few weeks. So good luck, obviously, in London. And
good luck in Vermont, baby.
Yeah, man.
It'll be a fun one.
First time I've ever been to
Use
Vermont.
that LSD or the
LSD. You use the LSD. I'll use the FSD over there to get there.
Whatever.
Yeah, whatever you guys want to do is fine by me. But we won't be doing any LSD. So, all right, safe travels over there in London. And good luck with Joey tomorrow. Thanks, Adair. Thanks to everybody, man. As Micron puts out, and 183 right now. $1,083 right now.
There it is. Freudian moment, 10,000. Go Canada. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 8 a.m.
See you, everybody. Peace.